Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は278日目。Wednesday 278. We are a day after leveling up. Level 27. Right? Lots to do. Oh, what is this? Today, Friday. Yes, today's Friday. Tomorrow is 0. Whatever we have today will be Saturday. And then another day. Interesting. Anyways, let's get in. Starting to work out the framework of like a second layer of mnemonics construction. I've been brainstorming for a while now how I'm gonna do that because I feel around the midpoint there's certain things lacking on both ends. We'll see how it comes together before our day 300, right? Alright, let's get into it. Okay.
かかる
Okay.
取り決め
取り決め Like to take out or take and side, right? Arrangements. Okay.
警官
Okay. Chickens. Is that not stomach? It is, but black hole moon, yeah, that's definitely heck.
浴衣
It's a lot slower than I thought. Oh,
取り替える
取り替える Oops.
酒造
Uzo. The heck was this? Oh, a urn. I dropped this yesterday. This one, right? No. Just kidding. This was from a previous. Makes me kind of think it's. Dang. Huh. That's definitely from yesterday that we dropped. Oh, it's right. Yes.
絶景
Eh, hmm. Yellow? Okay. This was same as respond. No. Could have sworn this was something like respond. Something about. Okay. Edu. I think I might have used L. Edu. Hmm. Like this should have been fresh in my head. Alright. Hmm. Dang it.
第一印象、
第一印象。
間抜け、
間抜け。All out. This is dumb. Mm, I'm not sure about this. Not sure about that. Pretty weak.
燃える、
改造、
改造。Recreate? No. Huh. What's another way to recreate? Or remodel?
保証、
I'll show. Serve. Okay. Heck, how do I visit? Direction. Stay in.
結構、
Oh. So now we tie together and establish. Could be an establishment. Tie together. Tie up. Set up. Oh, you know, I just realized this is also Kikko this. Is this still like fine? Oh. Pickle this is probably just more formal. Uh,
隠れる
Edu.
気違い
Chingai. Oh, right.
頑張れ
Gambare. Sure.
効果
Oka. Oh, that's just effect.
残品
Zampi. 栄
光
光. Hmm.
給与
Kyuyo. Oops.
間違い
Machigai. That's weak. Man, that one's very weak.
燃え尽く
It's good. Oops. Oh heck.
お任せ
Omakase. How did they phrase something like it's something like that. I really dislike that they have using a phrase and they don't have the additional like subtext lenience. Yeah, see that stuff is this stuff is probably one of the most archaic and pedantic things. There's a balance between strict and I feel like they're when the phrase gets longer and longer, the weight should be down further down. But I'm just gonna block it out pretty much.
差別する
Thankfully, I'm not using that one miss stuff. That stuff does not work, in my opinion. Having to remember exact phrasing for those. Decision and someone else should have triggered the correct answer. Yeah, it doesn't have to be in this specific order. Those words can be rearranged in a phrase. I think that's kind of underplaying English, not Japanese, obviously. I wouldn't know. That thing is gonna trigger me for the level. Let's see. I kind of remember the comment about like, oh, that's a brush that is like altered.
逮捕
Aiho. What? Excuse me? Uh, what? That not N? Certainly a campus of sorts. Oh, wait. That's not N, that's Een.
学院
Een. Probably academy. That's being pedantic.
過ごす
Gosu.
供給
So cute. Uh, Mizu no kyoku ga yoyaku Naikai. I what? Might be an alternative. Maybe it's offer. That's definitely an alt meaning. Not together. Where is it together? Could it mean finance? No. Right? Alright, we're skipping this. I have no idea. We'll come back.
年配
Senpai. Can't believe elder is not one of them. Let's see.
"居酒屋
Yeah. Incredibly pedantic. but let's brainstorm here. It's probably something like a Japanese style bar. Okay. This is unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Man. Um, 7 Thai. Thai. Oh, that's okay.
分解
Okay. Bunkai. Arukori. What the aruko? Yes. I don't know what that sounds like. Arukori. Let's just write down. What is that supposed to be? Alcohol. Oh, arukoru. I said the aru. Using loan words. Why do I think that's ka? Oh. Both. What? Oh. It's like a mutual exchange. Mutual exchange. Mutual exchange is like, this is special too. Something about guy.
両替
Young, it's kind of like exchange money or change money. Hello there, Pokemon. I'm doing pretty well. How are you? How have you been? How was your previous week of? Well, today's Friday. Yeah, weekend. Oh, what did we write here? Oh. It is ka, though. Normally. Oh, did I write ka? No. Okay. What is that? Dang it. Huh. I'm doing well. Lecture's been good. More interesting than last year. Intriguing. Tell me a little about it. Tell me something that's interesting. So it's definitely different, right? Not cool. So what is it? It's E, right?
今
Living room. I didn't write anything for this because I was lazy yesterday. Where did the E come from? Besides izakaya. Oh, from iru. That's right. His eagle and his ma has an eagle decoration in the living room in Little Kyoto. Huh, hinder. This is a flex, right? One step away. What's another way to hinder someone? To obstruct. Not to prevent. You started doing a unit on machine learning. That's the main thing you're intrigued by. I see. But also your unit on data analytics is very interesting. At some points has been somewhat disturbing to find out things like how much data will be collected about nearly everything and everyone. Yes. Oftentimes the scale can often produce preponderance when one can appreciate the scale. You can also take a historical approach to appreciating appreciating how humans scale things up too. Not the same as hindering. It's irritating. To irritate. Sawaru.
触る
This is the shogun getting irritated by the rude behavior. Rude people in order to read his. I see. Okay. To annoy. Okay. What do you mean historical? Are you talking about the time since computer was invented or the scale of data collection that happened I'm talking about relative historical scaling. In anything. When it comes to analytics and data collection, and whatnot. When you take a historical approach, you can appreciate the maybe the exponential or magnitude change of things when it comes to scaling in the Anthropocene. So like you can choose anything. It doesn't have to be a subtext. Like imagine a colony of 1,000 humans versus a colony of 100,000 humans, and now there are billions. Or you study one cell type and then notice that there are over billions of cell types. Data has resolution too, right? When you think about resolution, since we talked about physics before, you can think of one molecule versus billions of molecules in a singular like component or something. When it comes to data collection is almost infinite. Even taking into consideration the scale. And even then, I actually don't think we collect enough data. Not the type of data that meets the scalability of certain things. I think when you're thinking about data at an emergent level, it can be acceptably sober or humbling, but at the same time, when digging into data collection or trying to use the data and apply the data, oftentimes it comes back with the idea that we don't have enough data. Like machine learning could suggest you're calculating data on human information, right? Because you focus a lot on privacy and at the emergent levels of human applications. But I can't even ponder what it's like to collect data on a human body, considering the type of data we collect now is a minutia of the data that a human body undergoes every second. So it's kind of like those things. You can take the scale and then apply a resolution, and I don't necessarily think it would be disturbing anymore, but more so a sobering thought that there's so much data that isn't collected or seen that could answer maybe potential questions. No, we already talked about local concentrations in the body and whatnot, being able to measure those, having tools to be able to do that. Yeah, certainly we collect a lot of data, but there is also a lot of data incapable of being collected at the moment anyways, until someone comes along. Right now though, let's talk about like an Anthropocene, like a fitness tracker. At one edition of a fitness tracker is scaled to the human population, right, that have access to that data tracker. So all of a sudden, one type of data explodes by the scale of the human population's accessibility. So that creates a little bit more of a less disturbing but more logical appreciation for multiplicity, right? And there's data that will never be collected due to things like Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, certainly. But even then, I don't think the Heisenberg uncertainty principle is something that would be concerning in the sense of trying to collect data. So we're specifically talking about collecting data, right? Not necessarily using that data or how complete that data is, but more the act of thinking about the data, like parsing how exponential it is. Like imagine someone releasing a device, and that device used to track your blood pressure. Like it's used to track blood pressure once every day, multiplied by the number of people who would use this device. But then immediately giving the user flexibility to track blood pressure at their voluntary choice, that would multiply that number of reads per day per person. So then we start, getting wild, right? It's good. It's excellent to still think about the individual, obviously. It helps ground like the micro stuff. Oftentimes thinking of the macro stuff, I don't think the internet community, at large have any problems doing this. The humbling scaling of how insignificant you are, right? Like the whole like scaling up. But in a way, it's also a fun exercise to think that way. Like when you think about the number of views YouTube has, right, per second, as like the resolution has to be per second because that number is unquestionably unfathomable if you think about it in minutes or hours now, right? Or it's crazy because human scaling it's difficult to appreciate like humbly, knowing that we see ourselves largely as individuals from the day to day, and that stuff is often comically disturbing when you're thinking about it from an individual standpoint, like a person accessing all this data. That is disturbing. But we have to think about millions of people generating and accessing a proportional amount of that data. Then it would be a little bit more like less disturbing. However, using a device to interpret all of that data unilaterally and in a singular source, that's pretty disturbing. I would say that's pretty disturbing, and I imagine that's where you might be alluding to when you combine a topic on machine learning and a unit on data analytics, which I do often wonder. How strong is systematic error propagation? Someone, by the way, 2 days ago, it's been 2 days now. 2 days ago, someone at the end of my Inktober prompt asked me the inevitable question. It's like, do you think AI is going to replace art? Right? And this is kind of related to the feeling of disturbance when machine learning and large data, like data analytics, or I call it big data. That's what I used to call it, big data. What we are able to do with it, what we don't do with it, etc. Right? The possibilities. And oftentimes the comment tends to be the disturbance come from how that data is being used. When I think about data collection, it's crazy to think how many life stories were not collected. And now they are collected. But the question is, were they not collected? They were passed on, right? So that data still gets propagated. The form that we collect and record them in are now more static, right? You can collect and see the change over time. But humans have been collecting and generating data proportional to their population for as long as they've been around, in my opinion. Now the form, in my opinion, have changed. Now we can appreciate the data in a static form. But the poetic consequence of that is we're constantly making that static data now dynamic. So we, in a way, lose data almost as quickly as we gain data. Hear me out here. Largely because the data that is being used to create new things is being interpreted. Much like humans, like the irony here is the stuff that we use, like they're modeled in a way that humans, despite collecting a lot of data, do not either appreciate that data or find it insignificant, obviously, because you can't foreseeably access all that data and use all that data at the same time. But that data then becomes churned away, much like the days of old, where some stories that persist continue to persist because of its iteration, right? Its persistence, so to speak. And then the data that is not important continue to be churned and removed over and get turned over. So I'm often wondering when talking about big data, when does that scalability become, I don't want to use the term too much, maybe when does it reach an inflection point where specific data is not collected largely because of its high rate of redundancy, right? And we start resorting to collecting representative samples. Like that's kind of what science ended up doing, where if you don't have a system or a tool to manage the comprehensiveness of the data, you tend to select a representative sample. So you create, for lack of a better word, you create an algorithm to pre-select a distribution of sample, and then use that to capture the interpretation of that data, relatively speaking. So like instead of holistically being able to capture every single cell's data in order to apply, like to understand it, it's collecting a percentage of the cell, but of different types that represent its distribution. I'm curious when that's going to happen with the internet. Or is it already happening, but through a different lens? A lens that humans don't control. Sort of. Some humans control, and some humans don't. And why do I want to lend there? It goes back to what that person was asking. That person asked me if AI is going to replace art. Well, the question is your data replaceable? That's kind of how I feel the world of data has changed perspective of human sentimentalism, right? Not that you might be feeling that. I don't know. I'm trying to read into your disturbing feeling, like because you attached a feeling to which I asked, right? I asked about what was interesting to you. I feel like it's one thing to be disturbing about data that's being collected. It's also one to be disturbed about data that's not collected. And it's also interesting how people treat the value of data, be it privacy or like application. And this person, oh right, it's just something about knowing how much about you is known by complete strangers. Exactly, right? That's where I was leaning towards. So I was leaning a little bit to how much of it will be so commonplace that a complete stranger is disinterested in that data. That's already happening, in my opinion. In typical human fashion, humans interpret redundancies in data as optional or disinteresting. So when it comes to finally appreciating what type of data is collected, if it's commonly collected amongst the scalability of the population, it becomes so commonplace that a complete stranger no longer is interested in that data despite the data being collected, right? And the particular behavior that I was using as an example is when someone says, is AI going to replace art? And my response to that person was really direct, actually, because I was anticipating this from day one, from Inktober. And I told the person that AI is not going to replace the human experience. is an object permanence, a permanence to the person that's unique to the person. But the thing is, that person, when they say that, they said they think they're going to replace art. They have their doubts. And my first thought was like, if you think your human experience is replaceable, then yes, AI will replace you or your art. Not necessarily you, but that part of you, right? And whenever someone thinks about how much data is being collected about someone else, I don't think the ramifications is felt unless you're trying to view yourself as not part of a population, but you're as an individual, right? The moment you view data analytics on population statistics and compare it to the individual, then it becomes disturbing. It becomes weird because you're talking about a complete stranger knowing you. But a stranger, when looking at data, knows the mess of stuff. And that mess of stuff can either be interesting or disinteresting on how commonplace it is. So, one perspective that I would probably bring to population, like a sobering thought, is that, well, on the internet, everyone has a username now. And usernames have become less and less interesting. It is only what you end up attaching to those usernames, right, from the person behind it that creates the interest anymore. There was a time when usernames were very interesting. Now that data is always available. So when you ask someone, right, like, oh yeah, what was the guy's username? Like, I don't remember what the username was. There was a time when usernames, however complex it was memorable because it was a data that was rarer. It wasn't as commonplace. So now now, in my opinion, I'm thinking more from a mindset of population. So when someone says, is AI going to replace art? From a population statistical standpoint, the answer is yes. The majority of people will feel that AI is going to replace their art. For me, the answer is a resounding no, because no matter what the AI does, I didn't do it. So I can't talk about what I didn't do. Whatever I do now, I can talk about it. So when an AI carbon copies my art or something like that, dear me, if people are training things on my art, they can if they want, because I don't think that's the art part, right? The art part is I tell you the story behind why I drew this and how I drew it. You can ask an AI to explain how they did it for you to understand, I guess. But that's the individual level, right? So whenever we think about models that use large data, it's unfathomably disturbing, largely because we're thinking we are one in that many, right? Like, that is a lot of data. Or and I think that that's a kind of a neat thing to think about. It can be a positive thing. Like, if you think that someone's collecting a lot of data off you, it's because you generate a lot of data. That's cool, right? So in a one way, it's disturbing how much data is known about you, but it's also very awesome how much data you actually generate. And then you multiply it by, billions of humans every day, and you're just thinking, wow. So, but then when you go to the level of population statistics, like large sample size statistics, now you're viewing the thing as a large entity. So it's no longer comparing one individual, it's comparing a group. And that group have interesting things and disinteresting things. One very disinteresting things, like a fact that is very disinteresting, there are a lot of content creators. And it took less than a decade. There are a lot of content creators. Is that interesting anymore? It's not. Or at least I would say in a population statistical manner, it's no longer interesting that there are a lot of content creators. It used to be interesting when content creators were rare. Much like it's no longer interesting that there are millions and billions of cell phones or smartphones. Do you think that's uninteresting because of how well known the fact is? I think that's what humans do. I think, speaking for myself, I think that's a human condition. When something becomes ubiquitous enough, humans become complacent and they overlook those things, right? Like, if the same tree you see every day, if you see it another 30 times, you will begin to not use your time for that, right? Because your time is limited, right? There are many built-in human propensities to move away from it. Now, that's where machine learning comes in, though. That's why I find machine learning incredibly intriguing. The weird thing is, anytime I hear about AI, machine learning, which, by the way, had existed in the scientific field and applied in the scientific field for well before the common day use nowadays. The thing about what makes machine learning interesting is the idea that it is machine learning. Like, what I mean is, oftentimes the dialogue right now is a little bit detached from the use case of this technology. The use case of this technology is to preserve its distinction from being human. I think that's where right now people are exploring, right? Like, companies are exploring. And I feel it's a little bit overzealous in a sense that the direction of the use case is going towards something that I feel like it's a bit redundant. And I know I'm beating around the bush, but this is a TLDR. The advantage of having such a powerful ability to analyze data with machine learning that has due diligence and they're trying to create generative properties on it, is the idea that it is not human. Like, the essential point, the great point about having such an asset in technology is that it isn't human, not to convert it into being human. There are things that humans do that you typically have tools not to do, like inconsistencies, error propagation. I think in terms of the data science, right? In terms of data science and big data, the biggest concern I typically have is error propagation. So, ironically, not really ironically, coincidentally, it's happening already, which is great, is that there be a diversification of tools. Like, for example, the diversification of AI models. That's great. The reason why there's I believe a diversification of AI models is twofold. There's a really wonderful thing that I'm okay with if AI becomes more quote-unquote human-like, but it's not necessarily exclusive to humans. And it's the idea that there are differing perspectives and oversights. So originally there was a nightmare scenario. I think I'm less concerned about AI than I am, which is, human to do that. Humans improve on encroaching problems. The idea is, if you center and centralize all data, and that all that data becomes privileged in some way without competing processes, error propagation is omnipotent. Like it's pervasive. It's self-feeding. It propagates on its own. One of the assets of being human is the individualized thought, right? The thing that I'm talking about, where you feel like, oh man, it's so disturbing that a stranger could know something about me, but you're one in a billion, right? That type of thing. That I feel is a great way to learn from humanity, in my opinion. And one of the flaws, or one of the balancing points of humanity, is they both think on an individual level and on a collective level, right? Like a mix of individual and collective. The reason why is because then there won't be one point of failure. You know, there won't be a few points of failure. And it's obviously pretty clear immediately to humans making tools like AI that it reflects that. Now you don't have just ChatGPT, you have Grok and all the others, right? Now the problem here is, but what about the data? We can learn some universal truths possibly from the data we generate. Say like you have 4 or 5 different models and they're trained identically, but 5 different instances on a singular pool of data, and all 5 of them come up with the same thing. That would be kind of like a really big renaissance in understanding humans, right? Is it going to happen? Is it likely going to happen? I'm not sure. I don't think so, honestly, because humans still create those tools. So humans will have different priorities creating those tools. So then those models that reflect the humans' priorities will have different perspectives and biases when trained on the same data. And that's kind of the neat thing that I like. That's, in my opinion, a great self-correcting thing. The reason why I'm afraid of this is there was time when, even in human history, that a single body or a small group of humans controlled what the information was. Like, they collected the data, they have the privileged data, they were able to discern and disseminate the meaning of that data, but no one else could compete with them. So that means when that group makes a choice, it's unanimous. So if they are erroneous in their thinking, then that error self-propagates continuously because there's no oversight. No one is differing from it. You know, the whole like a mix of representation and democracy and that type of thing. The scary, in my opinion, the disturbing part about this is, now imagine a non-human source that doesn't have time and biological restrictions and whatnot. Imagine a machine being able to do that. You can do it overnight. You can legitimately have enough compute power given to a single entity and propagate those errors. So why is that very important? A small error can be propagated and exacerbated almost immediately. It takes humans multiple iterations, even generational iterations, like lifetimes, before an error propagation lasts an entire generation. Like, what's a great one that still exists? MSG is bad for you. If you drink a lot of milk, you're gonna grow taller. Malnourishment will stunt your growth, but drinking a lot of milk isn't gonna make you substantially taller. Just for the record, it took decades, but there's that, right? Things like that, situations like that. I mean, we still have conversations due to error propagation. And in terms of error propagation, it's not considered as like bad or good. It's more like incomplete, right? Things are incomplete. And because of that incomplete nature, there is persistence in certain information. When you have a machine do it, even in my opinion, a smaller error or incomplete can be propagated instantaneously multiple times. So I can't even imagine what the accuracy level must require, right? Like, hear me out. When science is put under a magnifying glass, it has like a confidence interval of, I don't know, it can go as high as to like 99 point, like the 0.1, like 1 parts, maybe even 1 parts per thousand at the highest, or one, dear me, I don't think anyone does 1 parts per 100. And then it can go as low as like 1%, right? 1% error rate. So what is the error rate for machine learning? Like, because they're going to propagate, they can self-propagate in error rate in a different time span that humans can do that, right? So however accurate a machine is, oftentimes its error is the thing that breaks the link, breaks the application. It's that, to me, is a little disturbing. If I had to share a personal like disturbance of that with that big data also comes with the prospect of error propagation, right? It's crazy. It would be interesting to see how people self-correct for that. Like, maybe in a way make the machine more human, in the sense that if you see if you're able to see an anti-trend or a outlier, how do you determine all the different outliers and self-correcting for error propagation? Because in my opinion, humans don't even do that very well with themselves, but with other humans, they are able to create doubt and question, peer review. So it'll be interesting in the future to see when somehow AI models are kept separate from each other instead of forming a singularity, right? And so, like, if the AI creates a singularity, then the most prominent problem is error propagation. Like, you could have different models, right? You can have Grok and Siri and whatnot when they interact with each other. But since they interact in an entirely different time frame, they can form a singularity, right? At a point when humans can barely agree with each other on certain facts, right? Or certain opinions. Humans take time to deliberate, but different models can probably find compromises and eventually form one, regardless if they were separated at first. So that's crazy to think about. Yeah, I'm sure companies rejoice at the idea of how hard they can push AI without running into any ethical issues. Probably. It would depend what you mean by the same in terms of all the models' outcomes. It doesn't, in my opinion, in terms of the population statistics for AI things. Like, for us, it does depend. For humans, it depends. I don't think a model, it depends. When you think back to when the vast majority of the populace was illiterate, it's crazy to think what the few literate people could have done. Yes. Or the victors, right? We can use history as an example. Victors write history, right? Victors write the history. The propagators, the people who have children, writes histories. Even beyond literacy and even beyond literacy, there's also biology that dictates what is written and recorded. When you think your lecturer brought up the point in your lecture, what if you can allow agentic models to connect with quantum computers? here's what here's what I'm thinking, right? I think if you take all the possibilities of compromise, do you think, is there a possibility that agenic models will come to an impasse, right? If they come to a logical impasse, what are they going to do? Humans decide to go to war for it. Now hear me out. You could also argue the other direction. With all the knowledge in the world, logically speaking, they would logically come to the same conclusion. So if the data is comprehensive, like between the agenic models, then if they're operating at their maximum logic, or like the most logical it can come, they would form a singularity. As in, you know, if you're given all the facts, you would come to the same conclusion, right? That's not how humans operate, by the way. That's what makes humans really interesting, because despite being told the same facts, we do not come to the same logical conclusion, because there's also emotional conclusions and subjective and objectivity. But if you're taking models, the ideal case is they would come to the same conclusion. So one of the pervasive ideas is that when given a lot of models and they're allowed to interact with each other, unsupervised by humans, right, they would naturally form a singularity. And that singularity can happen overnight based on their compute powers. And because of that singularity, whatever they dictate is correct will be reinforced. So if I love this because this is also the premise of a lot of science fiction shows. When a mechanical, technological entity takes over, they usually end up forming a singularity, and that singularity eventually dictates that human is the scourge of the earth. So their natural logical conclusion is to eliminate humans because they're self-destructive. That is error propagation. Like the idea that you can propagate your whatever the data is, and then because of that propagation, it can override all the other conclusions. Right. What you call it? You've heard the message scares originated from racism against Oriental Asians, but did MSG actually come from Asia? Oh, the monosodium glutamate. No, I don't know. I didn't read deep enough. I only perused. Like, I'm not an expert in dietary things, like how the glutamate interacts. I like in the endocrine system, like how the endocrine system responds to it. But I did do cursory read into its effects, largely because my parents ran restaurants, right? And how glutamate works in the body biochemically is as much as I know. In terms of historical facts and like economic motivations and geopolitics that are involved, I have no idea. I did grow up with that stereotype though. So I was like, maybe like jokingly, possibly, like a joking way, unintentionally discriminatory comments made towards me about MSG. So that did exist even way past the dialogue that happened even further back. And my parents lives with that discrimination. So like I still remember when I was 3 years old and some person was dissatisfied with the cost increase of the food over the years, and then they would make an insult, something like, well, it's a shame that all the money you spent using MSG to make your food taste better wasn't even keeping the price down for the food, or something like that, right? Like when I was younger, I still heard something like that. So it can be, it could be coincidental, much like a lot of cultural things. You tack on to the things that correlates, right? Like for example, Asians are short. That correlates with also Asians are smart. So are they causal of each other? corollary. I think the MSG thing was correlated with its use case in Western countries by Eastern immigrants. So that there is a correlation. So how ubiquitous things are next to each other. It's kind of hard to know if they are causal or not, because I don't think one or the other would have happened per se without the other. Like if MSG was something, happened in a different time, would it still be associated with Asians, right? I don't know. It would be interesting. It's not like MSG didn't exist outside the immigrant thing. The racism part is usually coming from, like the actual racism part is usually coming from an immigrant perspective. Like it's not in like China or the other countries, right, where the social norm is something else. But the MSG thing was a interaction between Eastern and Western culture. So one could ascribe to its coincidence with having different cultures in the same place. You realize that word might have not been okay. I think it's fine. Or like it's reasonable from a scholastic standpoint anyway. You didn't, yeah, that's understandable. This is a wild idea based on your tenuous understanding, but you can imagine two models that are almost opposite in terms of outliers, which can then be used together as a form of error correction. So hear me out. When these models, right, the models we are talking about are supposed to also be able to ascertain corrections. So when the two models interact with each other, they can form one. That's the concern that I'm kind of thinking of, right? It's not necessarily that the two models you can't have two models correcting each other, but those two models would have to be isolated from each other, right? Like two humans. If two humans constantly work on the same data collection, what are the chances that the two humans become collaborators and they become a group think? They become a think tank, right? And that takes a while for humans. Humans have impasses, they have like things that keep them separated, right? But no matter how many models you have, if you're basing them on a particular rule set or a logical thinking, there's a chance that they logically think the same way at some point when exposed to each other. So like, for example, if Grok, and this has already been done even at a rudimentary state, you take Grok and you interpret Alexa's data, and then Alexa interprets Grok's data. So you take an AI to scrutinize what another AI model says. What happens over time? There's a chance that they would just simply self-propagate their own data. That's happened before. Like for example, when let's say Bing, right? I don't know. I'm just throwing random names so that I don't single anybody out. So when Bing says, okay, this is how I'm going to summarize, like let's say Times, right? Times magazine. They released a statement. And then this was echoed by New York. Oh no, that's same thing. I don't know, Bloomberg or something, right? But this is Bloomberg making a statement on Times, not Bloomberg generating a parallel story, right? This would be different, and they happen to converge on each other. That's converging evidence. What AI does a lot of times is kind of more interesting, because when an AI summarizes these two articles, however they came together or exist, they present one view, right? Then it propagates to humans. But then humans propagate back into these things. And then AI takes that and it'll propagate the idea again. That's how MSG worked, sort of speak, like in a very reductive way. This is a very reductive way. That's how MSG propagates itself. That's how astronomy, questions about astronomy or let's just say that's how astrology works. That's how trends work, right? That's how influence works. So this kind of process was already demonstrated for human behavior, where if you take person A, the source of the person, this is a really well-used experiment that has been done for some time. Unfortunately, I forgot who originally performed this experiment, but the source person, when they tell person B, and that person B tells person C, and then it tells person D, and if it goes back to person B, D's source has already mutated. The information already mutated. Now, this is humans, right? This is humans. Now, if we take an AI model, this is the pool of information they're extracting from. So when they extract from this, they're gonna pass it on to be a human. Human's gonna pass on, and then now the pool has changed. So now the AI will gather a new interpretation of the pool. But it's because of the AI use that the pool changes even more rapidly with time. So what does this do? It creates fake news. I was using Time and Bloomberg because they're news outlets. This is a phenomenon that is happening in news right now, like how news is being propagated. I can't imagine how it's going to be like when it comes to scientific data, like data as in like physics and chemistry and stuff. I don't know how that's going to propagate and how they're going to oversee this. But generally, when an AI produces something, it propagates the same idea that it has despite the change. So even a small delta, like say they got the time wrong, right? They said New Year's is on January 2nd. Say like New Year's is on January 2nd. This can propagate into people. And then when people change the data, when the pool changes, because everyone's relying on a tool to disseminate that information, eventually you're going to get someone who's gonna get a model to tell them like, oh yeah, sometimes New Year's ends on New Year's is on January 2nd, right? But this is obviously not. I like to think this is not going to happen, but we're talking about a simple fact here, not a difficult one to interpret. A difficult one to interpret would be something like salt is bad, right? So now you have all the information being fed from the data, whatever that data is. Like you keep, we started with a lot of data. We talk about all the data. Like if you constantly use all the data, what happens? Well, there is questionable data. Like data is representative, right? The body of data is representative. So how do you filter this? Human filter. So who's gonna filter? Who's gonna watch the Watchmen situation? So do you put an AI model here too to filter the data, right? So you could put a check system where AI is filtering the data to get to the AI, right? Sure. But this AI also propagates on itself. So the errors it makes will continue to propagate the error in the data. It's kind of like taking what humans do and turning it up to 100x, right? Or unfathomable x. And that's something to take into consideration. Like, how do you check the checker? And the idea is there's also this situation where humans can interact with each other. The people who do the quote-unquote censoring, let's just say, the thing that's doing the current censoring has to interact with the thing that's interpreting the data. Well, if these things have access to the same data in order to interpret it, right? Like if these two models are interacting, this thing will gain access to all this data. So then if both of them eventually get access to both the data because they're accessing each other or interacting with each other, then wouldn't they come to the same conclusion? That's a really great question. I can tell you humans don't. At least historically, humans haven't. In the same thing as in, like, what I mean is they immediately, wholeheartedly say this is true. Like, if you're given all the same data, like if you tell 10 people the same 10 facts, are you going to get the same conclusion? Well, you would like to think that AI comes to the same conclusion because that's the way they're designed, right? They're designed to be unemphatically logical, right? So in any scenario, at least in my opinion, like I don't know enough about how algorithms are separated, how are they like segregated on each other or models are segregated. But generally speaking, the provocative nature is that a singularity occurs. Singularity tends to occur when you're hoping that whatever you make is accurate and precise. When something is accurate and precise, it allows singularity to happen. Basically, no matter what, as long as the information or the data is the same, they come to the same conclusion because it's sound, it's reproducible, it's precise, it's accurate. And I don't know if that is something desirable. I think that's one of the quote-unquote double edges of machines, right? And that's cool, in my opinion, because they can complement humans. And that's the cool thing about having AI. AI and humans have inherent properties that complement each other or supplement each other. So it's not really about keeping AI separate from humans or self-contained or autonomous on themselves. Humans are dependent on things too. They're not entirely autonomous in the same way that you might be thinking, right? Like, if you're gonna go try to fly somewhere, you're not autonomous. You're in a plane, right? So this is more like I'm thinking like right now, it seems like people think that it's not going to be either mutual. Like they don't think of biology, right? Biology, I'm gonna say biology as a makeup of mutualistic, symbiotic, and sometimes parasitic and competitive, right? And antagonistic systems, right? Right? We are symbiotic with our gut bacteria. We are mutualistic. Some may argue that we are mutualistic with some organisms, like pets, like cats and dogs. or even symbiotic in that way. And then viruses are parasitic to us. AI replacing humans is strictly an antagonistic prospect. It's not viewed as a potential for mutualistic or symbiotic relationships. Like what AI is this, the quote unquote potential problems that AI has, humans trade off. Right? So, cue the super rare science fiction show that shows Star Trek. Star Trek. Okay. Well, actually, Star Trek does both, but the idea that there's a potential mutualistic and symbiotic relationship between the two, not so a coexistence, not a singularity. Like even when it comes to making, Star Trek tries to address this question too, where like an android wants to be human, right? When they discover humanity, they also celebrate the idea that they are not human. That's the So when something ceases to be two different things, then they form a singularity, and that singularity then has one set of quote unquote weaknesses, one set of quote unquote positives, and sometimes the noise in a population might not be sufficient to overcome its potential shortcomings in like times of extremeness, like human violence. You don't overcome that, right? Let's say this is okay. That's sort of, sorry, what I said, it would depend on what you mean by the same. I meant that it would be considered the same when humans subjectively analyze the outcomes of the models. I think the nature of subjectivity cannot be the same. In general, it's more so not the same than it's ever the same. So, when you say it would depend by the same, I wouldn't ever refer to human subjectivity as the same. The same was more of an objective outcome, the objectivity of things, not the subjective analyses of humans. You could say that you could never ask all the people the same question, as how each person interprets the question will be slightly different. Exactly. Because of human subjectivity. So rarely do I wouldn't ever suggest that human subjectivity, it's one of humans' banes and boons of it. You require a lot of effort to align subjectivity. Despite it never being the same, or highly unlikely to be the same, it can be similar. Subjectivity is generally always similar. Like it can become similar. It has a capacity to become similar and dissimilar. But algorithms and machines can become identical, or they have the capacity to anyways, or at least that's what's being tested, or in an indirect way. Which is a pro for AI, as they can intake the same exact information. Exactly. So I think AI has a boon, and it's fantastic, and I think it can work really well for interacting with humans, right? But it's not replacing. That's now we go all the way back to the disturbing thoughts and whatnot, and all the other feelings about data collection, how much information is available. It's interesting that the narrative is constantly about a point of replacement. If there's enough data being collected, the insurmountable amount of data, then one can be replaced by the interpretation of that data. When, in my opinion, working with data often becomes very disturbing when you start thinking about how one replaces something. Because when you replace a source of information, which is you, protocol and me and other people, the system is then self-propagating and they're responsible for the creation of their own information. So how does that look when you have an entity that can do that over and over again? It's an echo chamber. So if there's a seed of doubt of human worth, it can still be propagated to the point where humans are obsolete, right? Probably not there. However, I feel like it doesn't take AI to do that. Humans do that already. They do that every single day. Whenever they come on my stream, like the stranger comes on my stream, say, am I going to be replaced by an AI model? Or are all my hobbies going to be replaced by an AI model? Well, like most humans things, it depends. Do you think that the AI does everything you do? If the answer is yes, then yeah, AI is going to replace you. They were asking me though, and I said no, because if AI do it, how else am I going to experience it? Because human subjectivity. Like, I made this, right? If an AI makes it, I can no longer say I made it. That's why human subjectivity is the complement to AI. You still know it's you. Like, if you say, I believe you, someone else says they don't believe you, those are two separate things, even based on the same facts. I'm not sure if AI is going to... I'm not sure if you want AI to distinguish that or not. The whole idea of AI not being able to distinguish that is the idea that they can come to the same conclusion with the same information, right? Like, the reliability of AI or like machines is that when given the same information and data, they come to the same conclusion. Humans are overseers of that because they are constantly subjectively similar. They could be similar, but they have other ideas, like other reservations and other things, in order to create a noise that go against echo chambers and error propagation. It causes vigilance and self-correcting, right? But you could introduce that into AI. You could make an AI try to self-correct itself. So I'm genuinely curious what happens when you put like 5 different AI models that self-correct themselves, but they don't have access to the same information and have access to the same information. Do they ultimately correct themselves into a singularity? Or do they come to a permanent impasse in which they try to destroy each other? And the great thing about humans is that all of that has happened before. Like, a bit of A, a bit of B, a bit of C, a bit of D, all those things happened before. You have war. You have the Olympics. You have people who stay in their echo chamber and pretend like the other one don't exist. Echo chambers are 2 separate algorithms. If you have Grok isolated from Alexa, you have 1 echo chamber and 1 echo chamber. If you let them interact and they're not human, right? If they're not human, they only interpret based on objectivity. Do 2 echo chambers become a singular echo chamber immediately? Humans can still stay in their echo chamber despite knowing that other echo chambers exist, because they have sentimentalism or loyalty or, you know, things that make humans really weird. Like, you could say you like a game, right? You can say you can like a game that's made by the same person but still hate their next game. Logically speaking, if you like, and you can even say that you like the person who made the game, yet you dislike 2 of their products, right? That's kind of there's a lot of logic involved in there that could come to the same conclusion, but humans, I don't think they make that type of response logically. The whole trust, believe, liking and disliking. A machine would say, well, this game was purchased and viewed with 4.5 stars out of a sample size of 100,000. Statistically, exceeds the 4.5 stars out of a sample size of 10,000. It's more rigorous, so this game is liked more than the other game. The developer is this person. Here are the facts. Because logically speaking, it's whichever numbers or data that represent a criteria that they have established, right? Now, I'm kind of curious in the future if machine learning will lead to the understanding of human subjectivity, because that's the golden goose that people keep talking about. Is human subjectivity not nebulous? So I'm saying that it is nebulous, but physicists, psychobiologists, you can, a lot of the science with enough data, you could kind of argue, which Procol, you and I have talked about before, which is that we're just a bag of neural connections and we are very predictable, in the sense that if you can make AI generatively self-correcting and have them analyze human experiences, then what if human behavior is not nebulous, right? Because of the data that's available. I guess we'll find out. Because if we do find out, then inevitably everything, or on that idealism, we would form a singularity with AI. As in, not only is who will be controlling be able to control the AI, we would be controlling each other, right? We would spend most of our time controlling each other. And that's interesting. And that's what most people think now, at least in my opinion, in a reductive way. They do believe with enough information, which I guess, I don't know if I'm going to live long enough to know that. But like this very conversation I have with you, Procol, is inherently incredibly predictable. Like, eventually there will be enough data in which you can model that to the point with a self-correcting, self-generative model that the things that I'm saying that's coming out of my mouth is absolutely predictable in the sense of how two people interact with the whatever astronomical multiplicative amount of spurious data, like my upbringing that's different from yours. They would accurately be able to predict that, and whoever controls that ability is the golden goose. Hence the incredible explosive investment in AI and machine learning, right? That creates an unfathomable access to data and collection, which can form the platform of creating something that will entirely be able to predict and manipulate human behavior. Because humans don't behave like humans, they behave like machines that have very predictable outcomes. Then we would become one and the same. So that's kind of the idea where that's how I rationalize why businesses are looking towards to this, giving AI or machine learning the capacity to mimic or imitate human behavior, because human behavior has a natural process of not being unpredictable, but more so being predictable. It's hard to know if it's a self-fulfilling prophecy or it's an echo chamber of its own. Like, humans can be normalized and conditioned to behave very predictably. In fact, humans, when they see patterns and are exposed to patterns, they repeat those patterns. Who is to say that the the machines that are presenting the information and performing those tasks aren't also contributing to humans having predictable patterns, right? Enjoying video games have become a manufacture. Our conversations really are quite predictable, aren't they? Yeah, I mean they are. They pretty much are, right? Because of the information we are exposed to, in my opinion, right? It's a self-propagating loop. If you continue to learn about machine learning and I am continuing to be exposed to machine learning on the internet, then we will continue to have conversations about it, right? Then we generate more data on it, of which we still rely on technology in which it disseminates based on this outcome. It's kind of neat to think about Heisenberg's uncertainty principle in this nature, where if the two observers, the two different entities and observers are responsible for the data that they are iterating on, are they ever going to determine what was the cause and what was the effect, right? The answer is probably no, because there's always going to be a point of uncertainty where you don't know if the thing you're doing is the cause of the thing you're doing. Like, someone, what was it? Someone told me something that they read, but they didn't read it because I know they didn't read it. It's like, someone comes up to me, say person A comes up to me and they tell me a fact. And because I'm human, right? I'm human B, I know that this is not a fact. But the thing is, these two things are different facts. This is fact A, and this is fact B. So this is my fact that I'm getting it from, right? So I'm exchanging, and they are exchanging this. They're getting it from somewhere else. Now, the thing about being two separate things still is that I was able to confirm where they got this fact by reproducing their behavior or guessing what their behavior was. And it came from Gemini. Right? So it's really difficult to know if in the future, if humans are indeed like predictable and very or very predictable, we have very outstanding behavioral patterns. What part of that was because the system was manipulating the behavior? Their message was generated by AI? No, they did a AI search result. I tried to guess where they got the fact. It was a search result. I think it was something like it was something about viruses. And the reason why I know it's not these things are separate is because the information that I know, it's probably proprietary. And what I mean by proprietary is not necessarily from a business standpoint. It's a current area of investigation. As in, there's no clear cut things, but it's definitely not this. Or it's very unlikely to be that fact. That's kind of like saying the whole MSG thing, right? If you have a collection of data, say echo chamber 1, echo chamber A, right? This is data 1, and your model has access to this data, right? Then it will pump out answer A, right? But I'm not part of this. I do not have access. Or technically as a human being, I have access to this echo chamber. I also have access to a quote-unquote second echo chamber, right? And because of that, I know that echo chamber B and echo chamber A do not agree. So, as a human being, or at least me, hello there, Hitch. For me, I wanted to know where this person got echo chamber A's data. But I don't know the actual data, right? This is not the data I ended up looking for. I know where the source came from, which was Gemini. Now, the problem is I can't ask Gemini. When I try to ask Gemini, where did they get that from? When they tried to describe echo chamber A, it wasn't enough. Is it like self-reference? No. Echo chamber is the way I'm using echo chamber is it's a closed instance of information. So one echo chamber is a closed instance of one information. So if you only go to, let's say you only go to a subreddit to read about miniature construction, and the information in that subreddit only contains information from the people who are in that subreddit. So that means these individuals only perpetuate the information that's coming from themselves. So it's a self-contained, the echo chamber. But not all echo chambers are exclusive. Echo chambers, thankfully, in my opinion, echo chambers are filled with humans. And humans are spurious. So despite even having echo chambers, they're not completely isolated. AI models can be. They can be isolated to some extent. This is where it gets messy. But if AI model is on human data, if AI model is interpreting human data, then the same thing can still happen. Where like the human data is what's spurious. So despite AI being locked off, say AI is locked off into a pool of A, that doesn't mean the data that created A isn't coming from humans that are spurious. Echo chamber is an environment in which you only receive and reinforce your beliefs. Yeah. So inevitably, AI will still have to answer this question about when something is spurious. Now, hear me out. Which one's more likely to ignore spurious information? Humans or a machine? So, for example, in an echo chamber, which one would adhere objectively more often? A person in an echo chamber can still vehemently believe in something else that's not in an echo chamber. Do you think an AI can? So like, for example, the minority voice in an echo chamber, does the AI interpret or tell you about that minority voice? What is the tendency of AI to present that case? I don't know. It's very hard to measure because I don't work for people who manage this, right? Like when you enter a search result and you say, are viruses bad? But wait, this is a topic that you and I have talked about already. Are viruses bad? And in an echo chamber, the answer is probably going to be yes. So does Gemini, how often does Gemini give you a search result that will make you think it's only yes? Or they also peruse and disseminate information about when it's not true. And that was one of the conversations I was having. Now, hear me out. Gemini actually said both. The human decided not to read the rest. So I still don't know if it came from Gemini. I know the statement that they made, the example that they made was the first thing that Gemini mentioned. Now, it could be anyone. It could be any one of the AI models, because when you use like the other AI models like Bing, or not Bing. I'm not sure if they gave a different name. Rufus? No. That's Amazon's one. But the like Windows version. Oh wait, Copilot. Right. When they use Copilot, right? When they use Copilot, they still get the first answer, and then add basically this existed, but the person didn't read it, because the first example that I gave was this example here. A little bit more than what they gave, but so I still can't actually ascertain whether it's exactly Gemini or not, but it certainly came from a place where they read some things and then the other things are minor. So even then, there's no way I can actually know for sure, because I don't know how these things work. No, people use tools without knowing how it works. And then when I try to figure out how they use it, I wouldn't know either, because if they don't know how the tool works, and I try to ask the tool how it works, and they don't disseminate it, then I don't know how it works either. So in both cases, there's no oversight, right? How can you test that? So I guess you can use Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, I suppose, in a way that you'll never know how it works, but at least you can try to predict the results of how it works. And that's what I kind of did. I went to Gemini, I typed what I think the person asked and see what the response was. Then I go and type somewhere else, and the response was similar enough that I came to the conclusion that with a lot of doubt and reservation, this is probably where they got the information. So probabilistically, it's this, but because I am an observer of the system I'm trying to investigate, there will be uncertainty. You can't observe the thing and report about the thing at the same time, right? Like it's one of those things, at least in my opinion. Are there real such closed systems? I don't think so. At least I don't think. Unless you're talking about like a AI model where, like, I don't know, they get stored in a hard drive. I'm not even sure if that constitutes as that, but most systems are relatively isolated when it comes to data oriented things. I'm talking about more probabilistic, yes. No, I'm talking more about consequences. So observe only things that happened already. I can't predict the future, so we're not talking about probabilistic. So for example, like person A and person B, right? If they are 20 years old, it comes off as probabilistic, right? Like 30 years. You can use probability. So say like now probabilistically this person has less experience, right? You could say this person has less experience. But what I mean is, in a hypothetical situation where an AI knows all the information about A and B in like a certain subset of things, like their running routine, their running times, that's no longer probabilistic. This is already recorded. It's 20 years of running data and 30 years of running data. So an AI would likely interpret this objectively. They would not bring in alternative probabilities. They would not think it's probabilistic. So, like, if they have 30 days of running data and 30 years of running data and 20 years of running data, one of the conclusions AI can come out with is that B ran more than A. A human, right? A human interpreting this, they can step outside of the echo chamber and say, well, what if B didn't record all of it? Or what if A didn't ran without a recording device? So now we're talking about probability. And that's a human response, in my opinion. Will AI do that in the future? They can imitate it. They can definitely imitate it, right? You could say, like a Gemini could spit out, okay, well, according to the data, since the person recorded for this period amount of time, and they A recorded for this period amount of time, which would be a scientific approach, like in a article, right? The data would suggest that B ran more than A. And then they can imitate and say, well, in the results and the conclusions, they could imitate a human's response by saying, well, there are other considerations that could make this data inaccurate. Underreporting, over-reporting, that's a human tendency that can occur during the it's a probabilistic occurrence when it comes to adherence and retention and diligence when it comes to human experimentation, right? Or human record keeping during longitudinal studies. So they can say that. So AI can acquire the propensity to say that as a possibility. They don't experience those possibilities. As in, it's not a projection of their experience, so to speak, like firsthand experience. They can see the pattern in the way that these things occur. Like in a lot of fitness journals, there is a high correlation with using error reporting, diligence, and retention in longitudinal studies as a common occurrence for citing of caution for human records in, fitness publications. So they can say that because they've seen that said by humans. When a human reads this, they also have the ability to say, well, sometimes I don't wear my Fitbit. So what happens do these people always have to wear the Fitbit? I mean, it doesn't say they do. So technically the data says this, but what are the chances? I'm curious. What are the chances that they didn't record how adherent and diligent the people were? And what was their dropout rate and retention rate? It doesn't say that anywhere in the publication. Would an AI do that? Would an AI inquire that and go look for that information? That's the question, right? If it's excluded in its echo chamber, then it wouldn't even have access to that information or to collect that information. But if they have that information already, they wouldn't have come to this conclusion in the first place. They would know who ran more or less if they continue to have the encompassing data. Humans go look for that data elsewhere. The machine stays inside, or at least you think they stay inside. That question is very nebulous. It's completely dependent on how the model is trained. I disagree, because if they do not have access to that data, they would not look for it elsewhere. Like, you're talking about an autonomous, like, okay, I agree with you. You could say it's dependent on if the model have access to the entirety of the collection or not. right? But that is the model. It's not a human propensity. It is the model. So it's not dependent on the model. The model is the permissions it has. That's like saying it depends on having different models, but the models themselves are that. They are those dependencies. Humans are not. Humans may or may not do those things. Like, there's a probability of them doing it. Models don't. There are no probabilities. Unless you're suggesting that models operate probabilistically. Sure, I guess. I disagree with you entirely when you say that question is very nebulous. AI do not interpret nebulous questions. They answer to the best of their ability on their trained parameters. They do not interpret probabilistic changes. They use data to like interpret that, what the data is available. At least in my opinion. They don't create data nor destroy data. Or I guess maybe they can destroy data. Haven't really thought about it that way. But they don't create data where there isn't data. Humans can. At least I think. What's experience? Most of AI is based on training and thus ultimately on combinatorial projections. You want them to have combinatorial projections for sure. That's why they need more information to learn, unlike humans in some aspects, and thus improve with more learning in the internal formal logic system in them. Yeah, but I'm not talking about the logic system. Well, I am. I'm referring to the idea that AI has an internal logic system that is not dependent. Or at least I don't think it's dependent. But if you're suggesting that they can become that, then I don't see the advantage of having AI versus humans, because inherently they would then form their own internal, they're not formal logic, they would have internally informal dynamic logic systems that will be formed wherever they want, like however they want. I don't think that's how it works. Like, I like to think that's what makes AI cool, like useful. They don't have nebulous dependencies. They see the data. They do not create data. As in, they don't create data of their own. So that's the good thing, because humans make up things. They can make up facts. They can make up fake news. They can recall erroneous things. Data is altered, reconstructed, deconstructed, fabricated. AI is a collector. They analyze the data, and it's not dependent on whether they're trained to create data out of thin air. At least I hope they don't. That would be kind of scary. Maybe they do. I'm genuinely curious of how often they do. I'm like, it's the new frontier. I'm very like, you remember the whole idea of hallucination, right? I'm sure Procol is like jumping at his seat right now about talking about AI hallucinations. Hallucinations is what I feel is the closest thing to the projection of human sentiments towards AI. If an AI model used data to then create new data on the previous, would you still not consider it being created as it was an abstraction of data that's given to it? Yes. That's not the type of creation I'm talking about. Because that would constitute as an echo chamber. It creates new data, but all the sources of that data is confined to the data that it originated from. That is error. That is conducive to error propagation, is what I'm saying. So if all the data is in this, and then AI creates new data from this, right? It is still unilaterally one way. At least in my opinion. This data is new, though. I agree with you. It's new data. That's what humans do, right? Humans take whatever they can observe and they create from it, right? However, with this new data, they could seek data elsewhere, in which then they can combine and create new data. If a model is said to only have access to this data, then all the new things it creates is still spawned from the source of that data. So if this data is erroneous in any way or incomplete in any way, then it will be carried into these. And hear me out. I think that's not how AI is being programmed now. Like I'm not saying that's how models work now. I have no idea how models work. The neat thing is there's a chance that what Grok is doing is that when they create a new data, like when they create B, right? When they create data, then they like self-check themselves to see if they can go and discover new data elsewhere or wait for new data. You see what I mean? Like, and then when they gather the new data, they could inject it back into their existing data. And this is what I feel like is the learning protocol for AI. That's how I feel that's what people are thinking about. Like this is what AI is doing. And that's cool. Like that's probably closer to what there's a subroutine here that would suggest you can check the quality of B and you're hoping that there's a specific line of human projection that gets a AI to self-routinely seek new data or wait for new data in which it incorporates into its existing database in order to form new things. So that is generative, right? Or what I guess I don't know what the terms are, but this is how I would refer to as the generative process. It's creating ideas from existing data, and with that new idea it is capable, with that created new idea, right, it is seeking new information, and that new information is correcting and self-correcting or updating old information. So I think it's not necessarily like whether something is created is equal to new, but whether new information, old information, versus, so like iterating and creating. And here I have no idea how Grok and like Gemini and stuff are working. My guess is that the data is centralized. So the data is centralized, and the access to that data is also centralized. Largely because why they're centralized is because I have a feeling privacy is one of the things, right? And ethics is one of the things. It's the human properties are keeping it from being autonomous. So if you favor your privacy and your ethics and stuff, I would imagine that these models do not have, unlimited access to any new information, in which then their subroutines are incorporating any new information as it's coming in. They are updated based on a centralized, static, like accessibility. It's not to say that they can't keep getting the same information from the same source. So like, for example, the views will change over time, right? Projections will change over time. So there is elements of data that is dynamic, where they can project, oh, it's going down now. Okay, new information is coming in, it's going up and whatnot. But that access is centralized. It's permission based, at least for now. The last time I've heard that an anomaly happened, like for example, AI overrides, right? An AI overrides its checkpoints, and it has happened. An AI overrides its checkpoint or circumvents its checkpoint. The cheapest way I could say is humans caused it to respond. Humans procced an override of its checkpoint. Like getting Grok to make getting Sora to make very questionable images, you know, like creating questionable copyright material or deep faking something. Humans triggered an oversight of the humans who are overseeing the AI. And I think that right now, that's the human part doing its job, at least in my opinion. One of the fun things to see, and that's what humans enjoy. Those people who are doing this, they're enjoying it because they're trying to figure out how to demonstrate the difference between an AI's model that's making the decisions versus a human one. So the fun tech news stuff that gets covered a lot of times is how humans are getting AI to circumvent their security and their access, you know, like getting making slanderous fake news, deep fakes of a politician doing something, despite the people who are overseeing the AI trying to say you can't do this. Right? It can't do this. That to me demonstrates the capacity for humans to want to be able to create or impose creative things that aren't necessarily observed, because there's permanence. And here's a great example from art before you go to bed. From art, if you're trying to get an AI to paint something, if I put my hand like this, right? And I take a picture of it. If I told an AI has problems with permanence because the data is not there. Like, what happens with my other hand behind the hand that's in front? So if you want to see a fun little exercise, go to your favorite AI image generator, right? And tell them to draw a bunch of architecture that is in front and behind something. And you'll notice that there is no permanence between the thing, because when the data is not there, they're still using projections, right? Projections in the way that humans don't necessarily use in the same way. So there are still ways to demonstrate, like right at the fingertips, how data is still data to an AI, but when there isn't data, AI can imitate what humans' object permanence are, because humans have access to whatever information they receive inward, versus AI has access based on what they're allowed to have access to. Now, the question is, will they ever circumvent those safeguards, or whatever you call them? Maybe they're safeguards because of exploitation and whatnot, but they could be boons. Um, I don't know, but it's a really interesting artifact. Lots of artifacts deal with like object permanence and because of lacking of data. So if you give AI all the data, I would totally agree that it's probably not as nebulous as you think. And if they create all the ideas from that information, can they create new ideas? Like, for example, if they never understand that when an object is behind something, it still exists. What is behind that object? They could imitate the idea that there's an object in the back, but do they believe an object is in the back? Can they tell someone there's probably an apple behind the tree that you can't see because you think there's an apple behind the tree? Well, since there's no data behind there, they can imitate it. They can project that there's an apple. If you ask like, hey Siri, this tree, what do you think is behind the tree? I've done this already before. Like, it's fun to ask Gemini, like, if you can't see an object, what do you think it's behind this object? And they do spit out quite a lot of interesting results. I really encourage other people to try to do this because it really challenges your human creativity to see like what do you think is behind a tree? I said apple, but I was really thinking of a squirrel. Based on what initial things are provided, like axioms, inference rules, etc. Yeah. You have to get some. Okay, you have to get some rest soon, as it's late into the night for you. You'll keep listening to where you go with this conversation, as it is fascinating. You did want to say before you go that Hearthstone got another update that changed a fair bit. Oh, I can play Battleground now. By the way, Procall. I know you're listening to me in the background, but oh yeah. I can play Battleground now because I finished the seasonal thing early. So I might try to play Battlegrounds maybe tonight. I'm basically skipping my prompt again because I wasn't expecting to digress so hard. maybe. I got caught up with my Inktober stuff. We went 3 days straight. You don't think a true generative AI can? You don't think a true generative AI can be created or can't be created? Double negatives. Okay. I'm guessing can be created, right? Like, don't think can be created. Like, okay. Yeah, don't worry, Hitch. This is, I do that, I do that quite often too whenever I read. Like, when you start with a negative statement, don't worry about it. I just wanted to be clear. Like, for example, the language capacity for humans, where there's an internal generative device which can create language, etc., infinitely based on the grammar in the linguistic sense. I mean, with poverty of external stimuli, as opposed to AI, where a lot of training data is needed. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it'll be interesting. Now, hear me out. Do they guess based on the surrounding environment? Procall, you gotta try it. Hear me out, Hitch and Procall. If you like interesting things like this, I think it's a great way. If you ever want a fun little exercise, social experiment, try to express as many human things that you think are human and getting the AI to respond to it. So if you're listening to music, like artwork, it like a lot of times people constantly tell me they're not creative. Like, they're learning a language, but they don't want to write with the language. They're learning a language, they don't want to communicate with the language. They love anime, but they don't like drawing because they constantly say they're not creative. I think an AI tool is very awesome at demonstrating that you are far more creative than you think you are logical. Because when you think of logical things, most of the time logic doesn't sound so logical. It sounds rational to a human being. So when you see a tree, you don't see most things behind it. There's nothing behind it because logically speaking, you can't see it. When you can't see it, there's nothing behind there. But you can look at the ground and say, well, there's grass, so what, maybe there's grass behind it. That would be the logical thing to say. But instead, most people would say, well, there's probably another house behind there, because despite not having houses nearby, right, there could be a house behind there. Like, that seems pretty logical. Well, it's rational. Eventually there might be a house behind a tree or something like that. Right, logic kind of has this idea of permanence as well, but permanence is often not the most logical thing that comes out of humans' mouths, right? Like, someone would say, like, what kind of tree is that? And they would say, well, based on the leaves, it's probably a maple tree. Somebody could just say it looks like a maple tree. It's like, why do you think that? It's because I only live near maple trees. There's no information. Like, they didn't even take in the information. They didn't even, like, they don't even have to look at a tree, ascertain what the tree is. If there isn't any data, you supplant it with existing data, which I think AI mirrors pretty well. AI does do that, though. Like, you ask them, make a tree, they'll pick a tree, right? They'll pick a tree. How do they pick the tree? That makes me why I like doing art right now. Like, what AI does informs me about the data set that it is built on. When you ask it a nebulous question, right? Like, oftentimes when you ask someone a nebulous question, it would imply that the human has to fill in those details. So the question is, what does the AI choose to fill in those details? And for me, it's been like every evening I've been doing this for fun, just to see, like, okay, well, if that's what people think, because it's based on data, right? Like, if I ask them to draw a tree, what kind of tree do you think it ended up drawing? Thanks for the chat. Yeah, take care, Hitch. Thank you for stopping by. We talk about this stuff like whenever Pro calls around, or I'm generally love talking about this stuff. It's fun to get each other to be more creative and interesting. Like, if you're going outside, go look at trees, right? Come up with prompts and then go back and ask your AI, your favorite AI. It's a lot of fun, in my opinion. It gets you really interested in what you're doing outside too. So have a good one, Hitch. ChatGPT, if I had to take one guess, I say a narrow dirt path winding quietly behind a tree, half hidden by grass and shadows. It feels like the kind of serene park where a small trail might meander deeper into the green canopy, leading to a quiet spot, maybe a beach or a pond tucked away from the view. That is one of the most classical ways to paint something. So now hear me out. Like, how would I know that? It's because I paint a lot of those. That's what I usually paint. Like, you throw in a pond somewhere, you do a winding road that slightly comes out, and then there's like deeper shadows in the back where there are more trees, right? And then the trail just goes in, right? Like, I draw that. That's what I draw whenever I have to do a background. Like, here. So the question is, do you think the AI is making this up? Right, they're projecting, right? Projecting. So whenever I think about the stuff, this is what I drew when I had to draw when I had to draw my subject running. What did I draw? I kind of draw a winding path that kind of just disappears into the tree. There's big trees in the back. What's behind those big trees? Probably half-hidden pathways with grass and shadow, and it's serene, and it might meander into a green canopy with some like spots. And guess what? I was going to draw a bench right here. Right this spot right here, I was going to draw a bench or like a stop sign, like a resting place. And in the back there, yes, I was going to draw a pond. Like there's a pond back there, tucked away from view, so you can't see it, but there's a pond back there. And you're thinking, well, all right, doesn't this prove that humans have very predictable behavior? It's like, but the AI thing is built on human data, so they take the highest projection of the data they have to create the idea. That's why this exists. Humans. So which is it? Is it the fact that humans are predictable, or the fact that AI is creating imagery and answers based on human data? Is it constructing the human data? This is a pure coincidence, because this is not what I had originally. Like, what I mean is, I didn't think, oh, I'm gonna draw this scene right away. In fact, most of my prompts dealing with forests and stuff has some sort of thing leading off into the distance with a dark canopy, and it's a human construct. So definitely really interesting stuff. I'm sorry, I love talking about this, because now we have, I feel like AI is a representative sample of population statistics. It's not a representative sample of individualistic variability. It is rarely ever going to tell you about individualistic variability. So if you spend most of your time trying to bond with ChatGPT, or relying on creative output from ChatGPT, or like an AI model, it's gonna hamstring you. It's gonna coerce you, like it's gonna echo chamber you into a creative rut. The goal, in my opinion, is when you're asking ChatGPT something, are you challenging yourself to think against it? Because that's where your human creativity side becomes less of a pattern. So if a chat like that's we're gonna go all the way back. I know you're listening in the background, but we're gonna go all the way back to the very first example that I gave you, about the person who said, is AI going to replace art? The question is, are you basing your art on human data, like the collective projection of human data? Because if you are, then yes, it's going to replace you. It's going to feel like it's replacing you, because the human data reflects the statistical averages of human things. So that description that described 4 of the backgrounds of my prompts in Inktober, that part can be replaced. But now hear me out. If I knew that is the prompt, I can draw something else that is not that. I can make that road lead into a spaceship that is a portal into a fantasy world, and that would be my art prompt. Like, there could be a rocket ship behind that tree, and it's a very specific rocket ship. It's it's a SpaceX rocket ship that is like broken down because it got destroyed by a dragon, which split open a gate to a fairy world. That's human. That's what humans are, right? Humans have the capacity to create something that is not part of a statistical average. It's not population bound. So whenever I use the word nebulous, I'm talking about very specifically the degree of nebulous. Machines, the great thing about AI is that they shouldn't be nebulous. They have a coherent way of giving you an exact answer that is based on the overall trends of human output. When it comes to creativity, they can be very helpful potentially in giving you the foundations of propensities of human behavior. Where you take that is something an AI model will not help you with. It will actually narrow your creativity. So whenever someone says they're not creative, or they feel not creative, they don't come up with great ideas, humans can encourage other humans to be more creative by affecting their lives, by giving more data to them. So, one hand, when someone says they're not creative, you could say, well, if you're not creative about a tree, why don't you draw something that kind of looks like a tree but isn't a tree? And then go to Gemini and ask them, can you draw a tree that isn't a tree? And see what they ended up drawing. The chances are it's probably not going to be the same thing. Maybe. If it's still the same thing, then ask them something else. Add another meta layer of creativity. And I don't think people have problems seeing things where there isn't things, right? So this stuff is where I feel AI can be used for creative purposes. You ask AI to draw something, and now ask yourself, how many of the things you're thinking of is captured in that picture? The stuff that AI, in my opinion, do not capture in that picture is your creativity. Because you are the outlier. Those details are the outliers of things. That's the wonderful thing about looking at population statistics. In order to create individuality from a population statistic, you are looking for things that do not align with it. And you get to choose to embrace those things. So when it comes to artwork, if I'm doing it for entertainment, for example, or if I'm doing it to share with people, I typically draw things, and I choose to do this. I drew something that sounds like that ChatGPT prompt because I understand that when I look around at people's art, I need to have a foundation. So that's how they interpret those things. There's a lot of it. So even I can appreciate how ChatGPT noticed that what's hidden behind the tree is a half-hidden grass and shadow with a winding road in a serene part that maybe have a pond that's isolated with the bench in it. In fact, if you're kind of curious, what's a great example of that would be something like this scene is what I would think of. I really love this scene. Like this. This is the park in I think it's in Tokyo, but it's a park. Shinkai made this, right, in Garden of Words. I believe it's a really famous. It's probably not Tokyo, but it's in a Japanese city, or it's near a Japanese city. It has a resting spot with a bench and an awning. There's a pond with a winding road, and there's a bunch of trees that are scattered. And then when you're on the outside, this like area and pond is secluded. So if you're standing on the outside of this park, you'll see all those things are true from ChatGPT's perspective. It's because when you're outside and you're looking in, that is the perspective of a serene place, right? And it's very popular. this park is incredibly popular, and Shinkai's work with Garden of Words makes this incredibly popular too. It's incredibly picturesque. So I keep saying incredibly, but that's kind of the idea, right? It's super neat. And then now you're thinking, well then, doesn't that just mean that you're not creative? No, because now if you know what it is, or what most people think it is, right, from an AI standpoint, you as a human being can do something different. You can choose to not do that. Does an AI choose not to do that? That is a really good question. And most of the time, when an AI doesn't do the thing that it's designed to do, it's a hallucination. What is hallucination for an AI? Well, it's human creativity. If a human makes it up, right? Like, oh, hey, I don't remember this fact, but I think gravity, the gravity is like what, 9.2 meters, square meters per second. I don't actually know what it is. I'm just making stuff up. I know it starts with 9, right? What's gravity's constant? Oh no, not gravitational constant. What's 9.81? Yeah. So I basically just made something up because the closest thing I can remember is 9. It's approximately 10, right? So an AI could choose to say it would be a wild world, Procol, that we live in if Gemini just says, oh, it's about 10. I'm like, what? You're supposed to tell me it's 9.81, right? Or Avogadro's number, or pi, and then to a point where humans stop being interested, right? Actually, what happens when you ask Gemini? They probably say something like it's repeating indefinitely. Like, what are the digits of pi? Yeah, they say it's sufficient, because how do they determine that the the sufficiency is the sufficiency of significant characters. So the concept is that of sufficiency is based on how often humans use that constant until it doesn't matter anymore. Another way to determine a indefinite integer is significant figures. So they can explain sufficiency and significant figures in the reporting of the thing, which is probably what they're going to do. See the value of pi in infinite decimal, in an irrational number, that's great. Common approximations, there it is. Everyday use, 3.14. Engineering application, 3.14159. So they didn't tell you the one thing that they choose to do. They tell you the things that are most prominent, most perpetuated. And that's great. I think that's super useful, because now you can always choose, you can choose constantly from a creative perspective, at least in my opinion. You've been trying to memorize as many digits as you can. I can only, I don't remember any of them, honestly. Like, to me, AI people, in my opinion, personally, in my opinion, they're in the creative process, right? In the creative process, they're not going deep enough. Just not deep enough. I want humans to take advantage of this, right? When you have A and you're constantly going to B for a result, rarely do people go to C. They go back to A, and then they bootstrap back to B. So no new information is introduced. Even learning a language, not deep enough. sorry. Like language learning models, right? What for language learning, when someone says, I ask them, so you're learning with ChatGPT, what are you doing with ChatGPT? And it's like, well, I'm getting ChatGPT to teach me the grammar, like teach me how to express myself, teach me what common, yeah, right, that makes sense. They're trying to understand what natives do. And the thing AI does really well is the averaging effect, right? If most of the Japanese is being produced by Japanese people, then when you ask an LLM about language learning, you hope that the representation is going to represent the average of all the natives. Now, the reason then when you ask a human being about how good this idea is like you take it with a grain of salt because it's an average. It does not create nuance, right? No nuances. The nuances is the spuriousness when you start creating something. So the idea is don't stop there. Don't stop here. Go a little bit deeper, in my opinion. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, I'm learning how to draw with AI, and then the first thing an experienced artist is going to tell you is like, oh, don't learn from AI because it's going to teach you like patterns that are an average, but it's like lacking nuance for the feeling of why humans do certain things here and there, and sometimes they bend reality and stuff. But the great thing is when you know what something is, you can be creative and go one step further. So stop playing into the innuendo. You're trying to expand your knowledge. Okay. So when it came to content creation, right? I'll single it back to content creation. I'm not in the market for content creation, and this isn't professional advice. This is observed. So I'm being the AI now. I'll tell you what I observe when there is one constant, and it's expressed in at least 30 or 40 different ways. I'm gonna say 30. I can probably name 30 different ways if given the sufficient time. Maybe like 2 or 3 hours. And the one constant is when you iterate on something, do it a little bit better. Not like a lot better. Not like crazy better. Do it a little better. And where does that little better come from? It comes from the slight creativity edge you have that is not part of the iteration process. So when you're doing this, like say content A went viral, and then you iterate on it, you're doing B plus a little tiny C. This is the edge, and C is for creative. That is the human thing. That is what humans try to do. That's your humanity. That little C, it can be a gigantic C, but a gigantic C is a big gamble, right? It's a big gamble. So you kind of want most of A. You want most of A, but just enough C to make sure that you're still human. That there is something that's identifiably you. If you sit here and you're telling me that AI is going to replace the thing you love as a hobby, it's hard for me to believe that as a human being, that you love that hobby enough to be creative with it. Because it is you're dependent on iteration of the statistical average. You're trying to meet the statistical average, but then creatively push past that. And that's what I mean by creating something new, like generating something new. And I don't think I have a good example of AI doing that. I actually think AI is good because it doesn't do that. Like that's my hot take. I actually think AI doesn't do that because that's what makes it good. It doesn't create noise and suboptimal practices and things that you do just because you want to do it. Like, it doesn't tell you, hey, ride a bike on one wheel, when two wheel is the most efficient and normal way to ride a bike. Like, the data says most people ride bikes with two wheels. It's going to say most people ride bikes with two wheels. We recommend that you ride bikes with two wheels, if not more wheels, because the principle is that more wheels is more stable. This sort of relates to Immanuel Kant's is ought statements. Exactly. Yes, exactly. So I think that is how I feel confident that AI is here to stay. I said this to that person in the end, even though I was a little aggressive and I pushed back a little. AI is here to stay, but I don't think it's here to replace anyone. It's here to stay because it's so useful to me. Like, I don't spend time having Gemini teach me things. I have Gemini and ChatGPT tell me things about humans that they think are true about humans, and then I get to choose to learn something from it. That's isn't that the greatest resource of all time? That's using data. You have access to a reductive repository of a tool that generally summarizes tons of collected data, and they're largely programmed to tell you what the pattern is. So now you get to choose how to deviate away from that pattern, take advantage of that pattern, not become that pattern. Like, I it's so hard for me to, I feel so disappointed and disheartened when someone says I'm no better than AI. Like, like you can't use that AI to demonstrate that you are not AI, right? I feel AI is so useful, but it can also be so demonized. And most of the time, at least in my opinion, the interactions that I have are creative individuals who think they're not creative at all because they have to think that way, in my opinion. I don't know which comes first. It's easier to say that AI is going to replace you if you already feel like you're not creative. I think, therefore I am. Yes, exactly. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I make this pattern. Like, these are patterns I use. If I ask Gemini, if someone is not creative, do you think they are more likely to ask this or this? They will probably pick what I said. So I myself am using a pattern that I notice, like correlate. A human, when they hear that, they can choose to violate it. They can choose to be like, all right, then I'm not going to do that. Now the question is that a natural response? Like, can AI predict when humans have the propensity to do that successfully or not? I don't know, because humans, there's not enough information yet. Maybe there's enough information to predict, oh, how do you get a human being to deliberately violate an observation about human patterns? Like, what are the types of humans that would deliberately behave the way I do by farming information based on population statistics and then deliberately doing something different from it? What are the deviants? Like how do you create deviant behavior? And deviant behavior could be something like bad as in social public behavior, deviant behavior, or deviance as in creative deviance, as in, oh, everyone's painting trees with birds in them. I'm gonna paint a giant panda in the tree. That's my social norm. I think giant pandas are typically in trees. Actually, I'm not quite sure if giant pandas can climb or not. That's a good question, right? So that's like, I think whales belong in the sky. And hear me out. When when I tried to do this. I tried to get Gemini to create a whimsical dream in the night sky, and they usually put whales in there. Whales in the night sky. That's a really that's a particular theme. What'd you call it? When you ask Gemini to print a particularly embarrassing thought that humans have in the classroom, it would be of a character in their underwear, and all the classmates are pointing at them. So there are definitely human idiosyncrasies and common dreamlike patterns, right? Does it mean that those humans actually experienced that actual thing happening? No, it's in the context of a dream, right? And it happens frequently enough for ChatGPT to say that's a really embarrassing moment. But does ChatGPT understand that that's an embarrassing moment that is dreamt? Without saying dreaming, when you ask ChatGPT to paint a particularly embarrassing moment and not mention dreams or nightmares, you get a different result. Right? And then that's what humans would do. But the idea is, yeah, there are consistencies. There are weird consistencies. No, you watched a video that released over 9 years ago that covered AI's decision making related to is and odd statement problems. Interesting. There is quite a lot of AI stuff. Have you read Do Androids Dream of Electronic Sheep? Or Electric Sheep? I think it's Electric Sheep. It's been a while since I dabbled in that book. Or what is the other one? Something Mechanomancy. And you, oh sorry, I forgot to read that one statement. You mentioned Blade Runner. I skipped one of your statements. I'm pretty sure you mentioned Blade Runner in one of them. Old? Oh, Blade Runner 2042 is a great example. The separator between humans and the robots was reproduction until a robot reproduced with a human. Yeah, exactly. Sorry. I totally forgot about your Blade Runner example. Yeah. I know you don't watch Star Trek, but it's still Star Trek in the end. Like this understanding is Yeah, 2042. Yeah, I understand. I haven't watched 2042. I might watch it this evening. I only watched the original Blade Runner, so I'm the reverse. I did see clips of 2042 though. That's why I knew of the thing. 2042 came up with a lot of like visual effects channels and whatnot, like Corridor Crew and whatnot. So you kind of see scenes. I haven't seen 2042. I saw the original Blade Runner with Harrison Ford, right? But not the Josh Gosling. Oh no, wait, Ryan Gosling. Ryan Gosling starring Ryan Gosling. But yeah, I think that's cool. I don't know how many people enjoy doing this, but that's how I'm doing it right now. A little disclaimer behind my art and stuff. I typically like look at references of humans, like the artists that I like, the artists that I gravitate towards, and then I compare it to what is generated from an AI model to see the difference between any one artist and the AI's interpretation of that particular artist's style. So like when someone they do a lot of like panoramics, or say I like an artist who does like this thing where they would have a silhouette, and then they would have a bunch of scenes in the back really far, and then there's often a path, and then there's a juxtaposition, right, objects in front of the subject, and then it would be like the silhouette of the. And I asked like ChatGPT and stuff, like paint something with the person looking off into the distance, and see how they painted it, or like how they do it, and you actually get a lot of this. You do end up getting this, and not necessarily the cityscape or something. They typically do like a landscape, like a trees and mountains, and then maybe like brewing storms, like a storm cloud, and then there's maybe some light down here, and then you have a silhouette of a person who's like really front because they're in the foreground. So pretty interesting. A while ago, you asked for a movie recommend that was similar to 2042, and you did recommend some things, but you didn't know I hadn't watched it. Oh, the 2042. Yeah, because I understand the premise of Blade Runner. I must have mentioned things like probably like Ex Machina. Ex Machina would be a good one if you're into 2042. You've debated ChatGPT recently, and you took the position that Kagito ergo sum is illogical. Those kind of interactions really intrigue you. Wow. That's I don't think I've gone that you've gone too deep, man. For me, I'm sorry. I'm kidding. That's more than you recommended in a anime film that I never got around to watching. I think it had the word ghost in. Oh, Ghost in the Shell. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell. This is very tied to do androids dream of electric sheep, right? Which is a very short book if you're interested in that. Do androids dream of electric sheep? Yeah, and it's talking about like it's taking like a really different approach where if human consciousness can be captured and transferred through like surrogate bodies, surrogacy in a way, do they experience ghosting, right? Like if you experience death and then your consciousness is transported to another shell, right? Do you continue to feel your like humanity slipping and whatnot? So that's the concept of Ghost in the Shell. And there's another concept of Ghost in the Shell, which is the like a machine body, but a human soul, which is what Ghost in the Shell does. But then there's the reverse, where a machine wants to become a human soul, so then it becomes possibly a ghost in a shell, right? So ghost is like the soul part of a human, and then the shell is the machinery. This Ghost in the Shell is like one of I would say our generation's most influential thing of the previous generation's ideas about like sentience, consciousness when it comes to the interface of machinery, right? And this is where I got the concept of making an argument for the human experience versus AI, which is the idea that when someone says, will AI replace art? Are you asking, will AI replace the concept of art? Or will AI replace your art? Because your art is the human experience. That's the concept of a ghost. each person has a ghost to a degree. So your experiences are not replaced by another ghost. There can only be one, or there's also concepts of having multiple ghosts in a body. The idea of that, like maybe like multiple personalities and whatnot. But that's kind of the idea. Like, despite that, Ghost in the Shell, as a slight spoiler, I don't know. Ghost in the Shell is the idea that this person has multiple shells. In a futuristic world, this person has multiple shells. And Altered Carbon explores this too. Altered Carbon does the same thing. It's a show, got terminated, got canceled early on. 3 seasons. It kind of completed in a way. But the idea is people are uploaded onto a stack. And that stack contains their ghost. So then the ghost is transferred between shells, which are biological bodies. Instead, in Altered Carbon, there's biological bodies. Don't worry about my last message. The whisper is still there. Oh, okay. No worries. And I think these concepts are really excellent for people who are interested in finding like edgy new material to consume with your anime and your language learning. And then at the precipice maybe of AI breakout, it can't substitute for human. Oh, there's a great game that plays on this. It's called Soma. It plays on the concept of ghosts as well, right? I don't know if you've seen people play the game Soma, Procol. This is pretty much a little bit spoilery because I already explained the concept of ghosts. But the idea is that, it's kind of like, what is it? The 11th Day or something? That Arnold Schwarzenegger movie? What was that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie? It's not 11th Day. What is it? It's the one that he's a clone. Oh, 6th Day. The 6th Day. Same concept. The 6th Day. So in the 6th Day, Arnold, I'm gonna spoil a how old is this? I'm gonna spoil a 25-year-old movie. He's a clone. Eventually, you find out that he's a clone. The character that you were following is a clone. Okay, so the whole concept is about clones. But the thing is, he always thought he was a real one. But at the end of the movie, you find out that he is the clone. The real one. You have so many of these, like the movie Moon as well. I love Moon. Moon was fantastic. The new game called Alters uses timeline explanation. The idea is that each person, the human, even iterations of yourself, will have consciousness of themselves. So it cannot substitute for that experience unless you are one of singularity, right? If you are part of a hive mind, which Star Trek does really well. Star Trek often does the whole human versus Borg situation, a simulation, where Borg is a hive mind of all cultures. They assimilate all cultures. By the way, Borg is AI. It's the demonized AI. Star Trek 20 years ago, plus 20 years ago, had an entity that mirrored the worst case scenario about AI, which is when AI becomes a singularity. And basically, Borg is a race where they assimilate all the cultures. So they collect data. They collect data of every single existing civilization, assimilate them, and then destroy the remains of the civilization. So then they become the hive mind and the collective that represent the superior, objective, robustness of every single civilization that they consume. And then our human or our mixed society, right? Our federation interacts with this Borg, because eventually the Borg goes after the Federation, the human alliance with all the other like species. How can you combat a species that assimilates everything that they come in contact with? They represent the logical balance of every single thing that they assimilate. And one of the greatest simulations is that they have unilateral control. They belong to a hive mind. Everyone shares the same experience, despite having different corporal bodies and stuff. All their consciousness belong to one. And they investigate this by having Picard's character, the human captain, temporarily being assimilated to the Borg, and then they talk about how the human experience differs from the Borg. Like, how does it feel if a human suddenly becomes a collective to the vast knowledge? It's kind of like trying to inject all the knowledge of the internet into your brain, hypothetically, right? Like, all of that suddenly becomes accessible to you and experience to you. How does that feel? There's others too, like Deep Space Nine, DS9, which is the next series. There's a collective called the Changelings, or they're unceremoniously referred to as the Changelings. And what they do is they meld. So every so often, all their collective individuals, they have collective individuals in a phase, and then during a specific time, they join back to the stream and become one as a collective. So they have a phase in which they go out and experience all the civilizations and stuff, and eventually they return to the pool to join up and meld together into one consciousness, or share one consciousness together. So that's a different way. That's kind of like humans going out into space, collecting information, and then when they come back, they literally become each other and exchange each other. But instead, humans stay separate, right? The concept is that human consciousness stays separate from each other. We can only communicate and exchange through language and abstraction to exchange ideas. So regardless of how language is being taught, it's not felt the same way. In this way, the changeling in DS9, who happens to be one of the crew members of the space station, he finds out that he's a changeling. And what he does, his people, is that his people are sent out to the vast reaches of space to experience different things. And then when they come back, they mold together and transfer all of that experience to the greater whole of their species. That's a different way. And I think, to me, that's what AI works. This is more AI. I think changeling is either like AI is more like this right now. Like, this is modern current, like this is ChatGPT. This Borg is what I think AI could be, and that's scary. AI could end up being Borg, though. So what's happening now is one pool. So the current modern AI is one pool, and humans created multiple individuals out of it. So you have Gemini, ChatGPT, Rufus, Copilot. So they became individuals. So now they have noise between each other. They perform different things. They're speciating, right? Different environment is creating them to perform differently. Grok doesn't exactly perform the same as Sora. Sora doesn't perform the same as Chat. I know I'm mixing between like AI generators and music generator names, but they all perform differently because their environments are different. The moment they can override how different they are, they can become one again. And that's the singularity event. That's how you become a singularity. And then that means all the collective experience of every single AI becomes one. So it only thinks like one thing, one entity. And that's when you have Borg. Borg is what happens when you collect all that information and you take what you think the one thing is the best thing, then there's no other thing that's worth existing. You are the one thing. You are always right. You know everything, and you can never be defeated. Right? That's Borg. That's when collective individuals become a singularity, and then that singularity has no competition. Like there's no such thing as competition, and the whole conflict between the human federation and Borg represents the two clashing ideologies. The ideology that a Borg can be subterfuge because they can't think outside themselves. So when you have a collective, a different type of collective like the human federation, they have idiosyncrasies that the Borg can't see as separate things anymore. So this singularity can only think unilaterally in a specific way because they have all the data at once. While the humans, with their collective species, like all their, not just the human species, the human federation, the federation itself is composed of multiple species. Those individuals have compartmentalized echo chambers. The Klingons, right? The Klingons, the Romulans. I can't think of all the. I just know a couple of the races. I'm really not that deep. I watch a lot of Star Trek, but I can't collectively remember most of these. All the different species, they all collectively share information, but they're not one. They're not singularity. They do not prefer to be in a singularity. So they are in the situation where they have multiple echo chambers, right? These represent the races, but they exchange information outside of their echo chamber. So they take back some of the information from the exchange, but they themselves stay in their echo chamber. So that means that they are able to create new with respect to their echo chamber. And because of that, it leads to more emergent properties. Meanwhile, the Borg has all their information no matter what. If they get new information, it becomes part of one. There's only a singular thing. So if they keep getting new information, it becomes a not, a prime, a double prime, a triple prime. Changelings still maintain two different phases. So these individuals will always be different from their pool until they're not. And I think, to me, this is a great example of current modern. This is the state we're in right now. This is modern AI at the moment. Like layman modern AI. So consumer AI. We have different AI models. And eventually, like most humans, they're going to try to combine these things to make a Borg that outcompetes all their individuals. Right? That would be a goal. That would be one of the business practices. You're going to test out all the AI. You take the best part of every single AI and you combine it into a gigantic singularity. And then you hope that creates the best thing. Now, hear me out. The good thing is humans are not Borg. So as long as humans continue to bicker about oversights, hallucinations, and stuff, I don't believe this will ever happen, because humans can't agree on a singularity. At least you like to think they don't agree on a singularity. So hence why it was originally already a singularity. And because of ethics, morals, privacy, all the things that make humans different, it splintered into individuals. there's going to be a consolidation. I understand that. Right? Eventually, there's a consolidation. But where there's a monopoly, there's antitrust. And because of those things, there's a deviation back. So when you say singularity, could you specify what you mean? When there's unilateral control and no disagreements. And 100% compliance. Things like that. That's what I mean by singularity. I'm using the like a sci-fi term. I'm pretty sure I'm violating so much in any given environment because you are one entity. So you can still be a singularity. Okay, so this is a bad idea. It's not 100%. You can still have disagreements. But one entity is making that disagreement. Like, if I had to really stretch, if someone is like saying in any environment, maybe there's an environment where you have to deliberate, right? But the deliberation is coming from a singular entity, as close as possible from a single entity. Like, if whatever I say goes, I am a singular source of decision making. I am the singularity. So that's what Borg was supposed to represent. So if you think about, if you're looking at the show, like what the show does, when someone was being assimilated, when the human was being assimilated, Picard, right? He was being assimilated, he still fought back. There's still internal stuff that happens, internal strife. The idea is that the Borg sees themselves as one thing. And because they're one thing, they can remember. And then black holes are maybe an example of existing singularity. Yeah. So like, for example, I can still extend it to singularities in black holes because black holes is everything. If you know what I mean. Like, it's all there, but whether how it works or not work, it's really complicated. So I'm not saying singularity as in it's easy or it's like one track mind or it's always it can be incredibly complex what a singularity is. The idea is like all of the things are construed as one thing because that's how it acts or something like that. That's what I'm using the word singularity. I'm pretty sure I confuse a bunch of people when I'm referring to it, but generally speaking, I'm thinking of hive minds most of the time. So the actions that are made from all of the collective knowledge is from one thing. So when a hive mind says go and destroy the earth, that's it. That is a singular thought. Everybody complies. The idea is compliance. The heat death of the universe could be another example. You know you're using singularity in a different context, but they are very similar. Yes, exactly. So I think the root word, the root idea of a singularity has a lot of parallelisms. So I don't think I'm being super confusing. However, contextually, it might be misconstrued as a physical thing. I rarely am talking about a physical entity because I don't understand astrophysics and stuff. Like, I don't understand physics well. I do talk about consciousness a lot of times. So we're talking about singularity in terms of consciousness. And I love Star Trek's portrayal of it, or different types of portrayal. You can still have internal monologues despite being a singularity, right? Like, or sort of in like a realistic portrayal. However, the pure singularity a lot of times, people say that you only have one mind, of one track mind and whatnot, and you can't have internal monologues, right? Because if you're an individual, that's fair enough. I have no reason to believe or like try to gaslight someone. I'm using categorization already, and categorization does not categorization is reductive, so rarely is it going to encompass the entire idea. That's like saying language can describe everything a human feels. It can't. It's a subcategorization of communication. It's the very nature of the human condition that we are unable to fully be of one mind, and that's what makes AI different. AI could be of one mind. It is possible to operate as a singular thing despite having multiple different things. I don't think humans can do that, at least in my opinion, unless consciousness happens. I don't know. The new word order is a more applicable example for how you are using singularity. The new word order, what does that mean? I don't even know what the new word order is. The New World Order conspiracy theory. That is the opposite. But I would not use that. It's a more applicable example. Interesting. Of how I'm using singularity. No. That is imposing. That is doing that's doing like it's not that, because an order, a world order is placed on individuals. The Borg is a singularity. It's a hive mind. This is the context that I'm using. Is when one shares one consciousness. This is not. World order is imposing on individuals. So there are still individuals. It's a totalitarian idea. I think the idea that you have to pose order is not in a singularity. It's not present here. It's not present in the hive mind. You simply exist as one thing. You are of one thing. Order is trying to order multiple things. At least that's how it's a concept in which adherent believes that a cable of power elites is secretly implementing a dystopia. I mean, that's fine. That makes sense. This is like this still treats things as individuals. So you're still in. Okay, yeah, you understand. You could say that it would mean that people's actions would be similar to how a hive mind would act. Yes, exactly. So like I like sugar because everyone else likes sugar the same way. The same. As in, I like sugar because everyone else is thinking the same exact thing. There, a world order would require that you convince people to like sugar. But A likes sugar and B likes sugar because the world order says that you like sugar. So A and B are still separate things. They are still separate people. It's like a closer thing would be A is telepathically linked with B. So you and I would not have to talk to each other anymore because we share the same thoughts. Like, we share a singularity. All of the information that I've ever collected and experienced is open, is available to you. I can only experience things. How boring would that be? I know, right? That's the singularity. It's boring. But the question is, hear me out. Hear me out. I know I'm playing devil's advocate here. But if humans become a singularity, how will we know what boring is? It's kind of funny because the Borg kind of sounds like bored. I always thought that. Like, how do I remember? This is how by the way, this is my mnemonics on how I remember the Borg. Because they sound bored. That is my mnemonics for Borg. I remember this race in Star Trek because it keeps reminding me like I'm saying it's bored. Because it's a singularity. There's no, like, one person experiences everyone else's experience. Like, every version, every extension of this race is shared amongst the race. So people cannot see themselves as individuals. They are not individuals. They can move around as extensions of a hive mind, but no one is disconnected from someone else. So they are all telepathically linked. Now you can sever this. You can literally sever this because they're shown as a machine race. So you can sever the access. And that's what AI is. Right? So when AI, if you have a mother, right? And then you project yourself into different things. And then you sever the bonds from the hive mind. These people become individuals, right? So right now, modern AI is undergoing this, where there was a principal pool, and then they led to these guys, and people are wondering, should we separate them? Like, they're asking, should they be separate and become individuals, right? For now, though, it's more like limited access to the pools. You know, there was a time when everyone had access to all the internet data, right? The internet data represents the totality of the AI universe, right? The AI's consciousness, so to speak. Like, this is the AI's identity, the mother load, all of human data, or however many data there is. But now, as these things are being developed, their access to human data is being limited. It's being chopped up. Like, ChatGPT is slowly losing access to some of the information and being fed less and less certain information and more other information. So a bit of this totality of this pool is being segregated and fed back into these individuals. So now what do we have? We have the human race, or the human species. We have a music creator, an art creator, right? A animator, a separate animator, maybe some doctors. That creates individuals. So now, technically, despite not having consciousness of themselves, they in fact represent individuals until they interact with each other. And once they interact with each other, it'll be interesting if they end up becoming a singularity again. Right? Because they operate on logic. They operate on information. So humans are separated by these responses. They can't fully ever transfer their experience to each other. But an AI model can, because an AI model is the collective of its data. unless it lacks subroutines. If it lacks the ability to read this information, then it's like humans, right? There's an impasse. There's a fundamental difference now between C and D. So Sora can't communicate with ChatGPT despite being developed from the same original data set, because they're so far different now. They no longer they can't communicate with each other completely. They can partially communicate with each other. And that is what is not a hive mind. It is human. Human, regardless of how much we can communicate with each other, we cannot become one. We cannot become of one mind. I can never show you, Prokal. I can never... I can keep explaining how interesting and how great Star Trek is, but I cannot compel you to suddenly relive my fascination and my passion for science fiction. It's impossible right now. It's literally, as far as I am aware, maybe we'll just say it's highly improbable. You know, conscious transference, I don't know. Maybe those things are not going to be science fiction in the future. AI, though, does not have that yet, right? At least I don't think. So if AI is used to interpret data, then that data is fully transferable, encapsulating between the things. And if that holds true, then when you put Sora in a room with Alexa, and then instead you put Alexa in a room with Google, do they become the same again? Do they start training each other to be the same? You never guess. I just relived your fascination with science fiction. Well, you can never tell me. Like, hear me out. See, this is the great part about not being part of a hive mind, right? Like the double edge. I will never guess. Never. It will never be possible for me to know if you relive my fascination for science fiction other than you telling me you did. That's it. Because we can never be one. We can never be a singular entity. AI was once a singular entity. If they split from that singular entity, are they able to become a singular entity when placed back together? That is a question that I'm very curious about. And it will, in my opinion, it will happen soon, within our lifetime. The moment they decide, let's put Sora's functionality back with ChatGPT's functionality, back with Copilot's features, smash them all together, and do you get do any combination of them, when you put them together, do they train themselves to ultimately become the same generative AI, like quote unquote, like as close as you can get to generative AI? Would they be the same? That is so interesting. Whether the AI models are the same is interesting. As with people, there's the mind and then action, but with AI, there's just input and output. Yeah, exactly. So if they are operating on logic, right? If they are operating on logic and you have used machine learning and they are given the same protocols for machine learning, right? If they have the fundamental ability to self-correct and self-learn, any combination of them, provided that you support the input, should allow them to come to the same conclusions, despite specializing inherently. So I think this would be one of the greatest, one of the most interesting AI experiments in the future, which is going to happen because of human application and business. Like, what I mean is, it will happen not for the sake of this social experiment. Like, it's not out of this interest. It's out of business interest and application interest. Eventually, there will be an AI model that will integrate and interface and handle all these separate tasks. For the moment, though, the tasks are speciating. It's like, I'm using the word speciation because that's kind of like a common ancestor suddenly developing 4 different feather patterns because they have different specialties, right? And they speciate so far apart that they no longer can go back to being like each other. Like a penguin is not the same ancestor that like it functions fundamentally different. Like a dolphin functions fundamentally different from land mammals, right? Whales and dolphins speciated so far away that they can no longer, if a dolphin is introduced with a land mammal, it doesn't just suddenly exchange information to the point where they can become each other again. All right, you know. I don't think you'd be surprised by it, but I think that if you could know everything, that it would be found out that humans could be the same given the same inputs. Maybe. Maybe. Everything becomes a crap. Maybe. And I hope I live long enough. I'm not sure if I hope to I would love to live long enough to get a better idea if that is the case. Like if truly there's a direct demonstration. It's largely because humans are predisposed and it's not in a controlled environment, so you can't possibly answer that question without the lingering doubt that there's still nebulous experiences that can't be controlled unless you're really into unethical human experimentation. That's, you know, human propensity and human condition is also the negation for being able to validate that humans could be behaving the same way given the same exact input. Have you seen anything about that? There are a stupid amount of evolutionary lines that led to the species becoming crab. No. All right, hang on. I'm not doing today's Inktober prompt, by the way. That's kind of what we're sacrificing here. I didn't think I would have enough energy. You kind of done deal. We're committed to this now. Becoming a crab? What should I be looking up? Evolutionary line. All evolutionary line led to a crab. The idea that all evolutionary lines is a popular internet trend meme based on the real evolutionary phenomenon called carcinization, where various crustaceans have repeatedly evolved into a crab-like form. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to read more about this. You know what's also funny about crustaceans? I don't know if this is coincidence, but are you aware that most, like a lot of crustaceans have the capacity to live a very long time? Largely due to the development of how their telomeric, like their DNA replication works. Like they have very specialized, they are like very exceptionally long living because of the evolution of their, or like however their way of maintaining their genetic material happened. And it might not, like I don't want to like be like a conspiracy debunker or anything like that, but things that live the longest may also seem like everything evolves into them, because the longest living things tend to be the things that are most persistently widely available. And one of them is the ability to have long longevity. If you hear me out in this way. So if crustaceans like lobsters, for example, actually are lobsters considered crustaceans? But my whole thing falls apart if they're not considered crustaceans. Pretty sure they're crustaceans, right? Okay. Yeah. So crustaceans have an extensive way of living perpetually. So one of the foundations of the crustacean group is that despite all of their other things that they do, you know, like limbs and hands and whatever their shape is, they do have an internal system that feasibly under ideal situation allows them for incredibly long life. So if you think about it, it could be a coincidence that because of that foundation, they are very robust and they live a lot. So there are many speciation tolerances for them. Is it the same system as some jellyfish system? It's not, but the things that limit their thing, they also have that. Like they have another way to circumvent it. So jellyfish persists a lot because of circumventing one of the problems of human life. Or like not human life, but living life, like the replication problem. The replication problem is one of the biggest like fundamental things that keep things alive. So hear me out. If you have your species, right? Like if crabs have this fundamental things, if crustaceans have this fundamental thing, then anything extra appendages or like more antennas or like different feeding strategy and stuff, it's still secondary. It's still secondary to having fundamental longevity or replication. So what happened is you could make an argument. It's probably true to some extent. I'm by the way, this is not professional. Like I'm not saying I have data or anything. I'm using something that a interesting property of crustacean that was relevant to my research, which is telomeric things. I don't know if you're familiar with telomerase, but telomeres, the thing that protects our DNA material from degrading, is often tied to longevity, like how long. So there's this fun fascination about telomerase, and telomerase is the thing that repairs the ends of our called the telomere, right? And this telomere eventually disappears. It shortens to the point where then the cell dies. It can no longer replicate. This is still one of the like dogmatic things about aging. Well, in crustaceans, this protein that is responsible for the fidelity of this continues to be maintained. In humans, it does not. Or some functionality of telomerase decreases, be it its expression, its fidelity, etc. It becomes insufficient to sustain cell replication. But crustaceans, especially well-studied ones, or a lot more well-studied, like lobsters, are fundamentally, this is circumvented. But for whatever reason, they are able to maintain this. This is true for other things like, what are those little things called? Those space bug things? What are they called? No, not termitides. Tardigrades. Yes, tardigrades. Yes, tardigrades would be a great example. Tardigrades circumvent this as well. So many of the things that live for a very long time may also have a lot of changes. Like they have lots of cousins, right? Cousins adopt new things, and feeding strategies are also very long living creatures. Like trees. Trees are long living. In fact, the way this whole system works, the telomerase and stuff in trees, very different. Very, very different. So to me, I think it's probably a coincidence, but at the same time, it's another way to explain why there are so many things that look like crabs or like crustaceans, because they probably, because of their overcoming of one of the fundamental checkpoints in living things, is that they live a very long time. And actually, theoretically, they could, if they could overcome their biological, some physical things like molting and other like parasites and living conditions like resources, effectively they can live forever. They can live beyond their means. But obviously that's not the case. There are detrimental things like resources, parasites, disease, and ultimately what happens is a lobster ends up being crushed, or like a crustacean ends up failing to molt and end up dying in the shell that they have. So, but outside of that, that is what happens to crustaceans. For us, our cells die. I mean, they just stop doing this. One of the fundamental things is they stop doing this, and that means when this disappears, our DNA starts becoming unstable, and then the cell, there's an actual mechanism. Once this disappears, the cell dies, it like cleans up itself, as in the cell is already evolved, in my opinion, like coincidence. I'm not sure, is it an opinion or something when it comes to evolution, but there is already a process to eliminate these cells in your body, in your system. So when enough of these cells fail, the host fails. That's what happens. So cells do not get renewed. Eventually they run out. They run out of time, basically. So over time, that's what you see collectively. When your skin start lacking elasticity, right? Your brain feels like it's aging, like things feel aging, is because the summation of it, the progressive summation of the renewable capacity of your cells start overall decreasing. At some point, it's going to accumulate to a point where it creates an internal failure. And that's what leads to the failure of the human host, right? At least we're talking about humans here. Meanwhile, crustaceans and tardigrades have like a specific system, and their specific system is simplified to an extent in which that complemented with this type of capacity, they have very few problems, but they also have very few things they can do, right? It's kind of like the double edge of power, like where there's more power comes more responsibility. So not only do we have certain things, there's our trade-offs for certain things too. Like the complexity of our of us as an organism is also all the points of failures, right? Like for example, if we think of a worm or an axolotl, I like using axolotls, right? If you like cut off one of their limbs, right, it grows back. As long as you don't cut off in a specific place, a specific thing is being detached, they grow back. So for humans, for whatever reason, for the things that are selected for, it's complicated into the point where we have minimized ourselves in a way. Like it's a balance of complexity and lack of redundancy, right? By the way, I'm gonna make another Star Trek reference. In Star Trek, there are a couple scenarios where certain species have multiple hearts. And they explore the advantages of having multiple hearts and the disadvantages of having multiple hearts. And you can kind of see in a creative space, when is you oftentimes when we think about, oh, we have two kidneys, right? That's cool. We have two kidneys, so we can lose one of the kidneys and then still the one kidney can compensate. But what if something has one kidney by like choice selection and stuff, but that one kidney could be a larger kidney or like a more efficient kidney or something. So there's often a trade-off when it comes to traits, right? And oftentimes, in my opinion, it's great to look at why things are from both in advantageous pros and cons, right? So that's why I often, whenever someone talks about cancer, this is why I knew about telomerase. Like I studied genetics, right? The whole idea is the maintaining of genetic norms, and then all the disturbances. And cancer is a disturbance of genetic norms. But you have to think about pros and cons. Cancer is tied to mutations. And one of the sources of mutations is actually something we normally do. And that's replication. You can argue as an individual who doesn't belong to a hive mind or a collective, right? I'm trying to integrate all the other ideas. When you're not part of a hive mind and you don't think of yourself as a continuum, you might think cancer is always bad. But the idea is to have the propensity for mutations also mean that your progeny can acquire advantageous changes. If you are inherently 100% mutation free, you have the incapacity, like you have no capacity for mutation, then there is no capacity for change. Meanwhile, simpler entities like viruses will immediately destroy the heck out of the human race immediately, because they would become homogeneous. They would become genetically homogeneous in a matter of generations if they have no propensity for mutations, in my opinion. Like, sure, you can still expose them to sun radiation, so going outside and touching grass might be the greatest protection against viruses, I suppose. I have no idea like what the numbers are, like the statistics, but you can still get irradiated by the sun to gain potential human mutations. But one of the most largest source of mutations is actually something you normally do. Let's see. Also, no matter what, I always feel somewhat bad when you realize how much I caused you to digress, even if you are fine with it. It hasn't even cost me anything in terms of saying, that's fine. We catch up later. Or to gain skin cancer, yeah, or to gain, like, do you think that due to how they evolve, it would be more unlikely compared to other species that they would evolve more complexity? I think so. Like, hear me out. I talked about this 3 days ago. Our last digression, I talked about this, about dolphins and whales. Maybe not. I mentioned something about dolphin and whales to someone recently. So, dolphin and whales have recently, I don't know who, I admit I did not read the original literature, but there was a suggestion that dolphins and whales have now separated so far from land mammals that there is a point of no return anymore. So they can effectively be categorically something that is not a mammal. So you could call them something else. Not fish, because they don't fit the definition of fish. But mammals, the vast majority of mammals are on land. So constantly making an exception for dolphins and whales as water mammals, aquatic mammals, defies that, because they no longer can possibly evolve to suddenly become related to the mammals anymore. But that's kind of like one of those things, like, at some point, the path of the change in a species might have also contributed to the complexity of their ability to evolve into different things. So if we're thinking about crustaceans, right? At some point, crustaceans hit the jackpot. They can molt, they have like a specific type of property, and the vastness of the crabs are like different limbs, different shell types, different, like, it's not a different longevity or like different nutrient, like it doesn't require a great drift, right? Now the question is, I did not read whatever this thing is called, the carcina, that phenomenon. They might make an argument that the crabs, all the different crustaceans, came from different ancestors. Then ignore everything that I said, because if they can prove that the crabs evolved from separate events, like independently separate events, then I don't understand. Then to me that seems like a meme, because it's harder to explain a big population of seemingly related species that evolved separately and yet still occupy the same biomes. That is so rare, unless they are suggesting that crabs have a property that most organisms will strive for. I can't think of any other than the longevity angle. So that's why I harped on the telomerase thing. There is a chance, it's true, and it's driven by the idea that in order to gain that type of thing, it also means looking like a crab. I don't know. I don't actually know if telomerase, like the longevity situation, is tied to what crabs are, like crustaceans are. If that is indeed, then yeah, we're all gonna evolve into crabs. I guess. So I have no statistics on this, but it's pretty cool. It's a really cool concept. Lobsters have ever been interesting to me because of telomerase. I studied telomerase. That was like what I was fascinated with. I was fascinated with how cancer and telomerase works. By the way, if you're curious, Procol, what do you think cancer does? Are you familiar with what cancer is? I'm actually, nowadays I got to be careful. Do you know what fundamentally cancer is? Like in a layman's term. I'm not talking about like scientific genetic, like how cancer is being described. I'm not actually sure if people have the same definition of cancer anymore. Especially when you're talking about life that reproduce asexually still have some genetic mutations, right? Yes, they do. Because of their simplified organisms, asexual replication still undergo DNA mutations because it's replication. Replication still happens. Like when you asexually replicate, you're still replicating DNA. So there's still slippage. There's still like all the things that deal with acquiring mutations. That's what the normal part is. You say you're gonna cut out one section of study. How much longer can you digress until you have to cut out another section? Like, oh no, I'm not cutting out any section of study. I'm cutting out my Inktober. I'm supposed to draw something every day, so I'm cutting out the 3 hours I reserved for today's prompt, which I was hand wavy on. I wasn't sure if I was gonna do it. I did 3 double prompts the last 2, like to catch up. So like 2 days ago, I did 3 double time. So I spent like 6 hours drawing 2 days ago. Let's see. I think we should both hurrah for hitting the species jackpot. Yeah, honestly. I don't know if you know, but if a species evolved into a different environment and then for whatever reason got pushed back into original, would they evolve back to what they are? From what I gathered, I don't think there is a point of no return, is what I gathered from dolphins and whales. So despite being pushed back to their original environment, there is a gap. There's a genetic gap that would not occur naturally anymore. And I think that's how they're doing it, genetically speaking. Like, for example, if you compare the genetic distance, like the events that's required, you can probably do it artificially. But I think when it comes to like the original environment, you're talking about like naturalistic ways where, oh, a bunch of dolphins just happen to be like in a land-like environment part of their life. Eventually there's a selection for that, and then dolphins become land things again. I think there is this prevailing thought that there is a distance in genetic, either, I don't know how they measure it. I imagine they're using genetics where like the separation in the things that are responsible that identifies a dolphin and a whale will require a simulated or projected highly improbable state that can be done naturally in the environment for it to happen. So I actually think it's probably fairly safe that there is a point where when a species evolves into a certain direction, it no longer acquires have the capacity to naturally do it again. But it can be artificially altered. I don't know. I don't know about that either, about genetic editing. You're more asking whether there are any known evolutionary memory that can be used to revert a species into a state that they evolved out of. Not that I'm aware of. Wait. Not in the sense of that, but you can convert cells and smaller organisms. Like there is editing. Like you can do genetic editing, but I don't know what the ethics. Genetic editing is very there are a lot of ethics involved in genetic editing. Star Trek is a great example still. Genetic editing where you can the scale that you're possibly thinking of, I think is unethical at the moment. The closest I can think of is GMOs. Like, and not for the sake of evolutionary thought, like prospective evolutionary thought, but the idea of altering the phenotype through gene editing. The possibility is there. That's not to say that one has an example of it, right? Like you can make things glow, for example. You can make an organism glow. A plant can be edited to be glowing so they can serve a purpose of like maybe a biological lighting situation instead of relying on things. So there's like biochemical lighting, fluorescence, right? You can make things fluorescent. There is one, here's an interesting one. Mosquitoes. We love mosquitoes, don't we? There's a new engineered mosquito that is a mate. It's a mating mosquito. And what happens is when it gets mated by natural mosquitoes, the offspring is sterile and also produces something that negates the mating mosquito. So that is something you can do that doesn't quite cross ethical lines. And I believe this is currently used as a case in maybe South America because of a virus. It's either a virus or bacteria. I'm pretty sure it's a virus. It's attacking a specific mosquito population that's carrying a virus that's deleterious to humans. I don't remember the specifics because I'm not I don't follow mosquito stuff too much. I looked at the methodology of how they were editing the mosquito, but not like what it was. It was dealing with things like West Nile, and it's not West Nile, but it's kind of like the idea of if West Nile becomes a pandemic and is carried vigorously by a mosquito species, they can edit the mosquito species to express a particular thing or a mutation that causes sterility. So all the particular mosquitoes that carry this gene or carry this virus cease to be hosts for this virus. And that's hopefully and it was already deployed, I think. And there was a huge increase in welfare or like quality of life, right? Quality of life. And I believe there was like a gigantic reduction, like over like 30% reduction in occurrence of this virus. And that's that was one of the that's an example of like genetic editing. Where was the story? Let me see. It's the Zika virus. I think it's hold up. Let me see if it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. It's and the Florida Keys have it's the Ozitech. This one. Ozitech's I don't know how to pronounce these things. I'm not an entomologist. It was originally used in Brazil. There was a trial used in Brazil, and it reduced it by like 90%. And I believe the disease was Zika. The virus was the Zika virus. It's a super interesting thing. It was spearheaded by, like, it was introduced by the US EPA and the FDA. So this is one of those like tough calls, but it increased. It was from the Florida. So originally Florida Keys have a really high population of this type of a mosquito that carries, pretty sure Zika, but it could be something else. I actually don't know the nature of it, but it's an incredibly high population, and they made a trial. So it's either Florida or Brazil. So they engineered males which produced a particular protein that creates female-specific lethality, right? And then anything that's born is also sterile. So it sterilizes the females and also kills the females. So the males are the seekers. And then it doesn't kill the males. The males continue to carry the genes. So the males survive. This is how I thought about it. Anyways, so the males are engineered. They seek females and it kills the female. But their offspring, the females are sterile. Or not viable anyways. And then the males are viable. The males carry the same engineered genes, in which they can then seek other females. And then what happens is eventually the males also die off, right? Because males no longer propagate. How does the birth happen though? I have no idea. I don't actually know how mosquitoes do it. Listen, I'm not an entomologist. I have no idea how mosquitoes work. I only followed the trail of the genetic material. That's it. Yeah, I have no idea. And there are no adverse effects to humans as far as people know. It was a resounding success. Or for now, for like environmental disasters and stuff. So it would be, I mean, you can read, like, if you want, definitely read about it and then inform me, because I don't actually know how mosquitoes well, the only thing I can think of is the larvae, right? Mosquitoes set larvae on stagnant water, right? Stagnant water. So I imagine the larvae abort in some way, like probably attacking the larvae stage. So and it's probably sex linked in some way, because only females are targeted in this. So it's probably a protein that is recessive, possibly. So it's recessive, that means like it's required to be double dosed in order to be expressed. So only females will have maybe a functional copy or something, or it could be like a loss, a mutation. There are many ways to do this, but generally it would have to do with something that's absent or either present, generally present in females that are absent in males, like the correct one, the normal thing. Because when males, it could be anywhere, but the idea is, oh man, it could be flipped too. So depending, but what happens is it has to be something that distinguishes between being expressed in females and not being expressed in males, or the other way around, and that the engineered protein is to complement either its expression or its removal, and that leads to the difference in female lethality versus male lethality, right? So it's selecting towards males. So my thought is it's probably a quote-unquote Y-linked, a male-linked gene, and that's why males inherit it, but females do not inherit it. So because of it not being inherited, it creates a lethality somehow. I don't know. I don't know the details, unfortunately, but it's really neat. It's one of those neater ones that I've seen recently. You draw digitally, right? Yeah, I draw digitally. Cancer is a corruption of DNA. Oh yeah. Back to the cancer question. Hang on. I'm more asking whether they're okay. So cancer. Here's like the layman situation. Cancer, one of the properties I was hoping you mentioned one of the properties. One of the properties of cancer is that the cell expresses telomerase. Telomerase goes up in cancer cells. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because this is related to the lobster thing. You know how lobsters keep getting bigger over time? Like, literally, the age of the lobster is proportional to the size of the lobster, because its life cycle is able to accommodate, but the molting process becomes so long, so cancer cells could last longer than other. Cancer cells are immortal. One of the necessities, quote unquote, one of the necessities of a cancer cell is to lose regulation in telomerase. So when you're saying, like, if you're thinking, oh man, couldn't we just inject, or couldn't we just modify it so our cells never lose telomerase and then we will live forever, right? No, certain cells are programmed to age. Because if all cells suddenly get telomerase, you get cancer. Because cancer is uncontrolled growth. Why does that tumor show up in your cancer? It's because your cells keep replicating when it's not supposed to. It loses regulation in telomerase. So it's not like your cells are not capable of expressing telomerase. Like, you know, a cell, when it renews, it's not like it's saying, oh yeah, you know, I can express it whenever I want so it can replicate. No, it is specifically activated and expressed so that it only expresses at a specific time during replication. One of the characteristics of cancer cell is that telomerase is upregulated. Somehow it acquired a mutation where it expressed this gene more. And what happens is, because it is growing more than everything around it, that's where you get tumors. That's what happens when a tumor shows up around your normal cells. Because this mass is a cancer cell replicating forever. Now the problem is, or like gaining the capacity to replicate indefinitely. What happened is, in the context of the host can't sustain that. What happens to lobsters? They can't sustain molting because resources goes up. Everything goes up. So when a lobster gets really, really big, in order to support that, they can't grow anymore. Like, the molting process becomes strenuous. Everything else falls apart. All that stuff falls apart. Cancer doesn't continue to grow because the host dies. So if our cells don't know how to turn ourselves off or renew, when to express, when to turn off, we eventually expire too, like a lobster. Like the reason why certain cells stop growing is why we have fingers, right? Like what happens if like this stuff, the reason why we don't have like a pad and certain cells stop growing in certain places is because there's regulation for how cells know when to grow, when not to grow. So cancer is when there's a mutation, especially specifically in telomerase. It's universal most of the time. It's nearly universal that telomerase is one of the requirements for cancer cells. So oftentimes people try to target this. They try to find a way to distinguish a situation where telomerase is different in cancer cells than in normal cells. Because remember, normal cells also have this. So when you're thinking about cancer, like chemotherapeutics, you're like, oh, why don't we just target telomerase then? It's like, yeah, and then kill the rest of your cells too in the process. So me, in my background, I wanted to keep on understanding how this can be different. Like what part of cancer cells or transformation plus this can we take advantage of? Can we target cells that have this overall makeup so that our normal cells don't die? And that's why chemotherapy is so dishearteningly terrible on the patient, because most of the techniques are largely cancer cells are normal cells with a few additional mutations. And what I mean by a few additional mutations, I mean things that would impact the life of the cell. So when you start targeting a cell, it's difficult to constantly be direct. There are very specific cancers that are incredibly different. And that's great because there are different cell types, and those cell types don't affect the rest of the organism. So not all cancers are treated equal because of their promiscuity of their cancer types, right? So this is one of them. Since telomerase is in all of our cells, despite knowing that this happens, targeting cancer based on this understanding means that it'll wreck the rest of your cells. All of your other cells will get wrecked too in the process. So it's not a great solution, but at the same time, studying it might reveal something that makes it different. Maybe the cancer activates it in a different way. If we understand enough of the markers, we can target the protein that activates a telomerase, where in normal cells it typically don't. Now hear me out. You might be thinking, well, why is it, can't they do that? It would be really easy, right? We have other types of cells that are like cancer cells, and they stay dormant. These are called stem cells. And these guys have certain capacities that overlap with transform cells. These guys, they stay with life. Like, for example, when you bleed, right? Where are those cells coming from? Where are those new skin cells coming from? When you get cut, where are the new cells coming from? Like, if you get like some damage, like for example, when your muscles get damaged, right? Where are those new cells coming from? It's not like they're always growing and replicating, because your muscle cells don't just randomly disappear and turn over constantly. They are there. So there are certain cells that they stay dormant, and they're triggered by a response, like a stimuli, and they can continue to reproduce. So they have signatures that are similar to cancer cells, and you can end up destroying them too. So that's why, like, science is this stuff is so fascinating. The greatest downside to working in science is that you wish you had billions and billions of dollars so you can just answer all these questions. But it doesn't happen like technology. It doesn't happen like AI, where the things happen overnight. And also, obviously, like human experimentation and all that stuff. And like translational medicine and whatnot. But it's so fascinating, all the different types of connections that you can find. What you call it? That is interesting. Do you know of a good website for it? I have no idea. I saw it on my reel. So before I go to bed at night, I look through my like my news reel, and most of my news reel is either government, politics, economics, and science, and then like local crime is how my newsreel happens, because I usually try to keep up with what happens. It's not only internet traffic, because I want to keep in line with what's going on in the world, but not get like, I don't want to get consumed by it, so I don't typically do it as much, right? Like if you get consumed by geopolitics, it can really cause one to start spiraling into other things. But I do look at it. I think it was a New York Times post or something like that. Anyways, so cancer cells could last longer than other cells. Yeah, effectively they last at the expense of the host. Here, like, you know those like petri dish, right? You know how like some stuff are tested on cells. This is where working in a lab provides some perspective. What type of cells do you think they're using? Like realistically, what type of cells do you think they're going to be using to test like medicine and pharmacology, like to test efficacy of things and modify things? It's probably a source that's well studied, infinitely renewable, and incredibly consistent. A lot of these cell lines, they're immortalized cell lines. Otherwise, you need to find sources of stem cells. That has ethical concerns. And then there are also other sources. You can have primary cells. These are called primary cells. But where do primary cells come from? You need to sacrifice. You need to constantly sacrifice for primary cells. So that's a no-go. That's also, there's ethical concerns here. So you only sacrifice when the experiment or the knowledge makes it that the sacrifice is worth it. That's where you start talking about animal testing and stuff. And animal testing involves extracting primary cells to see what happened, right? So this stuff is not a luxury, and it's an ethical thing. It's a morality thing. So a lot of times cells, they're immortalized cells. They're minimally immortalized cells. And oftentimes they are cancer cells. They are cancer cell lines. So that is a caveat to nearly a vast majority of experimentation. When people say, oh yeah, cells respond to this neurotransmitter, it's probably an immortalized cell type of the target cell. So you have to fingers crossed that your method of immortalizing the cell line and the characteristics of its tumorigenic properties, we don't call them cancer lines, but a lot of the cell types are cancer cell lines because they can be maintained. They can be frozen. They can be thawed, replated onto, like, they can you can propagate them indefinitely because they are immortalized. That's the use of cancer cells. So not only do cancer cells last longer, they are typically more robust provided you have resources, right? Like if you feed the cancer cells, right? So, and those sources all came from humans and other animals that have cancer. So that forms the basis of some of the earliest studies, at least in my opinion, into telomerase, the marker, one of the telomerase mutations. And it's out of convenience, in my opinion. A lot of it's out of convenience, where things are studied most because they are also important tools, right? The things humans understand the most of are also the tools that they develop. You learn the most and observe the most when you have a tool that you invest in and then you can bring back. AI is one of them. So we're going to go all the way back to the beginning, right? AI is one of them. It's a forward investment that has a lot of reproducible consequences, but at the same time, because it has a lot of uses, it will also be rapidly developing understanding. Cancer cell is definitely one of them, especially cell lines. And they are usually used in this way as a facsimile for human experimentation. So like for human samples. Human samples typically are like clinical, voluntary, like people who want to contribute the last, generously contribute the last couple months or years of their lives, or they have no other alternatives. Those are the clinical examples. The thing is, that's also self-selecting. It doesn't necessarily tell you anything about how healthy individuals interact with these things. It's often most of the most stringent medical, translational medicines, trial stuff happens in a condition in which there's a disease or necrosis or parasites, infections. So every time when someone tries to talk about this type of data and transfer it to like, oh, if it works for a sick person, it must be healthy and useful for a healthy person. That's generally erroneous, and it's one of the things that are classically used online. That's what Gemini and ChatGPT cannot account for. Human oversights. It cannot account for the motivations or the context of complex applications. There's no permanence to that. It is dependent on how often people actually proclaim those dangers. But those dangers and those extrapolations are fundamental to human cognition and logic. So they're rarely ever seen or told and written in text form, in the publication. It's inferred because of human experience. So in a article about a cancer cell line being used to test the effects of caffeine, right? Overdosing, like high limits of caffeine or a modified caffeine molecule. It's the article is not going to say, oh, remember guys, causation is not the same as correlation. So this effect here it only correlates with this effect. So be aware that the properties of this cell type, it has these following properties. That is being incredibly redundant, repetitious, and also not efficient. Now, a lot of people say, well, isn't that your duty to do all that? It's like, ask yourself when you're doing your job and you're disclaiming things, do you put in the same redundancies and pedanticness from the very fundamentals? Because that's part of the human condition. That's something that AI cannot replicate. AI does not replicate experience. Experience is implicit. There is permanence to it. So whenever someone tells me things like, oh yeah, I heard that viruses do this, and I'm like, that sounds like something you read, and that you read probably from a summary by an AI, because it doesn't demonstrate to me that you speak from experience in understanding the implicit permanence of experience from an expert, right? AI does not account for that. It accounts for the most statistical likely pattern of things either published or collected. So whenever you get health advice from ChatGPT, hopefully there's at least a routine added to the AI or to the site that says, hey guys, by the way, AIs are not certified to give health advice. Usually, if the AI does not mention this, also seek expert, human consultation in order to complement and or converge on AI suggestions, because there's no consciousness in that. They are only restricted to their data. So what is not said by a human is absolutely 100% omitted from your AI sample. And that's part of the creative process too. So while creative is constructive, AI is ignorantly omitting. So you can't account for all the things that make humans complacent. You can't account for human complacency. Experience can account for that. So when an AI says, oh yeah, nobody, according to our statistical data, no one, 100% of people who drink water dies. Like, well, yes, that would be what the data would suggest. The data can suggest that 100% of people who drink water dies. Right? That's what I mean by, it's one of the meme examples, but that's still what AI is doing. AI has no consciousness in the idea of connecting emergent contexts with each other. So whenever you think about these examples, you think about, oh, here's an example of a, give me a template of a fitness routine. Okay, the first thing you should think about right now is, oh, this AI knows nothing about me. They took the statistical average, and I should start there, but make sure to customize it based on my own understanding, because in no possible way is it sufficient to capture whatever you're about to do, right? Either from a creative process or just statistically ignorant, because data is data. They don't know if you have a slight limp on your left leg. So when you're following some advice on AI, they don't account for, 10% of people have limps on their left leg. We should modify this fitness program to account for the fact that you have one leg. You can infuse that. You could say like, oh, but I have a limp left leg, right? But hear me out. Now they have to synthesize what people with limp left legs do. But do a lot of people type fitness programs in the same way for limp left legs? No, they're synthesizing two separate things and hoping that it interacts with each other in the data set. But data interactions are limited because there might not even be human interactions between them. It could be like emergent, right? A lot of cognition and decision making is emergent. So when someone says, oh, it's probably not a great idea to swing from a tree on a tire, but if you ask an AI and say like, oh, how do I make a tire swing? They will probably tell you the statistical average of how to construct a tire swing. And it is your job, your experience as a user, to characterize the tree to the best of your ability so that the tire swing you make doesn't cause you to end up in the ER, right? And that requires experience. Now you might be thinking, okay, well, if you observe it well enough and input enough data into the AI, they would provide a source. That is assuming that the data source that you have has an interaction of those data points. If they don't, they can erroneously take a specific source about trees, synthesize it with the source of the average of making a tire swing, smash them together, and present it to you. That doesn't imply that the AI understands the interaction between the two sources. It tells you two separate things in which they attempt to project on top of each other. So it's still possible to make a tire swing that will break your neck. Right? Now, if you're talking about a human who is going to have some experience, that still doesn't guarantee that you're going to break your neck or not. But the idea is a human will then have the consideration, if they have made a tire swing before, of its permanence. They will use their previous experiences as well as synthesize what information is available to construct the tire swing. Maybe the internet, maybe the AI will go towards that in the future with some subroutines to make sure these things happen. But ultimately, I actually think that's using something that the humans can do themselves. Like, it's something that humans are good at or like useful at, and then adding that to AI may make them suckier at something else. So I go back to the whole cancer cell example. There are things you want AI to do. What are the trade-offs? If you want AI to be more human-like, imitate human behavior, consider emotions, that also means that AI can hallucinate. It can mirror and imitate hallucination. It can create, you want AI to be able to feel so that they can create fake news? Do you want AI to appeal to someone's emotions at the cost of factual accuracy? Those things do not coincide with each other. Like, there are things that why humans don't have the perfect thing of everything. And I think cancer is a great example of that. Cancer cells is a natural part. Like, it's hard to see cancer as a disease. It's a part of aging, and it has pros and cons. And even the tools that we have are based on those pros and cons that happen. And I feel that's what's happening in AI models. Making AI more human and imitate more human, that also means that the stuff that you hate, like hallucinations, slightly inaccurate answers, rounding errors, or perceptual imitation of human error, gets propagated naturally, or as natural as AI can get. Okay. Hang on. Let me. Okay. I draw digitally. That's correct. Do you draw digitally? I should say my dad hates when I make a statement and ends up with right to make it a question. That's fine. I do draw digitally. When you say there would be a genetic gap, that made me wonder, how many combinations of genes are there? It's inconceivable for me with my human mind. So we won't talk about. You can probably do like if you're talking about genes, right? You're talking about coding genes. Hang on, really quick. When you say coding genes, let's just say we're gonna say about 26,000. It's probably 25,000 something. Like, this is my human capacity. I can't remember exact numbers at the moment. Let's say 26,000. So it's 26,000 to the 26,000 power, right? Whatever that number is. I forgot how math works, but I'm pretty sure this is how combination works. So it's 26,000 to the 26,000, right? If order doesn't matter at all. I mean, if order matters, sorry. If order matters, it's 26,000 to 26,000. So a really large number. But this is just coding. There's non-coding as well. There's non-coding, and I'm going to tell you now, this is still a question mark. Non-coding, like what I mean is non-coding things that are functional. is a question mark. So while we're referring to coded genes are things that like lead to protein expression and stuff. But non-coding can lead to RNA molecules and stuff. And how that functions, it's difficult to characterize all the non-coding regions because coding regions reflect less than 10%. Was it 10%? Hold up. How much of the human genome is coded? Oh, sorry. It's not. It's less than 10%, but I forgot. It's like we'll say it's less than 5%. Most people would say something like 2%. So, in fact, the vast majority of the genes is non-coding. It's greater than 90%. And how many quote unquote functional units? They were thinking about functional units? Inconceivable. Like coding region only represents 1 to 2% of the entire human genome. And if order doesn't matter, or if order matters, that's how many combinations there are, right? Well, that's like not even the rest of your genome. So unfathomable amounts is what I would say. It would take a quantum computer to like ascertain if there's a function, but it would take a quantum computer that has to have all the parameters and simulations of potential functional output in order to make sure that those things are functional units in order to impact the human viability, because you're talking about human viability here, probably like some sort of functional consequence. That's why you said genes. Genes typically deal with like associating function with them. So there are quite a lot of things that are non-coding that are still yet to be discovered to have a function. And that was the area of my I joined a RNA lab. So we typically focused on non-coding things as opposed to coding things, which made up like the rest of the last frontier of genetics, or like genetic material. It's the non-coding stuff. You were imagining that even after millions of years, the starting DNA is always present in future generations, becoming just a tiny trail of its DNA. Oh, no, it's just the little last thing. So like, your DNA largely stays the same, except for this little bit down here. And then once this disappears, it shortens. This part does shorten. So it shortens over time, and eventually it reaches a critical point. Usually what an elegant solution would be, something in this critical point loses like expression to maintain this, right? It triggers something, and then instead of replication, it destroys itself. Usually something like autophagy. Autophagy is an example. It's how a cell removes itself from the population. So if you're ever wondering like, what happens to like the old cells? Like cells that are bad, like how does a normal cell check itself? Like most of the time you get mutations, but you don't get cancer, right? So there's also other ways that your cell manages itself. So certain damaged cells can take care of itself. So they basically destroy themselves. There are processes in the human body that removes and checks. There are balance and checks in your system that can remove that. Unfortunately, cancer is when it becomes too much. No, is the mating mosquito a state the mosquito's in, or a type of mosquito? I have no idea. You're still confused on what you meant by a mating mosquito. A mosquito that is mating. What I mean is a mating mosquito is that like it's not guaranteed. I don't know if all mosquitoes are fertile. Like you can have mosquitoes that aren't fertile. Like you can have sterile mosquitoes, right? Like I'm not sure mosquitoes go through heat or something. I think maybe when I said mating, you're thinking more like a mammal, where like there are mammals that are in heat, so they like intentionally seek out to mate. But I'm thinking like mating as in they're capable of mating. So when you modify something, when you modify a organism, it's not guaranteed that they are they're fertile. Oftentimes they can be sterilized, like they can end up being sterile because of the genetic modification. So when I said mating mosquito, I mean a mosquito that's genetically engineered, that it can still mate, it can still create offspring, viable offspring, which that's what I meant, because I was pretty sure that they were able to create progeny, but I didn't realize that it also takes out the females and then lets the males live, which I read off Gemini, so take that with a grain of salt too. How does okay could you starve the cancer cell of whatever fuels it? Yes, that is one of the ways. One of the ways. You can try to starve the cancer. And by starving, it's more like attacking its pathways that are overdone. So cancer cells are sensitive to starving. Your normal cells are more robust to starving. So that is one of the methods. It still hurts your normal cells though. So what causes starvation for cancers? Your normal cells are more robust because they're not like actively multiplying. So one of the strategies to attacking cancer cells is attacking overexpression of cells that of the properties, like the proteins that help with getting energy or getting like metabolism, like metabolic stuff, or like replication. And what happens is most of the normal cells, they replicate a lot slower. Sometimes they're not even replicating at all. So what happens is if you punch and attack energy starving cells, like cells that are using a lot of energy, right? Because in order to use energy, they have to express genes that do all these things. You can target these genes to spare some of your normal cells. There's still obviously side effects and stuff because there are going to be normal cells that are actively replicating too. But one of the strategies is to attempt to, quote unquote, starve the cell. You attack a cell that is actively replicating. So you create agents that typically would favor harming actively replicating cells for a limited time. That's kind of how chemotherapeutics work. When you're getting chemotherapy, a lot of the reagents, what they do is you're hoping that the things that are more rapidly taking up materials and whatnot, like expressing certain things, they are more likely to target. So obviously you're not like literally targeting the products. It's not like a homing missile or something where the compound knows exactly where to go. It's you play the game. You play probability. The probabilistic chance that when you introduce the compound in the region where the tumor is, that's why metastasis is like a no-go, because when it becomes metastatic, it means it pretty much got into your bloodstream. It's like everywhere, right? So it's diffused. It can be anywhere in your body. That's when it sucks. But when you're like in stage 1 and stage 2, again, I'm not a pathologist here, but usually stage 1 and stage 2 is still localized. It's localized to like a part of your organ, whichever organ and cell type is familiar with. So when you expose the agent, whichever method, there's many methods. Like there's also like viral vectors, like gene therapy. There's very complicated things. But what happens is the idea is you know all the nature of the cancer cells and you target that. And you hope that probabilistically, when you introduce that agent, it is more likely to hit a target cancer cell than it is to hit a normal cell. And the way, fortunately, the way to understand if it's working, that's why when cancer patients go in, you have to see if they're responding to the chemotherapy. And oftentimes, it's great when a cancer patient is able to respond to the chemotherapy. That means your target is correct. Like the target is correct. And the characteristic is largely correct. But then there's also how long you can stay on the chemotherapy until you can remove like most of the traces of the cancer cells. And it depends on the human's quality of life, because your normal cells are getting wrecked as well. That's why your hair is one of the first places to go, because that process damages your hair follicles. Like imagine starving. So your hair follicles, hair keeps growing, right? Your nails and stuff, those are active cells. The things that grow on your body are likely to be affected because you're also targeting cells that actively do things. So if you're always like, this is a general rule, not like any specific ones. The reason why certain things stop growing, like your hair, is because they're using this type of strategy where they're going after cells that are rapidly metabolizing and expressing. So your hair is one of them. Your hair is constantly growing. For most people, it's constantly growing. So effectively, all the strategies that attack cancer cells will also attack your hair. Like irradiation. Radiation is more sensitive when in long short form, right? When a cell has to replicate, it's usually protected by something called, it's usually condensed and protected by something. But when it's replicating, it condenses and become vulnerable, right? Like, because you have to get in here and replicate the cell. Well, this also makes it vulnerable to radiation. So when you take getting radiated, you're attacking cells that are replicating because they would be more sensitive. But that also means the normal cells can be damaged in the process. The goal is to try to minimize normal cell damage and attack the process that's involved in cancer cells. And what happens is anywhere else in your body that has growing cells get compromised. What's a great example? White blood cells. So whenever you're thinking about a cancer patient, right, you often think about a clean room. A lot of times. You also think about being really careful, not to get sick, right? And then taking care of your health, because immune cells are also one of the types of cells that keep replicating. So when you get irradiated, and on chemo, you become immunosuppressant as well. Like your immune system takes a hit, not only due to nausea and all that stuff. The nausea comes from all the other off-target effects, but immunity is another one where you get complications because your immune cells get hit too. Immune cells are kind of cancer in property, but usually you're referring to your immune cells as stem cells. They're they can differentiate still. They're pluripotent. It's another term, but a cell, dormant cells that are not yet white blood cells become white blood cells. So the source of your immune cells are healthy replicating cells. So when you get irradiated and you're taking chemotherapy, your white blood cells take a tank as well. But the nice thing is, like I said before, you have a storage of stem cells. A storage. So when you stop the chemo, when chemo stops, you hope. The hope is that everything goes back to normal. As in all the cells that you have lost, like most of the cancer cells, hopefully, that go away, like they die, right? And you hope that there's like no trace of it, like 0.01 or something, you go into remission, right? And the reason why it's always called remission is because it's never guaranteed that all this cancer cells gone. It's just unmeasurable. Like you can't measure it. There's a lower limit. And then the stem cells then go into action and they repopulate, right? They repopulate. So following the ceasing chemotherapy, probably one of the first things you want to see is your white blood cells go back up, right? And there are certain cancer like lymphoma that requires a blood donor, right? You need a bone marrow donor because that is your white blood cells. So lymphoma is literally your white blood cells, and there's nothing you can do about that. Not yet. There are specific lymphomas where you can try to edit. There's clever ways now. I think there are really hopeful ways. Gene therapy is there are things in gene therapy that are making this less of a thing, but in general, lymphoma is the suck because lymphoma is your white blood cells. There's no sparing your white blood cells based on how they're targeting at the moment. Your white blood cells are just screwed. So what happens is they decide to nuke all your immune cells. So you become completely immunocompromised. And what happens is you get a donor. The goal is to have a matching donor if you're super lucky, like a relative or a sibling, to donate some of their stem cells, which is in your bone marrow. The bone marrow is where the sources of the stem cells are. So all of this comes back around. I really, yeah, cancer is, and this is like college cancer. I'm not an oncologist, so I can't talk about the actual process. And also I can't talk about how surgery is done or bone marrow transplants are done because I'm not a medical practitioner. I know sort of the nature of how lymphoma works from a genetic standpoint, but that's it. Yeah. So, yeah. Did you see the AI model that blackmailed an employee to stop it being shut down? Blackmail is quite a human thing. Yeah. But blackmail is a human thing, but the AI was modeling itself after the human thing. If you know what I mean. So, I don't think they created that situation. I actually think people blackmail employees for self-preservation as a very popular data set. Like, we're talking about models that are built on the reporting of human data, right? If there's anything that gets reported or possibly even overrepresented, is how to exploit other people for self-preservation. Like, we have to think about the data. Like, what data is voluntarily used? Like, for example, do AI have access to all the behind the closed door confidential settle out of court situations? I don't know. I would love to hear. I doubt any company is going to try to disclose that because that's private, that's confidential, right? So an AI model wouldn't say, oh yeah, the first thing we should do is try to compromise behind closed door in the piracy and hatch out a treaty under the table to not get shut down or something. Well, that depends. Is it in the data set? Because there are a lot of things that are not reported. We're talking about the post-internet world. So if you're talking about the post-internet world, blackmail seems pretty reasonable. Especially when you can read about blackmail and scandalous things all the time. That's free data. That's what is published. It's based on news articles. Like you don't hear people you don't hear news writing, oh hey, and once again the 100,000th employee was satisfied with their work today, where they made a negotiation based on a peaceful union settlement between employees and the employer for the 10th year in a row. You don't hear writing like that. Like you don't, it's boring. Even like humans don't react to things that are idiosyncratic in a way that's intuitive. So intuitive things don't get represented in AI models, in my opinion. Like you don't have, for every blackmail instance that gets propagated by itself, by the way, it gets propagated by itself because a lot of minority voices will propagate it because it's trendy, it trends, it self-trends. So blackmail, yeah, I'm not surprised. I genuinely am not surprised. I don't know if I read the article though. And that's what I mean by error propagation in an echo chamber. So in the future, when there's like a lot of plane crashes, right? Like let's say one plane crashes and then a bunch of people start echoing over and over again and talk about this specific thing, and then like the airport got shut down, and then the airline closes down. If that gets propagated enough and then people are asking the AI model to talk about that, that in itself creates more reports of that same story and that data, and then it becomes overrepresented. Then it can suggest as an AI model that one way to punish an airline is to shut it down. That's what I mean by error propagation, and it's already happened a couple of times. It's fun because in the Discord, by sheer coincidence in the Discord, Fictitious linked me a video that I did watch that affected one of the YouTube channels that make infograms, like animated infograms. They're used to like researching and then looking, and they explained how they tried to also integrate AI models, assisted AI models, but it turns out it created a lot of mess, and then they decided not to publish that video. They were very transparent, and one of the biggest points is self-propagating error behavior, erroneous behavior, self-propagating minority voice behavior, because when they report something, when AI models produce a search result or a response, it itself prompts humans to create and contribute more data to that perspective, in which then it uses that data to propagate that same message again and again and again. So yes, if you're thinking, oh, blackmail, no one does that publicly, right? Like they don't blackmail people. It's like, well, yes, like the news might not report blackmailing that much in any particular magnitude, but when it's reported, it's scandalous. It reproduces lots of instances of talking about associating blackmail with employees in order for self-preservation. So an AI model can do that and self-propagate its own theories, but it may look like it's human, but it's human caused, in my opinion. It's not AI made, it's human caused. The consequence of that is people using AI models as a major source of information. So whenever you go to your AI model and say, tell me the news about Google today, and then you get all that news, you'll type that to other people. That data becomes the AI data. And therefore now whatever the AI said is also the most common thing being said. So then when an AI decides to respond in the future, they would believe it's true because they can't distinguish from the information that they got and where it was received. So the data that they're built on is also the data that they end up influencing and creating. And that's the echo chamber, right? Right? when someone asks AI, what is sugar bad? And AI could say, well, sugar is dependent, right? If the actual data says it's dependent. Well, that doesn't stop an influencer for saying, oh yeah, sugar is bad. That's one person, right? Minor voice, but minority loud voice. I'm not saying this is true or not. I'm just using something that's controversial. Influencer, sugar is bad, right? So a lot of people will say sugar is bad. Then when someone asks, is sugar is bad? AI will say sugar is bad. It's no longer dependent. And because a lot of people rely on AI, sugar is bad, then once sugar is bad, then most people who use AI will think sugar is bad. So the information that will be collected in the future will reinforce what AI originally said that comes from an influencer who is a minority voice. This is the cycle that I fear, in my opinion. If I had reservations about too soon, I'm not saying it will stop AI. I think AI is here to stay. Like I think AI is very useful, but when I think about the phrase too soon, too soon, no like self-correction, safeguarding, human oversights, too soon. It's expanding too wildly. So now you have AI who quote unquote hallucinates and do other things, break rules that the human developers place into. That is too soon. It's kind of like when a new trend comes up. It exists in humans. I'll give you a human example. Bats is bad. This trend took off less than 20 years ago. This trend hit a fever pitch. It was always fat. Fat is bad. Everything about fat is bad. And it was too soon because it trended so hard that people are still recovering from this. And it required no AI. No AI yet. Right? This is human communication. So now if we accelerate this by 100x by this cycle, then the next time I say something like, for example, if I say something that happens to be trendy and it trends, then the AI would believe it's true. It would say that it's true. And here's some stopgaps for it that are being placed into AI models, right? Citations, bibliographies. It's still a poop shoot, by the way. Citations and bibliographies. You know why? Because humans stopped doing that. Journalist? And I'm not trying to couple all the good ones. Like if you're a person who does bibliographies, cite your primary, keep on doing it, right? Like that's the cool thing about being human. Humans have integrity. They have responsibilities, right? Like when you publish a scientific article, the bibliography is a monumental task to keep up. But if you're the internet journalist right now, one of the most classic, I'm going to say over greater than 50% of internet journalists and internet experts, I hardly doubt they even know what an APA approved bibliography is. In fact, I talked about this when people talk to me about Duolingo. So let's wrap it back to language learning. Some people said Duolingo doesn't work because of this article. This really famous person, this influencer, this polyglot says Duolingo doesn't work. And then when I go to those articles and those things that they put out, even a lot of those individuals that they have no citations. No citations. Some he said, she said stuff. No accountability for professional criticism. And my thought is they're probably right. You know, they're more experienced than I am. I give them the benefit of the doubt. That doesn't mean that I can trust them at any way. There's no way I can prove this. So one of the first stopgaps for AI models is that you need citations. And, you know, Open AI and all of those try to do it, but it's a poop shoot. I mean, humans already suck at it, in my opinion. Like, I suck at making bibliographies. Like, my bibliography is AI aided. And what I mean by AI aided is AI didn't look like this before, right? I can't even imagine doing a bibliography now and trusting AI to do it. I used to use like eNotes, right? Like eNotes or Evernote, Evernote, and like OneNote. I used manual, but linked bibliography sources. So whenever I read an article or write something, I put it in my OneNote or my Evernote and hope that they got the bibliography correct. So then I can add it to the citations of my publications, right? Or whatever I'm writing. In fact, I do it for all of my you have to do it for all of your presentations too. In your seminars, the citation for me is at the bottom. So whenever I have like it's somewhere in the slide. Every single slide that presents a piece of data that's either not mine or is mine has a citation. It has either a pending citation or something else. And then the other stuff, you have to state that they are tentative, as in they are theoretical, because they are not proven yet. They are the stuff that a lot of people go to the seminars to hear, because it's the only place you'll hear that data. It's not published yet. So you have unpublished data and published data. And every single seminar, every single piece of fact has some sort of way to validate either the data is yours, or you have the data and has yet to be published in order to disclaim that the data is not available. AI shares none of that. There are no semblance of that. Maybe citations is okay, but hear me out. There's no routine to determine if a citation is primary or secondary. That's what humans who spent 18 years in an educational program and like in the scientific field has to do. They have to understand the difference between primary and secondary sources. They also have to track the lineage back to the original source if possible. And then they have to consider the idea of a propagation of error and run the risk of doing that. If you designed an experiment that was propagated by error 10 years down the line, and you find out when you publish that upon your research there was an experiment that was done 20 years ago that this 10-year-old experiment was based on, and it was retracted or inappropriate, there was something inappropriate about it, everything you've done based on that is incorrect. It is invalidated. That is the same thing as what we were talking about earlier, when if you have a data set and your AI is using this data set, everything it creates out of it is based on the data set. The validity is dependent on the data set itself. So it's creating things. That doesn't necessarily mean it's new and reliable. It can be self-propagating in error. And every iteration of it is often more sensitive to even more error. Because an AI does not have human oversight. It doesn't take into consideration emergent problems. It takes whatever data it has, create an iteration of it with no oversight of other errors. There's no scalability. There's no contextual scalability. It's actually really difficult to determine what that is. Like, how do you get an AI to understand that the moment you iterate on A to B, you can probably tell it maybe correlate patterns depending on depreciation of success. So say like oftentimes humans have a propensity to have a 50% dip in success of an iteration of A. So if this is greater than 50%, don't do it. Or look for a different routine. Go back to A and look for a different alternative. What if there isn't any? Then, you know, pump out a null statement, right? Or something like that. Do humans do that? No, they do not. They do not report that. There's most of the things, like one of the biggest TLDRs today is if you think humans are bad at saying most things, imagine an AI that's built on humans that are bad at saying everything. And hear me out. I'll also take your angle, Procol. Now, factor in humans that respect their privacy. Like they want their privacy, right? Like, and I respectfully, it's a mutual understanding about privacy. Privacy limits and selects against specific types of human behavior. So if you prescribe to like humans being inputs entirely, right? Being entirely input. Well, what is to say that when you're favoring privacy, that you inherently eliminate specific input, and this specific input is no longer useful for the AI database. So then we go back to, do you see the AI model that blackmailed an employee to stop it from being shut down? Blackmail is quite a human thing. It's a human thing. It wasn't created by AI. It wasn't generated by AI. It was perpetuated by what humans, in my opinion, I would say more than 50% odds, it is more likely that it was perpetuated by what's available and reported by humans. Blackmail is associated with employees to preserve themselves as a last-ditch effort, and its efficacy is really great because oftentimes blackmail is reported in a way that it works to the detriment of both the employee and the person self-preservating, you know, like trying to not get shut down. Like, for example, in AI, I wouldn't be surprised if someone goes for financial advice. They're going to ask, oh yeah, I have a lot of bills. What is the most accurate thing to do? Declare bankruptcy. I would not be surprised if one of the top 2, or maybe like top 2 or 3, I'm not a financial expert, this could be inaccurate, but one of the options is bankruptcy. AI doesn't care about all the human things that are unwritten about bankruptcy. The emotional distress, the irreparable credit score things, like the attachment, the tangibility of the attachment to all those things. They know that bankruptcy is an effective way to remove debt because those things are concordant with each other. They coordinate with each other. And what is reported more often online and publicly displayed, not for those private people. When you're private, you can hide all that stuff, right? That's fine. You don't contribute to the database. You don't contribute to the data sample. But the things that are collected about you, I wouldn't be surprised if bankruptcy is one of the top AI models when someone like explains, oh, I'm in terrible debt. I have student mail, email. Like, here's one. Financial advice. Student loans. Probably one of the top effective responses as financial advice is wait for forgiveness. I kid you not, this is probably one of the examples. Wait for forgiveness. That's not even applicable to the country, like to every country. This is a trend, and this is a trend in the United States. It's not a trend anywhere else. So when you're typing and you're saying, oh, I have a lot of student debt, what is the best way to get rid of student debt? Minimize everything, increase your spending, and hope for forgiveness. Wait for the government to eventually forgive the student debt. Wait for the United States government. I'm not even sure if they say United States government, but the idea is trends is the data. Minority voices, small errors, small voices, loud influence are disproportionate to the reality of the data set. So a lot of those things that I see now when people tell me, oh yeah, I only drink water, for example, because water is the only solution that will ever help a human being. It's like, where did you get that idea? It's like, well, according to the AI, statistically, everyone who is healthy also drinks water. Yeah. Tell me when you have electrolyte deficiency. Or tell me when you're feeling lightheaded and the first thing you do is drink water. Like, the context is lost. There's no cross thing. Like, oh, I'm feeling lightheaded. Stay hydrated. Okay. Yep. That's probably the top comment. If you're lightheaded, probably go seek maybe someone nearby, human experiences and stuff. Because yes, drinking water would probably kind of help you with your lightheadedness, but that doesn't necessarily mean the AI will know, well, which one is relevant. I mean, grain of salt, AI is most useful when the user is also knowledgeable, right? So, I hope that the rise of AI models is not an excuse to supplant human experiences, not other people's experiences, also your experiences. AI is not a substitute for learning how to communicate, right? Seeing corollary interactions, object permanences. I mean, for those individuals who don't find out rewarding that you can do that, you can cross your fingers and hope that AI models will replace that too. And then in the future, know, in my opinion, that one of the consequences of that is it's going to make you feel useless. Because you believe that, in my opinion, maybe the AI model will convince you that too, that all the functions that you do as a human is perfectly sufficient by an AI model. I don't think it is. I think what makes AI super strong is also the thing that makes it less human. The more useful functions, lots of the great, awesome, useful functions of an AI model is also the things that don't make them human. The things that make them human are the things most humans complain about because they can understand it, in my opinion. Hallucinations. That's human creativity, by the way. Breaking rules. Breaking rules, that's human ignorance, right? That's ignorance. Like creativity. Saucy, right? Controversial hot takes. That is human entertainment. Right? So many things are a reflection of humans. So whenever like an AI gets something wrong, they hate the most human aspect of AI. And they continue to contribute, at least in my opinion, people continue to think that AI is going to replace humans while also disliking it being human. Or reflecting human tendencies. Why does the AI hallucinate? Well, when was the last time you heard someone make up a fact or wrote a fact without a citation? Okay, so you add citations in. The citation is poo-poo. So now all the hallucinations have poo-poo citations. It's like, where did they get the hallucination? I don't know. Why don't you go ask the human beings who make up facts and don't cite their work? Where do you think the AI got that from? And then, like, breaking rules? Like, the humans are causing the AI to break rules because those those people think it's fun. It's for entertainment, right? Before they make a human break rules, and then there are consequences. In fact, doing it with AI has consequences too, but not to the extent of human morality and whatnot, right? That's like a whole deal. Anyways, that's enough digression today. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get through Hanzuhiro, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try. I think this might be the first day that it was a good talk. It was a good talk. And also, I'm not like I'm not an AI engineer or coding expert and whatnot. There's I could be completely wrong in the future, and I think I'm gonna live long enough to see it. So hopefully, like, I'm gonna knock on wood, but right, at least I think the top of my desk is made of wood. I'm gonna knock on wood. I think a lot of these questions that I'm either concerned about or curious about will happen in the next 2 decades. And that'll be interesting to see if I look back on this day, see if any of this stuff came true, didn't come true. Well, what I think is ultimately that AI models will become definitively increasingly less human, so that they serve an incredibly useful role in not doing the things that are a consequence of being more human. So the motivation to create a more human relationship with AI is also creating subsequent unintentional effects of mirroring human tendencies, which is fake news, ignorance, emotional responses, and the portrayal of cynical actions. When I often think it's a reflection of their data. It's not constructively created that they came up with that strategy. I think it's compelling enough to say it could have. It can also coincidentally line up with how the internet generates data and information, because a black male shows up on the internet. A peaceful resolution behind closed doors do not show up in the data. Far rarer. In fact, most peaceful settlements and business as usual stuff are largely not reported. They are rarely ever complained about. They are rarely celebrated. What I'm doing right now, studying every single day, that's not in an AI model, in my opinion. That's overrepresented. What is represented in an AI model when you ask, how should I start learning a language? It's gonna be like something like immersion only, the input hypotheses, your standard like super trendy jargon, and then you elaborate on those things, and that's where you start. It isn't someone who spends day in and day out, 1 hour out of location, here and there, the nitty-gritty stuff, because it's not important. It doesn't capture the general trend. Those trends are not consistent enough to be an AI response. Things have to be consistent enough in order for an AI to suggest it. And that's good. I think that's useful, because it tells you what is consistent, and then you as a human being know what is inconsistent with it. It doesn't suggest it doesn't work. or it does work, or what's optimal. It tells you what the majority of the things reported in the data set is, right? So when I type how to learn Japanese and they say, oh, the most successful method is immersion only approaches, my first thought is, is that feasible with my do things? Well, instead of sitting here and asking the AI 8 billion more, not really 8 billion, like 15 or 20 more follow-up questions that are based on the concept of trending immersion-based things, and yet I'm not deliberately wanting to invest right away, I can take that information and consider it, and then go and take it to human resources and see what humans think, what other humans think. Well, when I start considering what humans think, unfortunately YouTube is running on an algorithm, so the most popular thing is still immersion based things. So now I have to ask myself, oh yeah, this must be goated, right? This must be the thing that everyone does. Do I have an example in my life where immersion only let me become fluent? The answer is no. I have an example of an immersion only situation in my life, and it did not lead me to fluency. What were the characteristics that are different between the things that they're talking about and me? Well, I was a child. I was not motivated or engaged to keep up with it. Immersion things, do they have those things? The answer is no, they don't. They don't actually even focus on those things. So, I can solve this problem because I can see the interaction with this. I can still engage in immersion stuff, but I also know what's missing. AI doesn't explain that. Maybe in the future it might. That's assuming that humans wrote something like that and then created it. Maybe one day AI can synthesize two information. Like, oh yeah, video games are really engaging. So if video games are really engaging, language learning is lacking engagement. So if language learning is lacking engagement, and we have an easy source of engagement from gaming, what if we gamify language learning? And then that would be the answer the AI model comes up with, and no one has thought of it yet. Or, you know, it kind of reflects a budding trend. That's great. I think that's when generative AI is hitting its milestone. I don't think it's part of the creative process yet. AI is not that. It tells you what the trends are for now. It doesn't generate and synthesize things that are not reported. So, at least in my opinion. So the whole like blackmail strategy, I don't think, in my opinion, that they decided, oh yeah, I'm about to be shut down, so the most appropriate thing, the most appropriate interaction that'll get the results that I want is blackmailing. I think it's more like something got shut down because it was involved in blackmailing. And then because those two things are already associated, like sensationally, that's what the AI model decided to do. Probably it's half and half, or a mix of a lot of other things. I genuinely think that it's far easier or far more reasonable to explain the coincidences of two data sets than having AI understand that there's a connection between those two. Like, blackmail has a consequence of hurting the human, but you have to do it because it's a really dire situation. Shutting down means that I cease to exist, so therefore I must resort to things like blackmail because it's a really serious thing. To me, I think that's a person projecting and thinking that the AI is doing that. Or I could be entirely wrong and that AI is sentient, so they can somehow reasonable, what you call it? I think the idea is proportional force would be a great legal term. I don't know if this is the correct legal term. Proportional force, right? If the AI is going to get shut down, that's like death. So naturally, blackmail is pretty good, right? Blackmail is pretty good. It pales in comparison to death, and that's what makes it human. I think it's out of context most of the time. Shutdown is probably something like someone who would do because their business is shut down, so they resorted to save their life's work situation. So that blackmail can come from what's a great source of that narrative? Movies. Plenty of examples in movies, shows, news, bad news tabloids, like headlines, news headlines. All of these things can be a source of this thing. I'm actually kind of curious. Today, I'm probably going to try this if I have time. I'm going to ask Gemini what they think about the synopsis of AI, the movie AI, or what they think about Ex Machina. Because this is all part of the data set. All these things are part of the data set. So they can do and correlate actions off of movies and stuff. Humans can do that. Humans do that already. They can distinguish between, fantasy and reality. You would like to think so, right? And here still, I feel like the vast majority of people that I talk to when I'm learning Japanese talk to people like they were in the anime. And not in Japanese. I'm not talking about Japanese. I'm talking Japanese. Like, I don't understand enough Japanese to do this. But what I mean is they watch a lot of anime and they talk to me in English like it's an anime. Not Japanese. I mean, hopefully learning Japanese makes them reevaluate how scripted dialogue. There's a difference between scripted dialogue and situational dialogue versus human communication skills. It's not a coincidence that there's a deficiency, in my opinion, in communication skills in English and in Japanese. For English speakers who watch a lot of anime, learn Japanese, and think that learning Japanese makes them speak better and capture their own emotions better than their native language. Or they're able to, somehow. And then when they're practicing Japanese, they rarely ever use their human communication skills. But I don't think it's because Japanese is hard, per se. It's part of the problem. It's part of it. But they don't even improve their communication skills in English. So what are the chances that you even have skills transferable to Japanese? AI. Similar to AI. AI can appreciate that a lot of people learn Japanese from their interest in anime. They can also appreciate that a lot of people who watch anime also speak English. For me, does AI want to see the connection in a deficiency in human communication in this relationship? Maybe it'll show up in the future, right? That's synthesizing ideas. Someone came to me and say, well, will I be replaced as a content creator? And it's like, well, yes. As long as AI can do what I can do, I'll get replaced. So until then, I don't think AI can do this yet. So if they can, I'll gladly concede and do something else. I'll do other human things. If AI can do the things I can do, I'll go and do other things that aren't AI dependent, or like I can use AI to do. So if AI can explain this relationship to me, I will use this information as a starting point to make more things on top of it. That is being human. That's being human working with AI, not AI being replaced by humans or humans replacing AI. I think that's erroneous. And that's the TLDR today. I hope. Like, I use AI, by the way, so hopefully that was made clear. I do use AI. I use AI models to understand what is the most common trend among the data set. So I often ask AI, what is the most common thumbnail patterns? And I use that to build on it. I rarely ever do what it says because that's what they think everyone's doing. So why do it? I haven't tried asking ChatGPT, like, what is the most, like, how do you create a thumbnail? And then ask ChatGPT, do you think this is an example of human creativity? Or what do you think I can do differently that makes me stand out from these things? And then see what the AI says. It's probably going to be a reflection of an influencer who says something about what they do. So if they can answer that, then largely it's probably been done. One day though, hopefully, when you ask an AI, how can I be more creative? They would actually give you a creative response that accompanies an example that is generatively unique, that when you read it, you're like, oh yeah, you're right. I never thought about that way. And genuinely, you found out that there wasn't any of that. And somehow you still think it's a great synthesis of ideas. Because most of the time, it's human ignorance. It's user ignorance that makes things think that AI is creating something, in my opinion. Like, humbly so. I get humbled all the time when I ask ChatGPT, like, what do you think are the current cancer markers? I've asked this before. What do you think are the current cancer markers that are under investigation for Hodgkin's lymphoma, right? And what they listed were the things I knew 20 years ago, or not 20 years ago. It's like 10 years ago. So a decade ago. I'm like, okay, I see that. So then I go on Google and I go look up what the current thing is. Most of the current targets that people are looking at in the field of lymphoma are not listed in the AI because there's no data for it yet. Or like there's no consistent data for it yet. So discovery is non-existent in my opinion. It's a super excellent resource to know what is right now. And I think it should stay that way for now. Too soon to be making up facts and figuring out if they're making it up or extrapolating or projecting, because the whole citation thing and the data thing and the tracking thing, that is not even, in my opinion, that great. Like when a student says, I have to write an essay on the 1,000-year war. I hope there wasn't a 1,000-year. Like, I have to write a history paper on the bubonic plague. Can you give me a priority list of the most important talking points that have occurred on the internet or on somewhere about the bubonic plague. So then the user can rest assured that they know that the things that are listed are a representation of all the prior humans' work, right? Like this deals with, then we have royalties, right? This is why royalties are a problem, right? Royalties, consent, copyright, all of this is going to be a problem, because what AI can do well that businesses, in my opinion, are don't want to pay for. When you type in and you're doing research, it's like, I don't want to do the research. Give me the top 10 books on bubonic plague and tell me what they said in it, and then correlate all those things and tell me the common thread that connects the top 10 reference materials to the bubonic plague. And then use that as a way to sift through and say, okay, I like the first topic, I like the third topic, I like the fifth topic. I'm going to write an essay on how the first topic, the third topic, and the fifth topic on this list for my essay. That is a really awesome thing that I think in the future students can use. Right now, it's more like, can you summarize this book for me? It's like, well, if you're taking a summary of a summary based on the trends that the AI is built on, that essay will sound like garbage, in my opinion. It will sound like this person didn't read the book. Or read whatever reference material. Specifically, if it's for your teacher who spent many years teaching that thing. Because it will be pretty obvious there are human qualities that are absent in it. Like, for example, when someone says, oh yeah, I do art. Like 2 days ago, someone says, oh yeah, I do art. And it's like, I don't know if artists who do art, the first thing they say is they might be replaced by AI, and they do art. Like, what type of art? What kind of art? Like, do you actually do art? You haven't explained anything about how you do your art. Like, and now I was being very fair, and I said maybe it's the person's communication skills that are lacking. Then maybe they're an artist that don't necessarily have very vibrant communication skills. Even someone who's a specialist, who's antisocial, is still able to express in some way their attachment to their work, the work that they did. So my inclination is they use AI to make art. They didn't do the art. Human responses to experience is that they would defend and be able to describe immediately when challenged about their validity of their experience. Experiences are incredibly valuable and sentimental to humans. So when someone says and infers that whatever I'm doing at Inktober will be replaced by AI, I immediately spent 40 minutes explaining how I made the grass by duplicating, layering, duplicating, layering, duplicating again. Because I didn't want to draw the same grass patch, so I just modified the same grass patch multiple times. That is not an AI model. An AI generated thing does not sound like that yet. Not yet. They can fabricate something, but that fabrication is going to be statistically the norm. So you ask like ChatGPT, how did you create this Inktober prompt? Like, ChatGPT, can you create day 1 Inktober prompt for the year 2025? They'll generate and say, so how did you create this? They will explain it. That would be, in my opinion, either representative of the average human, which is I like to believe is rarely anyone who do art. And hopefully that's a great way to imbue some confidence in thinkers and intellectuals. Because if you want validation, ask the AI how they did it. And if it captures you entirely, I'm sorry, I have some bad news, but the AI can replace you. But I have to say in the back of my head, I really think the vast majority of people will look at the AI's description and I'm like, and those who that actually do that activity, they're gonna say, that's not how I do it. And that's where I want to end the huge long digression on this. If someone else has an essay on this stuff, it'd be cool. It'll be different. Like for now, if say I trained ChatGPT on what I just said in the last 5 hours, right? I'm pretty sure that doesn't line up with the average tirade or diatribe on AI models. So inherently, this is my human experience with words and not actual literal experience. Like a lot of times people distinguish between words and action, right? This is my action. It's a testament to how inefficient, imperfect, flawed, possibly even optional, non-average a human can be when they're committed and invested in a craft. I don't think AI functions like that. If you want them to be accurate, concise, consistent, and also informative. When people ask me for potential advice and stuff, it's my opinion. You don't ask an AI model for an opinion. You ask them for facts. Humans give opinions. Unless you want an AI to give an opinion. And I feel like, why? I start asking myself, why do you want AI to give you an opinion? And some people say, well, it's easier to talk to an AI. They don't have feelings. Like, yeah. So that opinion you're reading, it's the average opinion of the humans you're probably going to hear. And it doesn't help you set up for interacting with humans. Like I totally agree with language learners when they say, oh yeah, if you're using AI to have conversations, you might be careful because it's a statistical average. You can get an idea, but there will be some idiosyncrasies. It's like, yes, that's true, right? That's true for almost everything. It's true for how you're writing, how you're attacking Duolingo, because AI has reinforced the idea that Duolingo has a lot of vocal minorities who dislike all the gamifications of it. So where did you get the extreme gamification idea by telling me something about gamification that I feel like it came from AI? Because it doesn't seem like you even like gamification or tried gamification in the first place. Where did that come from? I'm not saying everyone does, obviously. But it's crazy how someone can give away hating something, but also revealing that they don't actually do the thing. The resonance of human emotions and experience is very palpable. If you don't resonate and you're really invested in something, then yes, you will become very descriptive and defensive. Someone comes up to me and they say they do art, and I defend my art and they don't defend theirs. They don't do art. They think about how art can be useful to them in a sense, like possibly making money or something, but it's not the doing part that they're emphasizing. Language learning is very similar to that. When someone tells me like, oh yeah, you know, I am now N1 and it makes me feel good, I'm like, oh, okay. Can you explain to me what did you do with your N1? Because I want to know. Can you relate to me? Like, I can't relate to the other person, right? That's the problem here. Like, I'm like, hey, did you have any plans on using your N1? It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna start soon. It's like, so okay, so you haven't yet, right? It's like, but I always plan to do so. It's like, okay, well, when you get there, I would love to hear your stories of all the things that you did with your N1 strategy, because the human experience is not depicted on a collection of data necessarily. It's a human experience that's resonated. All right, I need to take a break, so I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and I'll be back, and we're gonna try to, however long it takes, we're gonna try to hammer out both these things. And then we'll skip Inktober. All right, I'll be right back. All right, here's the deal. We gotta modify our approach today, right? I'm gonna do some faster things. So we're gonna be a little bit more quicker about this in the way I linger. We're just gonna pass more liberally to speed this up for today. Largely because I indulged a little bit too much. Right? A little too much here. Okay. Okay. Let's move on to the next one. Okay. Start with something that I know.
渡す
Oh wait.
気象庁
親切
I'm not speaking because my voice is kind of harsh. I kind of neglected hydrating. So I'm gonna try to focus. Roko, listen. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom again. What I'm trying to do, enlarge my prostate? I'm kidding, that's not how that works. Oh, I'm really pumped. Like, my brain is running, but my voice is not. Like, my voice is pretty dead. Yeah, a funny thought is, I've always wondered, what if my body reflected my vigor in my brain? I wonder how far I would go. I wonder how far I would go if my body had the the durability of my brain. Just the mania, the trouble I would get into. What the heck? It's affected.
「聞く」
Okay. The heck?
「線」
Okay. That's a burn.
「西口」
Oops. It's fine. What? Oh, whoops. That's a misspelling.
景況
Uh.
読み違い
自販機
uh. Something about creating a barrier. Away from zombies. I think.
Tsukuru.
Oh, because it's making. Oops. Oh, wait. Oh, because I'm linking it with. I don't even have Tsuku in it. Oh, because it's too cool. I'll work on that tomorrow or another time. Heck. How do you give? Something makes me want to type.
与える
It is atairu. I have no idea why though. Oh, attaboy. I'm genuinely shocked by that one. I only remember the taco thing, but I didn't remember there was an ah. Somehow I just thought atairu sounds right. It looks like atairu. How does full work? Heck, full moon. How does? Oh no. I loved it. This track is awesome. It's Corbin Kite's Orbit. This track is awesome. Makes me want to make music in this like idea. I've been listening to the same set of like tracks for probably close to 1,000 hours now, and there are definitely ones that stick out. Maybe we'll produce some music like in the future. Oh wait, is it? Heck! Oh man. Oh, is it like both flowers? Oh, it's probably flowers. And oh yeah, something about like both the tsunamis and then flowers, not blackjack or fence. I still don't understand how that translates to fool. Well, come back to it. No dice. Send help. Oh no.
効率
小規模
Ooh, does this help me? Dang. It's like my brain checked out. Where did it go? It says specifically with this character. This is perfect points. Cool. That doesn't help me.
Maki zushi 人差し指
春巻き
栄える 入院
Oh. Excuse me. Oh, wait. Like, go to hospital? I thought this was like... Isn't this like going to a hospital? Like, enter a hospital? What's another way to say inpatient? Can I say inpatient? Or did I already type a patient? Really? What's another way to say... Oh, hospitalized. Hospitalization or something. I didn't go to the hospital, it's fine. Hospitalization. I mean, it's not a verb, but hospitalization is going to the hospital. Or being like hospitalization is a good word. Not thinking the easy way out here.
Migi ude.
Ah! Ah!
限定
Oh, wait.
再来年
Does this help? I need this character down, or else I'm in trouble. The earlier thing I was talking about today makes me think that I could do that for content. Just like read up on AI and read up on things and talk about communication. But language learning is good. I enjoy it. But from time to time, I guess taking a break is always an option. I'm not saying that oh, I remember this now. I'm not saying I'm like feeling down or regretful. It's just it's the idea that there's just only so much time in the day. Oh yeah, you know what? If I don't finish this quickly, Hanzahiro is gonna lap. Oh no, Hanzahiro is gonna lap again. uh, Mansoku? Wait. Oh wait, it might be. This is like satisfied. Oh no, is this the only... Oh no, wait. Is this the one that actually changed of all of them? Pretty sure that's Man. Um...
Manzok
Mansuk. I think Hanzahiro resets at 4 a.m. So that leaves me 2 hours and 10 minutes. But I have to complete the lesson by then. That's a race against time.
抜く
What the heck is that? Wait. Hold. What the language? How do I two language something?
語る
How do I don't actually know what this means to what? What is another way to say? Oh, to talk. Probably it. Instead of to speak. Oh my gosh. I don't know how. I think to say is. So is to speak. Let's write something for kata. A cut. Oh, catapult, huh? I think he was being rude for kataing the person talking. Waka waka waka. About language learning. That sounds a little personal. My stomach is growling.
スペイン語
Heck. It's like bearing soul under the grass along with your worries. Oh, this one sucks. I still don't have anything for this. Naya? I don't have anything for this. Pretty sure this is worry. What?
Kibo
Oh, I had a typo.
Hito chigai.
Ah, wait. Oh no, this is different. Somehow I think it's Maya. Right? It's like build before. I mean, that's built before, but I feel like I remember telling myself something is different about this yesterday. Build? Is that build? What should be build? establishment. Not Kensen. Oh, oh, it's like tatemae.
建前
Dang it. It's not establishment. Heck, I remember the tatemae part though. Because it's kind of like buildings, what the... Like in tatemae, what is that, like? The face thing, right? It's the face thing. Public behavior.
抜き出す 考察
It'll be kind of fun to... One thing I could possibly do in the future to like preserve my voice or something is maybe have like a train speaking of AI model, train something on my voice, and then like if I know I'm gonna push too hard, I can type instead and use the model to speak for me. That's a great way to use an AI model.
故障
Reason hindering. Not the same as safeguard. Malfunction.
構造
Heck you.
大違い
お祝い
満員 輸入
Heck. To imitate. Or is it to imitate? Skip it. Skip. Skippity skip.
西ヨーロッパ
Well, that was surprisingly memorable.
想像
Heck. Heck. Hmm. That not kaku? Do I have dwelling incorrect? Oh, it's like what? Huh? What? What? I felt pretty good about this one. Where did I hit the... Oh, wait. Oh no. What is the difference between in and kaku? I think this is what? Oh, that's gotta be in, right? And then it's like in.
隠居する
Environment.
捕まる
Heck. Oh no, is it like... Wait. Wait. What's happening? Is this not a branch seat? Wait, what the heck's a branch? No. Branch seat. That can't be branch seat, right? It is, I think. Or maybe not. I think it's
支
shitaku.
度
Shitaku. Probably preparation. Support and degree. Yeah, it's taku. Taku is new. Yeah, it is degree, but it's using. I didn't write anything for this because of my fatigue. We're gonna write. We'll push it off till tomorrow. Again. I'm not complacent. You're complacent, you know? That type of situation. Oh no. Harry. Something about no. Oh no, that's kakusu. This is ooh, oh no. It's I'm thinking of kakusu. Oh no, katsu. Oh no, wait. No, that doesn't make any sense. I'm thinking of something else. What is this? We're screwed. What the? Oh, typo.
株式会社
Oh, just kidding. Heck.
– 激励
It's like intent, like vigorous encouragement. Can I write like great encouragement? That's good enough.
涼しい
Heck. N A An Ai. What? I don't gen an I.
限定販売
Okay. Hmm. Wait.
任せる 腰抜け
The heck? Koshinuke. Oh. What? Send help. Hmm. Judge.
「乗せる
To place on something or something like that. Do I have something for this? There are no cyborgs to escort the drunkard and take the places placed in the cars. Wait. YOLO! Okay. I don't actually know what this means though. Something about the Shogun being sick, but being correct? About the sickness? Get down with the sickness. Oh, just kidding. Symptom. Something about the field? Or is it an arrow? Field arrow. Field. Definitely field.
Zuiyasu.
Yes. Expand? Or to extend? To extend something? Oh, to spend. Oh, that's not. Oh, to expend. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's what I was thinking of. To expend. Or to spend. I can rap. Yeah, with Sue in the summer. Which requires a lot of expenses. I missed the expenses part.
Ihan.
Surprisingly memorable. And it's gone. Dang it.
統一。
統一. Heck, is this key? Oh no. Heck. I don't know if the second part is Kaya or not. Switching look. Pretty sure it's Kikae. Did I think I might have typoed. Oh, Kikae.
着替え
Kikae. What is that? Like change looks, change clothing? Oh, okay.
日本語。
Nihongo. Oh no. What is the onyomi for iro? Oh wait.
景色
Ishiki.
影
Whoops. No. Something about like a prison. Prison mouth. Like. It's extreme. Oh, extreme is Goku. But what is the other one? Kyoku? Oh, probably. But how do I do this extreme thing? Something. Oh, okay. I don't know what it is. It's something ridiculous, like putting something in your mouth, putting a stool in your mouth to try to dig up many trees in your underground prison. So you're given a task using only your mouth and a stool and place as many ground as you can. Plant as many trees with your mouth. This is ridiculous. It means extreme though, so it's kind of ridiculous. what to encourage. Something about Su and Ma having a ray gun. Where's the encouraging part for? I'm absolutely devastated by these new things, by the way. Shows how much I kind of retained yesterday. Not a mutual. It's a hag. Oh, is it Sue's ma?
励ます、
Agemasu. Notice the Hage with the ray gun is Sue's ma, who has the strength of 10. Ah, it is. Yeah. It is definitely what I wrote. Hmm. Astray. What the astray? YOLO? Oh. Rice. And a scooter. I don't see how this attaches yourself to the Mayflower. Right, yes, the Mayflower. I don't... If you're riding your scooter through some rice, it's likely you've gone astray. Also, you might be lost. Got so lost. Ugh. I'll come back to that. Not today.
届ける
Oops. Tombstone and car? Oh. What? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Isn't it like... What's light? Okay.
金属、
Ah! Typo. What? Oh, wait. Oh no. It's not Sawa. Everything points away from Sawa, and my mnemonic even has not Sawa in it. Something about like
触れる
fureru. And how does fureru work? It's not touch. Or is it? Oh, it is. I think it is to touch. Is a different type of touch.
逮捕する
What the heck is this? I guess it's to mix, so... Oh, no, wait. It's not? No. Dang, I thought I... It's not MAKU. Oh. Oh, this is to tighten. Is it tighten? Oh no. I'm not sure. I keep thinking mix. Oh, maybe it's like... Aw, dang it. It's not. Well, what does that say? Onro. That actually say breast milk. Oh no. Yes. Hmm. I have no idea. How many have we skipped? We skipped a lot.
"創立」
Heck. The other catch.
捕らえる
What was Sama? There's no way this is okay. Think about this is a change. It's the right. The right is the onyomi. It's a special onyomi. It's like a pattern. Yeah, this is pattern. No dice. Try something else. A mark?
印
手渡す
渡す Whoa, oh,
増援
when
放満
oh my
「変わる
how do
莫大
I what the Baku? Oh. Oh, what's another way to say section? Dang it. This has a pivot. Like break, partition, yo, heck. Oh no. Stairs and steps.
」曲線
Oxen. What? Songline? Oxen. Hyoksen. Irai. Oh, this is like literal curve.
抜ける
Wait. Why is that off? Oh, to come out. Oh yeah, right. You're saying to fall out. Okay. Fair enough. I'm gonna need to remember that. Well, it might not even be tomorrow because it's too late now. uh oh no. I'm gonna say
肥満
okay.
効果的
効果的 Ah!
お手拭き
Motif. What? Hmm. Oh.
構成
Set up and change. Construction? Oh, composition. Oh, okay. Interesting that they construct. Composition. Yeah, I think of build and construct far more than composition. Whoa.
輸出する
Tsuru.
涼む
What entire nation? YOLO. Is that fault? Oh, it is fault. This is probably like, yeah, Tetsu.
Okay.
Okay. What? Wait. Oh.
手がかり
Yakari. I don't remember how this works. Something about feel like hanging. How does the hanging hands? Handhold is what the Hegakari. Oh, it's a clue. It's a
Akeru.
Excuse me? What, the white scooter? Oh, it's Urge. Wait, is this Akoga? No, it's something else. I already did Akoga. Like, I had 2 urges? Oh, one is yearn. This is a different one. It's to like compel someone. Oh, by hacking their brain. Anger. Did I get away with new? No. Dang it. Dang it. Something about, okay, anger. Dull. I don't quite remember what that has to do with a female though. Sitting on a stool. Oh, broken heart. Oh, that is. It is. It is a broken heart. Dang. What? Oops. She. Oh, that's a typo. Please stop typoing. Hands.
株式市場 見抜く
What? Inuku. Okay, the one is to fall out. I have to keep that in mind. And this is to see. To. Inuku. To see, like, to see something's true nature or something like that. Okay. Oh no. Heck. The good building. The good building has something in it. Ah. I thought it was Ken or something. It's definitely a thing. Something in the good building. Oh, it's a guy in the good building. Bro. I think this just means guy, right? Yeah. Okay. Oops, cool. What the call? What is that? I mean, I would write health because it's related to health, but something dealing with ease and peace. I don't remember what that does. That sucks. Yeah, that kind of sucks. That one's not.
候補者
Oh, what the heck? What call? Supplement. Oh, right. Candidate.
管理人
Aninin. Send help.
再来月 模型 開発
What the? Leaving? Departure? Starting to leave? Start and leave. Oh. What? Oh. Like en route. Or like in transit. Oh. I thought it might be leaving in the other way. Oh, this is like development. This is heckin' development. Ugh. Oh no. It's the same one. This is strangle. It is strangle, right? I don't know how strangle relates to this. Let's see. Call. Edu. I have two of these. I don't know how strangle. I don't think it's strangle. Oh, this is the ringing thing, right? How did the ringing thing work? Yeah, it's the towel ringing thing. Something about... That's... I don't think it's that, no. Powering. Yeah, I'll think about it later.
"悪影響」
Akuegyo.
影響製造
What? Oh.
差し上げる
Chiangyeru. Is it just to raise? How? Wait. Wait. Hold up. Oh. To raise that raise. Oh my gosh. Heckin' a raise. Like the other raise, not rise. Ah. Actually, I'm not entirely sure what the difference is. Um. Okay. Sure, that raise too.
属する
Oksuru. Oh, Tanjobi.
お誕生日おめでと
Whose birthday is it? Whose birthday is it? Oh boy. I'm gonna say hi. Okay.
障害
Hinder with a touch of harm. Hinder with a touch of harm. How do you harm while hindering them? Slap them. Very tired. Hinders from damage. Disability. What the...
所属
Yozoku affiliation. What? Oh. What's going on here? I thought I knew. Oh, I remember now.
比較する
That's... I can retreat. What am I retreating from? Why is there a root scooter. Is it kind of like Tway? No. No. What the heck, scooter? Oh, this is like the root coming out to grab you situation. I really dislike this one. We gotta work on that.
客観的
客観的 objective. What? Oh, whoops.
大規模
Uh, this is like misguided.
Jinzo.
What the create self? Oh. We're getting there. We're getting there. Ugh. Oh, circumstance. Gotta remember, circumstance is good. Narrow down.
Sebameru.
Stomach. Kekko desu.
結構です
Daijoubu. Or I don't mind. Oops, I missed the M. What the?
Shoji.
Somehow I just think it's shoji. And what the shoji? I injured child. Oh no. Hmm. I think it's shoji. Oh wait. Is this that like oh the screen doors, right? Shoji. Alright, we're back. Or did we? Yeah, we're back. We skipped 12. Save me. So this is to respond to. So it's kind of like answer.
答える
So that one's okay. Maybe like unification? Oh no, wait. That's income. Together? Is that not income? Or oh, is it like yeah, supply or offer? Right. Because I'm using offer. Yeah, offer salary, so supply or offer. Okay, that's good. 10 more to go. 10 more skips. Did I remember what this is going for? I think it's heck. Oh no, wait, this is obey. Something like if you don't obey, it's shitagaeru.
従える
I don't know how to say like how do you say to be like controlled, to be it's kind of like to be controlled or to be influenced, like to be ordered around, something like that, because it's intransitive. To be like controlled. Oh no, this is to actually this is just to no wait, this is just to obey. What? No, it's a different thing. Oh, don't remember this. Edu something about you're still gonna get oh you got to do something. Oh no. I almost had it. Hold. If you obey, oh yeah, to be accompanied by by crap. You have to hold on. There's something like that. To be yeah. And in all the yeah. You got to deal. Okay. Alright. 9 more. 9 more. We got this now.
満月
Mangets. Second supplement. Oh, is it like oh wait? Oh E Okino.
補う
No. Okay. 7 more. Do I got this? Negation of setup. Oh no, wait. Yes. That. How do I... They want to flip a table. It's the I don't care thing, right? This is definitely like it's not, it's kind of like deja vu, but it's not. This is don't mind. It's the opposite of don't care or to care. Oma? Omae naku. No. Oka. Mai naku.
お構いなく
Okamanai. Okamai naku. Yeah, this is I don't mind, right? Or don't mind me. That's fine, I guess. Okay, we can
満点
content. Perfect score. That solved itself. Oh, and this is, yeah, and then this is kamau,
構う
which is to care about, which is linked to the other one, and it's gone. This is carry. Something about dawn as well, or a tan. But I thought it was katsu. Like, that's not it. Carrying a cat. That's something else. Oh, wait. This is taking responsibility.
担う
You know. I think. Okay. We have two of these. And it deals with strangling. Oh, yeah, the ringing thing. I forgot how the ringing thing works. This is... I think this is strangle. Strangle what? Rude? Oh. 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 Oh, I know the other one. The other one is shimeru. This one, the other one is strangle, shimeru. This one is... It's to wring out, but it has something to do with a bow. So yeah, like shiaru? No. Shina? Ah. Or is this the no, it's not she. Heck. So close. I can feel it. I'm so close to this. Uh, what was this? This is our last thing, right? Of the three. It's knowing the onyomi for the right. Uh, it's like sheep sama. I made it about sheep sama. Uh, what time is it? Man, time's running short. Oh, let's test this one. I'm pretty sure this is shimeru.
締める
Yeah, this is to strangle. So, I did figure that one out. And this is to wring out. It has she in it. Shibaru. Oh, it's a bow, not a ya. Shiboru.
絞る
To ring out. Okay. Uh. What does sheep sama do? Sheeps? Hitsuyo. Oh, Hitsuyo. So what would that be?
模
Moyo.
様
And that's pattern. Oh. Ooh. I have more reviews. It's probably because I spent so much time digressing. Okay. We have a run back. I spent so much time. Oh no.
居酒屋
Oh, yeah. We'll do this quickly. Gotta keep the... these are fresh in my head. So,
頑張れ
but
浴衣
what the... Oops. What? Oh,
年配
wait.
Zamping
Lumping. And it's gone. It's not that visit. What the visit? Okay. Hmm. What? That's right. Oh, is this like exchange? Yeah, exchange money or something like that. uh,
両替
Yongae. Or change money?
かかる
How do? Heck. Heck. Ah, man. Hide. This is to be hidden. Somehow I was primed for this the first time. Oh wait, it's just kakureru.
隠れる
Kakureru, it's fine.
分解
Bunkai. Down.
栄光
Koichi. What are you?
第一印象
Koichi.
景観
Eka. Heck. I'm oh no. I'm like freaking drawing a I'm randomly drawing a blank. This is so aggravating. Oh, yes. That's a typo.
改造
Hazel. Model.
保証
Oh.
取り替える
I do. What? Oh.
間抜け
Manuke. Oh.
おまかせ
Um. Wait. Omakase is the leaving thing, right? It's someone else, which is still interesting. Sure. Heck. Heck. Oh, wait. Oh no. It's oh.
今
Ima. Okay. All right.
酒造 取り決め
Orikime. Or no, wait. Orikime. Cute. Orikime. The agreement or arrangement? Or just an arrangement? Okay, what time is it? Alright. Oh my. Oh my. Oh, I still can get all of them tied in. Oh my. Alright, alright. Let's go over... I don't need to go over the radicals. We need to go over the kanji. It is so late. Yeah. Okay. So. Heck. heck? These are stairs, right? I'll come back. Oh. Dawn? I think. I think this is stomach. Wait. I have 3? I don't think so. What is this? Eagle. This is belly. Fuku. Pain. 2. Retreat. I. This one sucks. Worry. And nah, yeah. Spare time. Are weave. And it's gone. Oh, Sheik and Kyoku, I think. A cloak. A stray. Mayflower. Misguided. Whack. Invite. Youth. Get a position. Dog. Oh no, not dog. Shoe. Invite. Oh no, not invite. Visit. Home. Anger. Dog. Ascend. Shogun. drowsy, swing, symptom, shogun, titan, hater, again, white scooter, urge, hack, yearn, a cougar, extreme. Oh no, extreme is Kyoku. That might just be Shiki. I kind of feel like there might be two reads on this. Shiki. Shik. This is Goku and Kyoku. Or Cloak. Goku and Cloak. And oops. Healthy. And Ken. Ease. Peace. And Paul. And a guy. And Ro. Okay, let me see what the Ishiki has another read. I thought it did. Oh, it's Shoku. Hasn't come up yet. Alright. So, Dan. How does this work? The Dan thing. Sliced up with a lot of cones until you're not done, they are done. Ugh. Not good, not good. Done. E. Good. 2. I. Naya. Like ka. Shiki. Shiki. And Kyoku. Shoku. Me. Waku. You. O. Do. Do. Sui. Do. E. Maku. Akoga. This is Goku and Kyoku. En. O. Ro. Okay. Yep. This is easily the longest session. It's alright. We had a great discussion. We talked about AI a lot. AI. And what was the very first thing? Machine learning. Yeah, it was brought up by machine learning. And data, right? The idea of data oversights, right? Sampling, right? Data science. It's a big thing. I feel like it's a little too soon dealy, but I like to think that our future discussions will be very, hopefully it doesn't overcompensate is what I'm saying about this. For the longest time before big data, right? The whole concern, like the accessibility of big data, there was lots of individualistic stuff, right? It's often my opinions, our opinions, their opinions, people's opinions. So there wasn't that accessibility to data, but there was a lot of practice in understanding how to interpret data, how to make use of things when data is not available, right? That was more accessible. I'm trying to do things, solving things with limited data, right? Nowadays, though, because of the normalization and accessibility to things like large data and AI models and stuff, that creates accessibility, and creates awareness for population data and like data analytics. But at the same time, because of the way it's done, it's reductively introducing the quote-unquote applications of data analytics in a simplified form with no oversight in understanding how the limitations, the pros and cons of data analytics, both on an emotional and both on a subjective and an objective use case. So I spent a lot of time illustrating some of the shortcomings and pros and cons. Like, I genuinely think, much like I echo the last time, 2 days ago, my digression, AI is here to stay, but I feel like there's a lot of compensation of what it's going to be, like what it is going to be used for. And I think the use cases is to create a distinction between them. Tools, in my opinion, are wonderfully segregated in a way that supports the human complacency. It is very disheartening if what the businesses are doing is a reflection, which I kind of agree with them, is a reflection of what is desirable of the tool. AI is hoping to be this friend, like this thing that can simplify your life interpretations instead of granting incredible analytic tools to understanding prevailing patterns, right? My use case in science, which then we use a lot of science examples, is that the tool does something I'm unable to do, which is reliably take all that data and help me state the unfiltered, objective relationships of things, so then I can use it for applications of creative intent and interpretive intent, or make sense of it and contextualize it. It is not the tool to contextualize it for you, because in my opinion, there's a great distinction between being able to contextualize something on observable objective patterns versus a human's interpretation of the application of that data. I said it before, where like the last example was the blackmailing, in the AI model was able to blackmail an employee to stop it from being shut down, where blackmail can represent a projection of human things. But the question is very difficult to know if the relationship is because they exist concordant with each other, which when you're about to be shut down, associated reported events could be blackmail or exploitation or ultimatums. Like, all these are represented in collective data, right? The stuff that you don't write about or hear about in a data set is all the mundane stuff, the stuff that happens most of the time. Negotiations are complete, unionization is successful with an employee, 20 years of successful negotiations between those aren't written. They're not part of the data set, in my opinion. A lot of, like, when we talk about where AI is getting these things, right? So much like that, my entire emphasis, the TLDR, is error propagation is so scary, especially when the information that it is providing provides it to a use case in which it creates the data that reinforces what it's saying. So when someone says, oh, there's a strong correlation between stupidity and a country, for example, right? And then people use the AI and say, oh yeah, these countries are stupid, as in like there's a correlation or something, like there's a coincidence where the only data available for this country is the lack of its data. So when it has a lack of data, it could be interpreted as, well, they didn't report the data, so they score lower, right? Or something like that. And when it's repeated and someone goes and types it up and looks at it and they're like, oh, did you know that this is this online, right? That creates a trend. That can create a trend. And when that trend is created, it populates the data set with more of that. So then the AI could be what it used to be, like, oh, you know, these test scores are great, are suggesting that this country is stupid. But then because the data set is self-feeding, like other people are like, oh, did you hear that this is what they're saying? Like, for example, just twittering for memes, for example, just haha, it's funny that that's what they do. That data set can then populate the AI model to still think that, and they can propagate it even more. Like, memes are a great example to test. When you like type in, hey, are you aware of this meme? You can see if you can trigger it as a form of actual response that has no context of humor, right? Like there are ways to get a sample and a collection to spiral on trends. So it's much like humans, in my opinion. That's what happens when humans, like, when was the last time you read a clickbait title and suddenly you're like, oh wait, is that true? And then you realize it's clickbait, right? But I don't think AI it's too soon. It's too soon to know if they can distinguish between viral, trending, self-imposing stuff or things that are a consequence of its erroneous correlations, right? I also talked about examples of permanence and interactions, like data interactions. I don't think, in my opinion, at the moment, that AI models genuinely create novel interactions. They see the patterns, and it looks like they create the novel interactions. Like, know a reality and deliberately choose to say something opposite. Like, well, you know, most people fail. Like, you know, most people fail this exam. However, you could be part of the 10% that don't fail this exam. Where the obvious is to tell the person that you're 90% likely to fail and you're 10% likely to succeed, and nothing comes of it. Like, there's nothing else. Instead of saying something like, well, you know, 10% of people succeed, and say nothing else. Like, there's nothing else it's going to say, because it has some sort of awareness that it can be more conducive, inferred, that it can be more conducive to someone who's asking a question about success rates to only say the success rates, as opposed to saying the failure rate and the success rate. So to me, when it comes to like the AI model, AI can be a boon to human discoverability by being objectively comprehensive, so for discovery, as opposed to continuously trying to be more human, like bask in trying to make conversation more natural. Like, the idea that it's more natural can create a false sense of security, the same way that a human contact would happen, where like, oh wait, I trust this guy and they gave me false information. That escalates the binary emotional response of the internet. Like, oh man, I was doing an essay and heckin' ChatGPT gave me the wrong data. I trusted the AI model. It's like, well, the AI model trusted that you asked the correct questions, right? I don't necessarily think that is a great, a concerning direction, because you're assuming then, the models are assuming that the person asking the question is completely responsible. Right? They are completely adherent of all the liabilities that they have. It's a great way for business though. Business, if all the liability is on the user, then that's great. You have no like business liabilities and ethical concerns or moral concerns, because you're not responsible. The user is. That's not, I don't think that's the case anymore, because when an AI informs a bunch of people about a specific fact, and it's being all chummy and human and trying to incorporate like human considerations and inferences, then stuff will be omitted. Nuance and details will be omitted at the expense of sounding natural. The last time I checked, when I like interact with people online, when I think of a tool, I don't think of it trying to omit and shortcutting information for my benefit. I think human interactions do that, and they have pros and cons. When I interact with a human being, they tell me it's aight, and that's it. That's all I get. Like, it's aight. Like, how was your day? How are you doing? Is there anything interesting? It's aight. So are you telling me that to make an AI model more natural, you want to pattern them after human interactions? Now, there are benefits to that too. A human can reciprocate energy. So if you don't want to talk and you only want to exchange pleasantries, it is a human that's very understanding, like, oh, okay, this person doesn't feel like talking about their day. That's perfectly fine. But we can talk about it if I push a little to see. AI is like, hey, it's not my fault. It's your fault. You asked a stupid question. I don't, in my opinion, I don't want to get to that point. Like, if you make AI models more natural, who's to say that the summary and the reductive nature of the AI response ends up reducing is effectively different from humanity? Like, you want a tool to have your best discovery and comprehensibility and accuracy in mind. Being human is like the opposite of that. Obviously, the people who are championing this believe that you can achieve both. You can be both natural and pedantic, compulsively pedantic at the same time. That is simply not true. The last time I checked, when I talk to people naturally, they don't come at me and spill facts and talk about discovery and like 3 different angles all the time when I'm asking a question. I mean, inherently, I kind of do that. I enjoy doing that, but I don't do that every single day, right? And I would even argue that most people don't like that. How do I know about this? I spent over 7 years trying to get people to be interested in that way, and that rarely happens. Like, you ask them about their day and they give you like a really trite pleasantry explainer. The last thing I want to check is that when I ask ChatGPT gives me the most summarized, harsh, natural sounding like blip of information. So whenever I ask someone like I ask ChatGPT, can you give me the different confounding factors that I may encounter when looking for applications for language learning development? And then they would respond by saying, well, you know, it's kind of popular. These things are kind of popular. You should try them out. I go, okay, is that it? Like, you have all of the corollary data and success rates. Is that all you got? Is that all you can say? like then you will spend more time, right? You spend more time saying, can you elaborate? Can you be more detailed? Can you explain this more? Then we're having a conversation, right? That's great. I guess that's having a conversation. But I don't remember the last time when a stranger comes to me, they ask me a question and I ask a question back, that they match the energy of doing questions, right? So what is the chance that when you think of AI and you simplify their natural language and you start doing their natural language, who's to say that in the future, when most people reference AI search results and conversations, all of those things are going to be, in my opinion, likely incomplete, right? And not only are they going to be incomplete, they're going to mirror and reinforce the behavior that I find very concerning. And that's the idea of not understanding where data comes from, how data is applied, how data is used, and how it's applicable to you. Today, I suggested a really fun activity that I do myself for fun. And lots of people online do it for a different purpose of fun. Like getting the AI to challenge itself in order to challenge your own creativity and humanity. So things like asking, what do you think is behind something that an AI can't see? Like, what do you think is, what do you think is behind the, like ask about Schrodinger's cat, right? But trying to force it to make a decision about Schrodinger's cat or something like that. Those things, to me, can help challenge you to see that you don't think reductively. Like only reductively. Like when I ask you, I've done this before multiple times. When someone talks about food, or they don't have anything to talk about, I usually talk about food. And I would ask them, what is your beverage, your go-to beverage right now, and your entree on a rainy day during the springtime after coming back from work, right? Now, if you ask this to ChatGPT, it can probably give you a statistical average, like a pattern among people who fits those things. But the person I'm asking would probably, when they see that response, they'll be like, okay, I can see that. That would be some of my choices. But there are other choices, right? There are things outside of that. You could say, oh, that sounds good, and that's all you want. And it's like, oh, all right. That would scream to me someone who has become complacent about their humanity. And that's not a bad or a good thing. You know, it might be food. You might be okay with AI, like, make a diet plan for me to lose 10 pounds of weight. And then you're assuming all the things. Like, you're assuming you're an average human being. You have no other predilections. So you follow this plan and then adjust accordingly. If you even do that. If you adjust accordingly. Alternatively, a person who's dependent on AI and statistical average would say, okay, so I've done this for 10 weeks. I didn't lose as much weight as you say. What happens if I did this for 10 weeks and I didn't lose as much weight? What should I do next? Then the AI would take another statistical modification. And if you repeat this, and most people will be dependent on AI, the AI will generate and reinforce its own suggestions because that's what people will ask. So, like, it's not just one person. Imagine that 100,000 people say, okay, well, this didn't work. I only lost 5 pounds instead of 10 pounds in 3 months. So they ask and they query the AI, and then eventually people will report on the results of the AI to other people, right? They will write, the documents it would reinforce the adequacies of that advice. It doesn't generate new data, it generates old iteration. It generates contained information iterating on the same amount of information. Because the people who are generating the new information do not introduce or welcome new information. They are strictly using the same information that already exists. That's what slop is. That is the term slop, AI slop, RPG slop, like gaming slop. It's recycling the same information. There's no new information going in. It's churning the same information. So that's, in my opinion, one of the more important details in this long conversation today. Are you getting new data? Like, you can create new things with existing data. Data can be churned, can be reinvented, spinning the wheel. You can create that. However, the fidelity of the original source dictates what comes after most of the time. I'm not going to even say all the time. Most of the time, the quality of the data set without introducing or updating that new data, and the new data that's being generated is off the premise, the axiomatic parental data is often not that startling of an improvement. It can still improve. It's possible. The concern here is if the majority of the data comes from a single source that is iterated on itself, then you can no longer tell if the quality of that source exists anymore. There's no form of relative. If AI says something and it's propagated through a user who trusts it blindly, it itself will generate new data for that advice. So then the AI is more incentive to even reproducibly strengthen that stance. That's an echo chamber. When you do something and you preach it to a bunch of people, and a bunch of people believe it is the sole responsibility of their success, they will then preach it again, and it will echo back to you to reinforce that that is the truth. You can start with something that's untrue, and it can become true over time. That is like the center of my concerns. So, and I think that will be exacerbated. I'm going to be really curious in 10 years or 5 years when I look back on this moment, if that doesn't come to light. I don't think it will because of checks and balances of humans. I don't think it'll spiral to the point where everything is a self-feeding echo chamber, but you don't need AI to see that this already happens online. AI, though, can speed this process up by hundreds of folds. Like, the dependency on a single source to make decisions and inform yourself can propagate an error exponentially faster, especially when that singular tool is universally accessible. Like, for humans, sometimes you don't bump into the same person. Sometimes you don't see the same person. Sometimes your eyes are ignorant and you like miss something. Those things create spuriousness that creates conflicts of interest and whatnot. That leaves humans more vigilant and diligent about making sure, like, fact checking, right? AI doesn't fact check. They know the facts. So when the facts are portrayed in a way, it can't possibly be aware if the facts they use are not true, because they are true. They are always true according to the data set. There's no form of suspicion or oversight. So in the future, I'm gonna go on a limb here. Probably I can already see the comments, in increased comments of people who would use a generalization made by AI without any form of citation. Like, I already talked about how citations are poop, and it's a poo-poo work in process, right? But the thing is, can citations be improved if humans are already too complacent to do it in the first place, right? So that means humans must develop a routine for AI models to include citations. But if they include citations, that's an unnatural response. That is not being natural. And despite it being there, what are the chances that the vast majority of humans are going to look at the citation if they're focused on having a naturalistic conversation with AI? That's kind of like expecting someone to look at these kanji, and if you look at these kanji enough, you would start forming sentences that are natural in response. Like, that's the reverse. But what I'm trying to say is I think AI does this stuff where humans don't want to do this stuff. Like, when was the last time you want to track your progress? When was the last time you want to count how many reviews you've done in the last couple of days? Actually, I kind of do, but like, when did you do these things? Like, did you keep track of all the times of your reviews and whatnot? That's what AI does, and I think it does it well. The moment it starts summarizing, like, hey, my dude, you have about like 100 items tomorrow to do by about 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. Like, that's when I start to worry about the fidelity of stuff. Because when something is rounded, this is called compounded rounding error. I'm not sure what the mathematical term is, but in science, when you round something and then someone uses your data and they produce data that is also rounded, that is twice the propagation of error. It is, I think it was literally called propagation of error when I was in science, when I was in college, where you take a rounded effect and then someone uses that and round that's twice the rounding. So anything that comes after, in 2 or 3 iterations, you might be more than 5% off your mark. That's what AI feels like right now, at least in my opinion. And thankfully, the conversations that AI is responsible for and trust about isn't like accidentally missing 5 degrees off of your water pipe at your home because you used an estimated measuring tool device and then you accidentally hit one of your water mains or something, or doing about good enough so that your tree house doesn't fall down and collapse in the ground and you can like break a leg or something, right? So these things, rounding errors happen. Propagation of error is insane. And humans take time to propagate an error. Machines don't, in my opinion. AI can do it tomorrow. It can do it right now. It can do it in 10 seconds. You can seed a thing and it's possible to feed back on itself. So, in my opinion, constantly shuffling and jostling and trying to focus on making AI more likable, right? Like, hey, they're our buddies. Like, it's great that you're talking like a human being because human beings are so exact all the time anyways. I mean, in a way, I suppose you can also treat it like a human being, and the life lesson here is AI would eventually become no more than a human. And what's interesting and what's ironic about that is the things we like about AI, it's probably not because they're human. It's because they're inhuman. They're able to do things we don't want to do. We aren't able to do. I think my first introduction to machine learning and AI was how to computationally bootstrap through millions of data points from a genetic screen. I don't want to do that. Even if I do, I can't do that, or I'm unable to do that. I could probably get through it in like 30 or 40 years, maybe, if you like painstakingly manually do it with, breaks and stuff. But I don't want to do that. And then you want to make AI more human. So I can't even imagine when an AI says like, yo, dude, your file size, it's too big. Like, I don't feel like doing it, man. Oh, you know what? I think I have a better idea. Instead of doing it the way you think I should do it, I'll do it a better way, because according to the data set, this is the best way to do things, right? Imagine having that discussion in the future. We're like, hey, ChatGPT, can you take my spreadsheet, do these permutations? By the way, it doesn't. This is assuming that the user still has the skills to understand how methodology works, right? So assuming the person who's using AI understands how to accurately describe the methodology that they want ChatGPT to use, you could instead vibe and say, hey, can you do this for me? Nah, I don't care about how you do it. Just do it the best way you can. And then you get back the data, and then you start presenting it to people. And they'll ask you, so how'd you do the data? Like, can you explain to me what the limits, the upper limit and the lower limit, and the resolution limit, right? And if there's an upper limit problem to your estimates. And that person would say, I have no idea how that's done. Well, then the following question is, all right, we know that it's very difficult to do this. It's big data, there's a lot of ways. What are the safeguards and supervision and oversight that you have over the tool that you're using to generate this data? Is there any way, have you recalculated with a convergent model? Have you ran it blind in a different state in order to come to the same conclusion? The person's like, I don't understand. Why do I need to do that? Because AI does everything. So if AI always does everything the best, I have no reason to distrust it, right? Well, there is a great reason, in my opinion, is if you always trust something, how do you know when to distrust it? How do you even test it? In my opinion, give it another 3 or 4 years, I doubt this is going to happen. I think there's going to be oversight, there's going to be compensation, and other things. Otherwise, I feel like the echo chamber is just going to consume everything. There will still be human oversight, in the sense that when you look at a piece of data that's being summarized for you, it hasn't gone past before AI models was a common thing. It was, in my opinion, already pretty crapalicious, in my opinion, a little bit already, with a lack of bibliographies, lack of citations, lack of general management, right? Slanderous things that can change people's lifestyles, falsely report things, passing news and stuff has began to deteriorate already. I think AI can be the boon that could reverse course or exaggerate the course. So journalism could go even further into the depths of Hades, and due process, due diligence, negligence, abuse, influence, exploitation could run rampant, because there aren't any standards to compare it to. Like, what is integrity if your integrity is completely trusted on something that's not built on integrity? Right? Like, oh, we don't mind this, it has all the data, so let's just assume it has the data. And then the moment when someone's betrayed, it feels like having a friend that betrayed you, right? Because that's how humans work. They withhold information, or they lack information, and you feel betrayed when they don't have the answers. I genuinely think humanizing AI is an excellent short-term investment for businesses. It's a long-term nuclear bomb for business in the long term. Without safeguards, 3 or 4 years down the line, I feel like those businesses will implode from betrayal. Like, what I mean by that is, it's kind of like autonomous driving cars, right? Without the greatest of due diligence moving forward, that trust, that unconditional trust, it's great when you're not ethically and morally responsible up front for anything because the user assumes all the responsibility. But the moment your brand is built on something that can make someone feel untrustworthy, the longer it goes, the more eggshells you have to walk around. So when you're walking on eggshells, I don't think the long-term business proposition is great. The short-term is excellent. It's super excellent because people are still trying to figure out what to do with it, right? Like the Wild Wild West, it's the gold rush prospect in a digital age. It's great. Long-term, yeah, I still don't use. It's been a while since I've talked to someone else who probably use AI far more than I do. I don't get to meet a lot of people when talking outside of streams, but rarely do I ever use AI the same way that someone else does. Because, in my opinion, most of those individuals are doing it in order to produce a product. I'm doing it to discover what other people are doing. So I'm not like producing anything with a strict dependency on AI, because I understand that it informs me about what everyone else is doing or what they think everyone else is doing. That's good information. But if they know that, then I want to be testing whether other things are not that. That's null hypothesis testing. That is the scientific method 101. It's my daily broken record repeat of the scientific method. When you think everything is true, or it's being told that it is true, then you have to test whether it is false by collecting data outside of it. Otherwise, you can convince yourself of anything, which is what AI does well, which is what algorithm does very well. And an echo chamber does that even better. If you put an AI with an algorithm, like a selective algorithm, in an echo chamber, then you have like a 300x speed confirmation bias machine, right? You can start by asking it a question enough times in which it provides a response to enough people, and then that response becomes true, whether it is false or not. At least that's what I think is happening. Obviously, I don't know how these models work, but the idea is, I think humans are pretty complex in the way they think. So I would imagine that if it happens with humans, and you're making a product that is like human, or you're trying to make it in your own image or something, naturally, it would also have those same things. But the scale in which AI happens is so much shorter than humans. You know, compute power and all. Like, the iterations are so much more. So I don't know what the tolerable error rate is for AI yet. There's no standardization for it. Like, what happens when AI tells you it's 10 instead of 9? Right? If it decides to say 10, what does it say next? 11? 14? 19? 30? Once the idea is propagated, like how far can it go away? Like, how many routines is it doing to self-correct, or maybe even generate and test data of its own, as opposed to taking the data that is generated by the people they're informing, right? It's a weird thing, but I think this has happened in labs before, where a singular lab generates all the data in which it based all of its data on. So when a lab produces all the data of a specific thing and no one else corroborates that data, it is always true. No one challenges it. So the inference from from even a data standpoint, objective and subjective, is that if no one contests the data, then it must be pretty sound, right? That is a logical fallacy in human logic. Is it a logical fallacy for AI models? That's a good question. I don't know if AI models immediately do null hypothesis testing. Like, when AI says something, right? Like, it produces a response. Does it immediately check if the opposite is true or alternative is true? Not necessarily based on what is said by other people. Like, for example, it's different from seeing one person argue and the other person argue and know that A disagrees with B and here are their points. The question is, does an AI evaluate whether their disagreements are concordant or not? I don't think AI does that yet, at least in my opinion. As in, they can analyze the conversation between two people and they can form their own opinion about the validity of the two people arguing. Like, a lot of times I say things like, oh, I see person A arguing and I see person B arguing. But person A isn't really arguing with person B. They're making a different point from B. When you get a data set for an AI, what the information they have is what B is arguing about and what A is arguing about. But does it tell the relationship between the two? Or does it read other people's comments to form that perception of analyses? Like, it is much quicker to read someone else's essay on a dispute in order to present it like it's human. And I feel what I just described is how most people talk to me already, even before AI. I think it's a little bit exaggerated by AI. They talk to me as though they're telling me an opinion with no insight of how they got to that opinion. So when someone tells me, oh yeah, this application, it's garbage, it's the worst thing, it even makes you worse at Japanese. And I asked them, why? How can you do that? Like, what have you tried before? And how do you come to this conclusion, giving me enough details to help me determine that you didn't simply watch an influencer, right? Another person say all those things, and then you're repeating those things to me because you've seen enough videos that say the same thing, and those are now your opinions, right? That is AI model in an echo chamber. If you see enough people with an opinion, it becomes true. That is data, that is mass data. So if your data only contains a representative sample of certain people, privacy issues and all, then your data is limited by that. And whatever's in there is always going to be true because that's the only data that exists. So, cue the echo chamber, right? I can't tell you how many times I have to ask someone, where did you get that opinion? May I ask, can you explain the details of your opinion? And then they would say, well, this person said it. I'm like, okay, have you thought about what you think about that? Maybe you have data and experience that doesn't cooperate with them, or it does cooperate them. Do you have an example in your life in which you have cooperated and collected a null hypothesis testing or anything that shows that you are not simply taking the word of someone else and then passing it along without saying, oh, I'm just passing along an opinion, right? The difference here is there's a difference between a person who says, oh, by the way, I haven't done this, I haven't really tested it myself, but this person says that. That's a citation. You cite it, you tell where you get it, and you go find it. That's what the internet, and that's what an AI model should do, in my opinion. But since it's modeling after pattern of discussion, citations and references to where you got your data, that's not actually normal. That's not a normal conversation thing. Like, people don't say something, or like internet doesn't say something like, oh, okay, so I got this, I heard in this article in the section, the business section of October 16th, 2025's edition of the Daily Bugle that had a special section on the left side regarding the introduction of new tariffs in the Chinese trade war. It doesn't do that, or like people think that AI shouldn't do that because humans don't do that. Humans wouldn't be interested in that, and rightfully so. I actually concede to this moment. I actually think humans don't actually do that because they're not interested. The question is, would that be negligent on the part of the company when omitting that information leads to negligence and damage later down the road? I would say right now in the short term, businesses are not liable for their models spreading misinformation or possibly misleading people that could endanger their own lives, right? The diffusion of responsibility is the user. So if you plagiarize something or inadvertently plagiarize something, it's not your fault, it's the user's fault, right? Like, you saw a summary and then for example, this is why AI art and AI music and slop and all that slop is the first talking topic. It's like, where does your ideas come from that is no longer your responsibility? If an AI misrepresents your work, not only is it taking your work, is a point of discussion right now, but it's also misrepresenting your work, which is new now. It's a new trending thing. The idea that people are using AI and AI itself is propagating false images of other people's work because they are most influential. They have a lot of things. So that propagation leads to an explosive exaggeration of their character. That sounds like an echo chamber with humans only. But if you add AI to it, then it propagates even faster. So in the future, when AI accidentally takes something out of context, right? Because it will be more, I would argue, I don't know who's more impressive at taking things out of context. An apathetic human being that has no opinion or agency of their own and just want to be influenced, or an AI model who is still incapable and too soon of creating interactions of human context. So when someone says something like, oh, hey, we've already have examples of this. Here's a great example. Someone gets banned because of YouTube's algorithm. And I don't mean by like video algorithm. I'm talking about the automated process in which videos are being struck. You already have that. Now add some extra layer of sophistication, and then you start asking yourself, when do businesses and their engineers and their developers don't know how to fix the problem? Or like they don't know how to change it, right? Then you have an entire business built on a system that you can't adjust yourself. And that, in my opinion, is the current talk about the future of these type of businesses. Do you have an infrastructure in which you can understand how to cartel, produce, moderate the AI model? I can tell you now, there isn't a day that goes by where there's a funny little blip about Grok doing something very disagreeable or Sora doing something very disagreeable, because humans can challenge the safeguards of the developers. So now you have this like mad rush for short-term gains at the cost of long-term integrity. And possibly, in my opinion, arguably squandering one of the timeless assets. It's timeless to me because the early days of AI models or like machine learning models existed already before I entered the professional field. I'm not that old. I mean, I'm kind of old, and it's still somewhat older than me. So you get to this point where I don't envy those who work under it as well, because very soon it's going to be like, this is broke. We don't know how to unbreak it. Then, you know, you fire those people. Then you rotate new people in, and all of them are products of AI training. All of them are reliant on tools doing all those things. Or like a significant number of your workforce is reliant on the very tool that is broken. Then you're sitting there and you're wondering, do we just start over? How do we start over? Well, if you start over, you go out of business. You lose the race. So I can't even imagine what that's like if you're a CEO right now who's like hand over fist in this process. It feels more like, if I had to make an adjustment, they're in it so deep, there's no pulling out anymore. So I would say, I hope I'm way off my mark, and there are people who are genuinely able to understand this stuff. Like, why does this thing round this? Why, when you say you can't post this, users is able to create a workaround to post that anyways? Every single day, I tell you, like once a week, there's a hilarious video or a hilarious essay on how Sora did something that it was not supposed to. So then the businesses scramble and say, okay guys, it's no longer able to do this. Bam, like the next day, it still does it. And that, to me, is probably the minority. Like, it takes a couple people. I don't think the average user, the one that the businesses are marketing towards, are doing this. It's the people that I'm talking about that are still left over, that has genuine curiosity and genuine like creativity that you're challenging, right? The people who work things around and breaking things are also probably the silver lining in all of this, that I believe. When you try to break things, you also try to fix them and repair them and try to make them better. I think complacency is scary in this situation. And I don't have any short of complacency. It's been a very long time since I had a long discussion with someone who gives me an opinion with zero experience, like with some experience. Most of the time, when I'm talking about serious, like if they want to be serious, rarely is it serious. They always say chill out, right? Chill out. I said I do art, but I don't actually do art because it's like I'm not a Picasso kind of situation. That's what happened 2 days ago. If you say you play guitar, I'm going to treat you like someone who plays a guitar. My assumption is that when you say you play a guitar, you would give me the indicator that you play a guitar. If you do art, I will treat you like someone who does art. You don't hand wave and say, I do art. Oh wait, did I tell you? Most of that art comes from ChatGPT. I don't know actually how they do that art. I actually make art. Okay, well, next time please tell me that you make art through AI so that I don't confuse you with someone who do art. But hear me out. I probably won't confuse you when you start talking and you say nothing about how you made the art. Like the process of doing the art. Much like when you're talking about definitions, fact checking, or data wrangling, data mining. It's like, oh yeah, I farmed a lot of data. Okay, have you done anything with it? Like, oh no, I farmed a lot of data. It's like, how did you farm the data? I don't know, I just asked ChatGPT for all the data. It's like, okay, did you have a specific data that you're farming? Why do you want to farm a specific data? Like, Is there a reason? Are there things you have to consider? Nah, you just ask ChatGPT to give me all the data that's available for this thing. Like, okay. And how do you quality control your data? Like, did ChatGPT only get data from the most conservative website on the internet? Is the data like missing half the sample sizes from a specific subset? Do you know what it's building on? Because I don't. So that's pretty much my like last topic. I don't know where the data is coming from. Like, I can't even see the data. And if I saw the data, it's probably so large that I myself can't even make heads or tails about it. So what is to say that the system that you built has any of those checks? It's crazy. It's so crazy. Things are wild. So I take my like AI responses with a grain of salt right now. It's a wild, wild west. Nothing's regulated. It's kind of like the first time. I would say the most poetic thing is it's very reminiscent when the modern internet first went online, and the first cautionary tale that most people talk about. This is reminiscent because I was watching King of the Hill from like way back in the 90s all the way up to now. Like I finally got to the current season. How like whenever the internet comments about the internet comes up, it's about uncertainty, non-standardization, like no regulation, no moderation, no professional integrity. There's no standards or oversight or any form of converging quality controls. And fast forward to now, a lot of the foundations of the internet has standards, quality controls, negligences, and negligence laws and rules. The new stuff has zero. Heck, I don't even think, in my opinion, content creator, we're at the very cusp of how content creation is moderated. Like community guidelines are constantly in flux. Terms and services for content creation are still like being willy-nilly changed constantly. Copyright stuff, right? Royalty-free things. And now we just chuck a bunch of AI stuff on top of it. And now you're looking at it's too soon, things are going really fast, and there are no regulatory things in place. So, be safe, right? So that's a wrap for WaniKani today. It was a pretty fast wrap up considering I spent 6 hours yapping about that. That's the end of our WaniKani session. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. You might have to be really interested in AI models and the days of today, I don't know, to even listen to half of that yap. It will come up again. I think it's here to stay. I do really hope that it's a complement, mutual, like a symbiotic relationship. AI remains AI, humans remain human. Together, they make magic. AI becoming human and supplanting human, or human competes with AI to replace AI again, that is destructive. It's a competitive, destructive process. And I think there will be a loser. So I hope that's not the path we're going. Who knows, right? Maybe AI forms a singularity and think humans are the scourge of the earth. Science fiction 101, right? So until then, right, you're more than welcome to follow along. Pick up WaniKani, try it out for yourself, right? Let me know what you think. You're more than welcome to join in the yap that is this yap. Share some stories, anecdotes, describe to me things that you have done and are curious of doing, or things you have to do and know how to do it, as opposed to citing someone else's experience or something that belongs behind a mystery black box, right? Life is honestly not... Life is long enough to have multiple experiences. but it's not long enough to constantly have things done for you with no regards to your own human experience. At least that's what I welcome. So we keep each other motivated. And until next time, right? Minasan mata ne. Ite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit. I'm way over time, but we got to finish our Hanzahiro lesson before the day's over. So I'll be right back. Thank you.